All right, guys. Welcome back to my channel. How y'all getting on, guys? Hope you're having a good day. Hope it's going well for you so far. I'm going to start as always by thanking everybody for your continued support on my channel, all your likes, your subscribes, and your comments. I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you to everybody. I am monetized, of course, as you all know. So if you want to smash the like in my video, guys, and if you want to donate a little bit of money, please do. I'd appreciate it. Pick up yourselves, guys. Yeah, where do I start? What kind of week has it been so far? Well, for Arsenal, I mean, we're still not after getting the final bit of the Declan Rice deal done, although we're meant to be, that's meant to be in the pipeline. Our lawyers are supposedly meant to be looking at the final draft of the contract for Declan Rice, and then they're going to be making a move on it. The Timber deal is imminent, so he will be the news that he will be an Arsenal player will be coming out shortly. But yeah, the Declan Rice deal, it's taking its time. The squad are actually over in Germany. They're actually preparing for the game against Nuremberg on Thursday. So they're there on Sunday. Then they fly off to the United States and they get ready for that. Of course, they'll be doing some preseason training, this, that, and the other. But yeah, it's been a bit strange recently because we're all talk of the deals being done. Do we have a chance to make top four without Xhaka? You're not an Arsenal fan. You like my haircut, eh? Anyway, this is the haircut I'm going to have when I come to Switzerland, Chris. So be ready for it, yeah. Might get a bit of a stop and search from the old Polizei at the old Flughafen Zurich. Aber ich gut, Brudi Broton. So there we go. That's my Baz. Bit severe, but there you go. Chris Lee, miss our captain already. What do you think of that, Alex? Do you miss Xhaka? Let Chris know, yeah. Yeah, yo, bro. Yeah, man, what's going on? What is the story? Feeling a little bit tired now, guys. I'm not going to lie. I think I need a bit more sleep. I've been through the absolute ringer in work in the last couple of days. Absolutely work today. It's just the heat. The heat in work is just seriously, man. Are you putting on the aircon all the time? I go to the office, I turn on the aircon for out in the restaurant and the bar. But it's just so hot in work right now. My God, man. Seriously. I think I just need I don't know, but it's extremely hot. Yeah, smash the like button for me, guys, and big up to Alex, man. Yeah, I need to rest up, man. It's just hot. And I'm working like a donkey. So it's hot. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is what it is, man. At least I got no hair anyway. Perfect hair for this kind of weather. Xhaka is a wanker. Rest up, mate. Yeah. You got to look after us that more as well, man. You know what I mean? You know yourself. Switzerland is 37 degrees. Jesus. I'm still looking forward to going back there, though, next year to start over again. God willing, guys. God willing, yeah. God willing. Guys, smash the like anyway for this man's channel, yeah. Arsenal Alex. If you haven't already, guys, sub to his channel. I'm going back to just the normal basic StreamYard, guys. I was paying for like a special version of StreamYard. I'm after capping that, yeah. That ran out and I'm not going to renew it. Waste of money, in my opinion. There you go. I have a guest, guys. I have a couple of guests lined up to come on the show. One of them is waiting in the wings to come on, guys. So I'm going to welcome him on, yeah. 1 second, guys. There we go. Welcome along, man. How are you? You okay?
Finally, Dave.
I like your background, man. I like your background.
Thank you, mate. How are you?
I'm not too bad. I'm feeling a little bit tired. Like I was telling the guys watching, are a little bit tired, but I'm okay. I'm going to freshen up. I was having a little snooze there a while ago, so I kind of just came out of it. I just been working like a dog the last couple of days, man. Working like a dog, and it's been roasting in work. God damn it. Switzerland, you can watch the real Xhaka again. Nah, you're all right.
What we got there? Was Dave froze? Has he gone?
Come on, my patience is being tested, guys. I swear, I'm only like 5 minutes in, and the Wi-Fi is starting to act up already. I mean to say, it's good I don't have any hair,
That's
guys,
me,
or I'd
though.
actually be pulling it out. Yeah, I'd actually be pulling my hair out. You know what I mean? But I can pull it here, I suppose. All right, how are you anyway, man? Are you good?
Yeah, good, mate. Good. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
a couple of days off, so that's good. That's, and get a chance to do some things at home.
Ah, you had a few days
Yeah,
off, yeah?
not
Nice,
too
man.
bad at all. Yeah, yeah. So it's good. It's all
That,
good.
that must be nice. I have a load of holidays yet to take, but I might take them at the end of this year, the start of next year, I'll see. But I have a load of holidays yet to take. But I'm going to Switzerland next month for a weekend,
Oh, lovely,
so I'm
mate.
looking forward
Lovely.
to it. And I'm going to be meeting up with this man, who is a die-hard Basel fan, Chris Lee. So we'll be in and around Zurich doing our thing. So ladies, watch out. Lock up your daughters. Look at this mustache. I mean, you can never trust a guy that's got a mustache going up into his nostrils. You can never trust a guy
Oh,
like
wow.
that. You know what I mean? Seriously, I need to give it the old trim. All right. Oregon Guna, big up legends. Guys, if you haven't already, subscribe to this man's channel, okay? Subscribe
Yeah,
to
big up,
Tony's
mate.
channel, guys. He's a West Ham fan. We all have our crosses to bear. It could be worse. He could be Spurs. Only messing Tony, man. No, but sub to his channel, guys. Early Doors Football TV. He's got a budding YouTube channel. Come and give him some love, guys. Show him some love. Not literally, physically. Just, his channel, all right? Don't be turning up at his house like with some, you know what I mean? Wanted to give him a back rub. I don't think he'd appreciate that. Or maybe he would. Or maybe he wouldn't. Who knows? Anyway. Arsenal Alex, hope all well. Yeah, man. You know what I mean? Just gave myself another haircut, so I'm doing good. I'm feeling slick. Chris Lee, Amdouni to Arsenal. Who is Amdouni? He's like Shaka, is he? He's
Is it
another one
Amadou?
of these guys.
Is it
Amadou, is
Amadou?
it? Nah, I never clue who that is. All I know is that Declan Rice still hasn't been announced.
Well, that's your lawyers. That's your lawyers.
Well, that's our
Going over the
lawyers,
small
is it?
print. Yeah, they're
Is that
going over
what
the
it
small
is?
print, making sure they're getting the right deal.
They're definitely going over the small print anyway. Jesus, the players need to put in a bit of
Yeah.
extra training as well. I've seen the players are training in Germany at the moment at the Asi
Yep.
Dassler Arena at the Adidas Center. Boys, stop messing around on the training field and get into it. Some hard physical training. Let's get going here. Fabio Vieira, lift some weights, man. Eat some steak. Have a Guinness. Seriously, boy, the new season is coming. Honest to God. And we still haven't got Declan Rice in training. Kai Havertz has actually got nice touch on the ball, man. I'm just going to let it go off on this, guys. I was looking at Havertz in training, man. He's actually got nice touch on the ball. He's very good on the ball for a big man. He's actually quite adept at he's got good control on the ball. He's actually, for a big man, he can move. Respect to him anyway, man. Amdouni is top scorer of the Conference League last year. Conference League? The Europa Conference League. Okay. Then he must. Who's he playing for? I don't know. I didn't even know who that is. I didn't even know that guy existed. Let me check. Amdouni. Chris, you're a fountain of knowledge, by pity it's all useless. You know what I mean? We're going to be over in Zurich soon by next month, me, myself, and Chris. By we might actually do a stream from Zurich. You know what I mean? Down by the lake, be like that. We'll do a quick stream, like, and we can have it out then. You know what I mean? Face to face. He loves Shaka. I don't. You know what I mean? Yes. Okay, good one. What club is that? Many are the players who can rip it in training, but Conor Copper on match day mind. Yeah, true. Bergkamp.
Yeah, true, Manny.
You know what I mean? Bergkamp was quiet in training, but on match day, he was like Henri, va-va-voom. You know what I mean? All right, guys. So what's been going on anyway in the football world? Any news at West Ham? What's actually the situation there? Have you looked at any players? Have you picked up any players?
The main thing we've just done is launched the new Anthem kit with the bubbles, forever Brian Bubbles emblazoned into it, and obviously bubbles all around, accents around the shirt itself.
Okay.
It's launched on this Saturday. It's for either getting a sponsored or unsponsored shirt. It's £75, and then you add the printing on top of that. That's another £15. So,
okay.
yeah, £90 is it's a bit much. It's a nice little touch, though. There's a nice little video that goes with it, showing you some of the players wearing the new kit. It's quite interesting to see players like Cornet and Flynn Downs, even though there's talks about the maybe surplus to requirements. But what's the interesting factor of it? Because obviously, as you just mentioned, Rice is not a done deal yet. You can still buy his name and number to put on the back of the shirt. So yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, why not, man? I was just looking at the Bubbles jersey there. It's actually not bad, man. It's not bad, but like you said,
yeah, it's nice.
a little bit pricey. I'm not gonna lie, but it is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, Arsenal as well, man. Now they have their the travel kit, yeah, what the players are actually wearing on their journeys. I mean, I just went onto the site there to see any news. The travel kit is the first thing that pops up, yeah. I mean, you can't be buying everything. I mean, honestly, I'm not going to buy nothing, I think, in my opinion. I'm not going to buy anything. I have the money, but I mean, my birthday's coming up at Christmas. I'm going to save up some money then I can go out on the town and buy some stuff for myself. Will I get a jersey? Maybe not. Maybe not. You know what I mean? But the stuff is expensive. Yeah, all about the merch, man. It's a business. It's fine. It's fine for the players. Chris Lee knows his football, boy. He's a Basel fan, but he's got his finger on the pulse. Riedman, Jensen, Moprak to West Ham. Maybe.
Well, yeah. There's obviously this new sporting director now, with Tim Steadtine. So yeah, there's talks about him kind of going for players like this. Apparently, we're going to be putting a bid in for James Ward-Prowse. I think later on this week. We're going to start off cheap. I think around about 20 million. So it's, see if we can do anything in that respects. And who's the other? Oh, well, as you know, it's the continuing saga with Harvey Barnes. Is he going to go to Newcastle, or are we going to get him? By all accounts, Newcastle, they're interested. Apparently, he's also keen on the move as well. But it seems it all comes down to Newcastle's money. So they're looking to sell off. What's his name? Maximum, trying to sell him off to pay for Harvey Barnes. No, you're right, Manny. They have. I mean, it's interesting when you look at Skamaka. He's actually gone to number 11 now, so that's a bit of an interesting one. So I don't know where Moyes sees him playing, but that's not exactly doesn't bode well when you sit here and he's getting the number 11 shirt, considering he's supposed to be an attacker. So that's a bit of an interesting one. We'll see what's going to happen as the season goes on.
Yeah, and I'm sure they have a plan there. But is Moyes actually going to be like? Is he actually going to be staying in as manager for the season?
Or is he going to be replaced? Possibly signing. He could. Well, this is the thing. I mean, there's talks of him possibly signing a new 5-year deal, which is not going to please a lot of the fans. I think if you look at it, considering how our season was last year, we won the Europa Conference, but you can't kind of paper over the cracks with how bad we were, finishing 14th compared to the last couple of seasons. It's not good. I mean, you guys know that your last couple of seasons, it's not a great feeling, is it? Really?
No.
So yeah, it's going to be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if it is true that he's going to sign a 5-year deal. But if they are going to sign him on and keep him, then they've got to back him. Simple as that. There's no use just having him there and hoping that we're going to get the odd player here and there. It's not going to float at all with that.
He has got experience. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I mean, Moisey has been around. I mean, he's been around donkeys years by, but they need a younger player, in my opinion. I mean, a younger manager. I mean, a bit of fresh blood come in. No disrespect to Moisey, but a younger guy come in with ideas. I'm not saying that now just because we got Arteta and he's a bit younger and it can all turn out rosy in the garden.
Yeah.
We lost the league last season. You know what I mean? Bitterly disappointing. We bottled it. I'll go on about that again now until another 30 years, guys are going to be talking about that. But I'll really be the old school gunner then. But we bottled it last season. But like a younger manager, around Arteta's age. I'm just saying, a bit of fresh blood, young blood, re-energize the players. I think West Ham are a team. I'm going to speak openly now, Tony. I think West Ham are a team with a lot of potential, man. And that's not to say that like Arsenal are the finished product. I'm not being arrogant when I say that, man, or not patronising. I think West Ham are a team with a lot of potential. I think they can go places. Man. They showed it in the Conference League, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'll make you right. I mean, when you look at it, we can keep hold of some of the players. Obviously, Lanzini's obviously gone. There is talks of even Ben Rama could be on his way out as well, kind of thing. But I don't think that'll, if it does, we'll see. I mean, obviously, Cornet, like I said, if he's going to be injury free, are we going to get something out of him? Not exactly. He doesn't exactly give you much hope. I think we bought him on the last minute kind of thing, but he's been injured all the time. But yeah, I think when you look at what we've got some youngsters coming through. So yeah, it should be interesting. Mbappe deal almost done. Jesus.
I was only putting it up there to wind you up, yeah. I tell you, I swear to God, mate, if Mbappe signs for Arsenal, I'll get back with my ex-wife. That's how serious it is.
Wow, that's saying something.
That is
that's
some statement,
something.
man. Some statement. Soon to be ex-wife. That is some statement, guys. All right, Chris is going to head off. Need to leave. Xhaka debut at Leverkusen against Real Madrid in a friendly. Chris has got his finger on the pulse, man. Chris is heading off. Adios, muchacho. Chris, I'll see you in Switzerland next month, bye. We're going to paint the town red. We're going to get drunk. So just don't wear your best clothes, yeah, because you know what I mean. You're going to be lying face down in a pool of vomit. So there's no point wearing your Sunday best when you're just going to be throwing up on yourself. All right, and thrown up into other people's mouths. All right, man. So there you go, Chris. Thanks for joining us, man, and I'll see you later. Yeah. Ciao, Brudi, mach's gut. All right, a little bit of Swiss German for you there, guys. But yeah, he's a good guy.
He's watching the tennis. It's like Djokovic is going to be winning again.
Joker,
I mean, that Rublev. He took him to the wire. He's not a bad little player, that Rublev.
Yeah. Djokovic is an animal on his day, though. Like Djokovic is.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
I remember when he first came along, and like Federer was still hanging around. You know, it was his sheer strength. Not that he can't play tennis. Yeah, he's a good player, but it was just his sheer strength. He just overpowered Federer. He's an animal. He's perfect for the game. He's the perfect height and he's the perfect build. You know, he's not too tall, not too small. He's just perfect for tennis, man. Djokovic. He's the right size. He's a good player. But what was I saying about Chris, man? Myself and Chris, I met him in 2011, 12 years ago when I was in Switzerland.
Okay.
Through a job, actually, would you believe? And we started going to all the Champions League games because he is a Basel season ticket holder. And this is when they were competitive. Good. Every year, they were in the knockout stages. Group stage, knockout stage. So we saw some great games. We saw them get slaughtered by Arsenal. We saw them beat Spurs. Of course, that was a good game. We saw them lose to Real 1-0. We saw them beat United. Some great games at the FC Basel Arena. I mean, it was excellent, you know. Excellent games, man. And good times, man. And going to see Arsenal in the Champions League, watching Alexis Sanchez play, that was all down to Chris, man, because he was the season ticket holder. Like, he got us all tickets for the Real game, and we were like by the halfway line on the front row, or like 4 rows back.
Lovely.
And Ronaldo, and United were there, and I could see Ronaldo in front of me like an Oompa Loompa. All the players were white, and Ronaldo was like tanned gold. I think he was hitting the tan bits up serious back then. But he looked like a Barbie doll on the field. But he can play. I mean, he's quick. Djokovic in 4-6-6-1-6 was it? He's a monster. Yeah, he's one of the most titles of any player in history now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Manny is pumping the weights like there's no tomorrow, man. I never thought Manny was into the old weightlifting. Manny's bodybuilding like crazy. He's busting weights. I think it was on Instagram. He had like an upload of a. Stay strong, man. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know about Declan Rice. God, I don't know what's going on with that. Here we go, Manny as well. Back to football. I seriously cannot believe Mbappe could be joining us. What a coup. I just hope he won't rub people the wrong way. He speaks good English, though. It's a done deal, I'd say, Manny. I'd say he's going to be signing for Rice, so it's going to be fine. You know what I mean? He's a fantastic, fantastic player. But all joking aside, though, guys, we'd be blessed to have a player like that. We're still looking for a striker anyway. Not that he's on the cards.
Well, there'll be serious intent if you do get hold of Mbappe and that. I mean, we know there's there's some bad blood between him and PSG at the moment. But if you guys can get hold of him, then that's definitely going to make people sit up and thinking it's like, well, is it going to be your year this time? and that's your problem, isn't it? You know, you've then got to kind of maintain or better yourself from what you did last year. That's for sure.
Mm, mm.
If you don't do that, I mean, if you look at it, you know, and I'll put this to Manny as well. If Arteta doesn't do it this year, does he go? Should he go?
I think he'd have to leave. But I mean, people will say I'm jumping the gun. I mean, I have a lot of people lined up to come on this stream. Yeah, they're going to be coming on it later. Tony, I sent out
Yep.
about 5 links to this. Some of them are Arteta to the last. They are diehard. And some of them are absolutely the opposite way, man. They despise everything about him and Edu. They despise the owners. They despise Arteta. So it's going to be a bit of an interesting if they're actually on at the same time. It's going to be interesting. I contacted a few of them. They're coming on maybe a bit later, but one of them, he hasn't contacted me back yet, but he said he'd be up for 2. I linked them all anyway. They all have the link so they can jump on and jump off when they want. But yeah, I have another 4 guys. Maybe 2 of them are going to come on anyway. The other 2, maybes, but we'll see what happens. Mali, well mentioned on the PSG bit. Mbappe could be that club's golden boy, and it's a shame that there's this bad blood. And yes, Arteta should leave if he fails to deliver. He has no excuses. 700 million is 700 million, guys. That's how much has been spent on the team so far.
Yeah.
I mean, and like I said, the first trophy he won, one of the cups, that was with Unai Emery's team.
Well, I saw something earlier on. They're showing you, what's it, Pep's team. I think he said it was like a £1 billion team, and he spent like 1.19, whereas Arteta's got a £1 billion team, and they put 600, but we know obviously it's 700 million. So then you look at between the two managers, who's got the better deal. At the end of the day, and that it's still Pep in my eyes because he still wins things. You know, Arteta's done well. Considering the last couple of games, the last couple of seasons, how he was compared to last season, it's a massive improvement. And it just shows you what he can do with the team. It's getting the right players in. I mean, obviously, as you know full well, Jesus is not going to rip up goals for you, that's for sure. You definitely do need someone else to bang him in. He's too lightweight for one. And he's getting a bit too predictable. You know, you have to clump him once and he's on the floor, unfortunately, just like Saka. But, you know, that's another story. But, yeah, you need something a bit more heavier up top that's going to bang you some goals.
Yeah. We need a guy like Drogba, man. We need a very strong player up front, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
We need a strong player up front. I mean, the thing is with Jesus, he tends to, he's good at the link-up play. He's actually good at making chances for others. He brings a lot of players into the play, but when it comes to the business end of things, it's just about putting the ball across the line. He's not as prolific, he's not as ruthless as I would like him to be. But like I said, his link-up play at times is world class. Yeah, he is brilliant and deep at that. He's a little bit deeper. He sits off, he plays the link-up, he gets a 1-2, he puts it in, but he doesn't score regularly, and that's what we need. We need those goals to take us up right up to the very top. I mean, this season is going to be much harder than last season. If we got top 4, I would be happy, and I'm not being negative, guys. I don't see us winning the league by a long shot. And with or without a brilliant player like Declan Rice at the club, even if Havertz clicks, Manchester City have got so much strength and depth, and not just them, guys. I mean, the other teams are going to be coming good again. It's going to be a lot of like Chelsea now. You know what I mean? Pochettino's at the bridge. I pass the stadium every day. It's packed with tourists, packed with visitors. They're all getting their pictures taken by the Chelsea wall. You know, this, that, and the other. They're all doing their Instagram or their TikTok, whatever. They're all coming up with the merch, guys. They're a club on the move as well. Yeah, they're like a sleeping giant, but they're coming back. Liverpool, United, you never know. It's going to be a tricky one. Yeah. And
it's not like exactly we're he's not jumped into the pot at the moment. They've kind of held back, but they probably, as you said, they're happy with what they've got. He might bring in 2 players, if that, just to kind of add a little bit of a different dimension.
Yeah, just him.
You don't need to bring anything else in, basically. But as you said, Chelsea, they're definitely doing it. 4th out of 100 coaches seriously that is a joke. Wow.
4th best.
Really?
That can't be right, though. There's only 3 coaches out there better than him. Okay, we have Klopp, who's better than him. Ancelotti is better than him. Pep is better than him. Are they the three? Now there's other guys as well. Yeah, Ten Hag, is he better coach than Arteta?
Yeah.
You know, obviously Klopp is. Obviously Pep is. Obviously Ancelotti is. That's a bit. I don't know. But we were. He wasn't looking for best coach at the end of last season. Anyway, that's for sure. We were listless. We were nowhere. We were struggling.
It'd be interesting to know what they got their data on. That'd be very interesting to see what data they got to get that kind of 4th out of 100. Wow, that's
that's over his record, is it? And honestly, that can't be. I mean, seriously, 4th best coach in the whole world, and he beat another 96. That doesn't make sense to me at all. Anyway, I don't know. I think they paid that off. Those statistics were kind of I don't know. I wouldn't pay much attention to that, to be honest. We're just waiting now. Supposedly the Timber deal is imminent. Yeah, imminent. Klopp ranked 5th. Yeah, maybe after the last season, yeah, they're taking that into context. But as an actual manager, Premier League, Champions League, you know, go on careers, not just the last season, because they're going on the last season then. The Klopp is still 5th. Nah, he's won it all, man. Wow. Klopp has won it all for Liverpool. Champions League and League. What more could you ask of him? You know what I mean? He's done it for them big time, man. He turned things around for them. And they got a couple of titles in there when Man City were also at their strongest. You know what I mean? So big up to them, man. Hasn't been easy. You know what I mean? Someone told me in work yesterday, one of the women told me in work the other day that Luis Suarez had died. I was like, what? You know, I was like, I came in the door. She was like, she knows nothing about football, no, yeah. She was like, Luis Suarez is dead. Luis Suarez is dead. She obviously knows the name, yeah, he's famous. I was like, that was the older guy she's talking about. You know, there's another guy, like an 88-year-old. I don't know, was he player coach? The 88-year-old Luis Suarez passed away, not the young Luis Suarez. I was like, Suarez is dead. I was just about to get my phone, man, and go live. And then I was like, oh, it's not him. Yeah, it was my cash cow, guys. It was going to take me to Vegas or to New York or to LA or wherever I want to go. I was just about to get the phone in my hand. No, man. Poor old was the older guy, yeah. It wasn't the shark. It wasn't Ivanovic's friend. It was the other fella. But yeah, let me check out some of the stories here, guys. I got the bubble design up, the bubble design jersey. It actually looks well. The jersey looks well, man.
It does look good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, the small bubbles on top, on the top half by the crest, and then as you go down, yeah, the bubbles getting a little bit bigger, like they're like white and black. Umbro, yeah. That's decent, man. You got a nice crest on the jersey in the claret, yeah. Claret, I call that, is a nice colour. That's a nice colour, man. It's got a high collar. It's a nice jersey, but yeah, money-wise, by you know what I mean. You want to be a millionaire.
When you look at the actual collar itself, it looks like it's a round neck, but there's a little V just here. Really, it does look quite decent actually.
Yeah,
but
yeah. They kind of, yeah.
If you're on the club shop, Dave, and you look a bit further, and that you can see we've really gone to town because we've also got Hawaiian kit outfits you can get as well with the West Ham logo and blazoned across it. Shorts and tops. Yeah.
I'm looking at the goalkeeper's jersey anyway. It's pretty jazzy.
Yeah.
The goalkeeper's jersey is quite it's like pure luminous. Let me see, West Ham United. Let me have a look at it. Alright, West Ham United. Are you in any supporters club for West Ham, Tony? Are you in one of the supporters club around, or do you meet up like once every so often and go to the pub and meet up with them now?
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, obviously, you've got the Weatherspoons pub just down the road. Basically, that's the best place to go. You meet up there first of all, and you kind of make your way to the game afterwards. I'm not paying the prices that they charged last year, that's for sure. Yeah, so we've got a few players. We're looking at Zakaria from Juventus as well. We're looking at him. I reckon we're going to pay around about possibly 19 million euros for him.
He's a good player, man. He's a good player. I got a €20 tip yesterday.
Did you?
Just going off. I got a 20. I got a 20 tip at work, guys. I probably shouldn't be saying that. Make me seem like a money grabber. But your man was like, oh, there's €20. And he put into the little tip jar. He was like, ah, yeah, nice. He said, next time you go to Ireland, man, spend it. I goes, grand. But yeah, you got a few things going on with the players. I saw the Hawaiian strip. It looks, it's interesting, man. Let me see.
So if Arsenal don't win it this year, Dave, you're going to be wearing that?
No. With all due respect to you, I won't. Tell you what, I'd say you would look good in it, man. It looks like your kind of thing. You know what I mean? You're a cup of tea, like.
Yeah,
there's like a toucan. There's a toucan on it.
Brings out my eyes.
Yeah, that would be your colours, man. Your thing. You know what I mean? They got something for the ladies as well. It's interesting, man. Sure. Adventures, and it's actually reasonable. 35 for the shirt.
Yeah.
It's actually funny. All the geezers will be around London wearing them by going into the clubs. That would be interesting anyway. They should head out Chelsea way. Well, as you can see, I'm wearing the blue for Manchester City today, guys. I'm wearing the blue for Manchester City. And my allegiance, I'll have to take down the flags behind me and connoisseurs will have to move out. Be all right. So what's the story with here we go. Another comment, man. Big up. What's the story with the friendlies for West Ham?
You got Luca. Sorry, mate?
Luca's going to be coming on as well, but that's probably going to be like maybe 10 p.m. I'd say. I don't know, we'll still be on by then, but I might hold on for him to come on now. I might just hold on for him to come on because I think he's going to be the latest. Like he's going to be on at 10, he told me. So
that's good.
But I have another few fellas lined up anyway. They're eager. They're champing at the bit. One that might be working, unfortunately, because he's the real ace in the pack. McManus might be working, unfortunately, because when he comes on, it's just explosive. Yeah, he's explosive when he comes on. He's good on the channel, he's explosive. He gives you a bit of a G up. He gets into it, you know what I mean? Yeah, the friendlies for West Ham United. What's it looking at the moment? I mean, do they have much friendlies lined up?
Yeah, well, we had our first one, didn't we, yesterday? That was the Bournemouth game. We won that 4-1. Let me just see what else we've got coming up. You
might have played Arsenal, actually, except they're in Germany, because isn't our thing out there now, a London economy? We used to be out at Bournemouth before, the training centre,
I think we've gone off to Australia now.
Wow. I'll pop on in 10 minutes, boys. All right, Stapes coming on. Now, he is Mikel Arteta's biggest fan, practically his love child. So he's coming on. He used to be on a YouTube channel before, yeah. I hope he doesn't mind me talking about this, but he used to be on a YouTube channel before. He used to be on the Three Pointers TV, but he's not on that channel anymore. But better off. But he's coming on.
So now on Saturday we're playing Perth Glory.
Okay.
And then on the 18th we're playing the Spuds. 22nd, Dagenham and Redbridge, and on the 29th of July we've got Rennes. So we're getting into it then. One Guardiola, two Spalletti,
we're going all the way out to Australia.
Serbia.
Wow. Serbia is a very good
interesting,
coach. But it's hard to tell with the squads they have and the teams they have who is actually a good coach. I mean, Guardiola is number one. But with the players that he has, I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't make him less of a coach. But sometimes when you've got that amount of talent in a squad, you need to be a very good coach to get the best out of all of them. I mean, it's not just a simple thing of turning up at training and lads are going to win the league by 10 points. It doesn't work out like that. He's got to get everything right, and they need to train. And they have to have the formation right, and he needs to pick the right players for the right games. Sometimes the better players you have, it can actually become more complicated and more difficult. And there's egos out there. He's keeping everyone balanced, but also keeps the team competitive. And they have a nasty side to the Man City when I seen them play. Like when Arsenal pushed him, when we pushed him in, I think, the cup game, when it was 0-0, they got very nasty. So he has instilled also a physicality about them. Yeah? They're not just fancy football and that's it. When we were pushing them for about 20-25 minutes in that game and it was 0-0, they got very, very nasty, very physical. And even Arteta was getting it. So You know, but that Guardiola first, Ancelotti second, Spalletti, Arteta fourth. Klopp is a better coach than Arteta, in my opinion. Did Serbi? I think he is too. I'll be honest. Anyway, we'll see what the Stave says when he comes on. He's going to tear it up. You know him, yeah? I don't see following your channel yet, but we'll get
Yeah, we've
the word.
spoken to each other, haven't we? We've spoken on your channel before.
Yeah, that's
So, yeah,
right.
should be good to
I went
catch up
to
with
a
him.
game with him. Been to a game with him. December 21, we saw them beat Southampton. It was nice. Me, him, and his son went. And he met a few of the lads outside the supporters club before. But yeah, thanks to him, I managed to actually see a game, you know, because he's a season ticket holder.
Oh, nice.
Of course, last season was a no-brainer. Well, I got offered twice, but the day he offered me, it wasn't his fault. It was like the morning when I was working. I couldn't get out of my work commitment, you know, which was unfortunate because I would have liked to go. And I think it was £100 for a ticket. You know, fair enough considering the team were on the crest of a wave. You know, the last time I think I paid 60, but you've got to understand last season was people were clamoring for tickets. Everybody wanted to be there. Title push was on. Ultimately failed. But yeah, we're going to hear what he has to say soon. He's got the inside track. He told me last December, actually Boxing Day, that Declan Rice was going to be an Arsenal player. And he actually showed me proof. Yeah? He sent me a photo of like a document, we call it. I won't say any more
So
than
looking
that.
at that,
He was saying on Boxing Day that the deal was going to be done.
Okay.
He knows his stuff.
Because that's the thing, isn't it? Because when you look at something like that, would you say, and it seems it could possibly be the case, that basically Arteta tapped up Rice?
Yeah, like a bit of a like Chelsea tapping up Ashley Cole back in the day. I know what you mean. Like maybe. I think it's fair to say because it was that long ago. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
when he was still contracted, like he's still contracted. Yeah,
isn't he? So that's
yeah. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. I see there's 8 people watching, guys. If you haven't already, subscribe to Tony's channel. Okay, Early Doors Football TV. Help him out, guys. Give the subscribe. Check out some of his recent content. What's in the pipeline for your channel, Tony? What do you actually have in the pipeline? What have you got planned coming up? I can come on your channel anytime you want. Anyway, just let me know.
Yeah, of course. So I'll try and get you back on again on that.
I'll have a bit more energy than I do today. When I come on, I'll have a bit more energy.
Yeah,
I'll get myself
we're in the both same boat, mate. I'm actually kind of harbouring a massive toothache at the moment, so that's kind of killing me as we're talking. But other than that,
what? Did you take something for it?
Transfer show going on.
Did you take something for it?
Like yeah. I've took. So it's kicking in now. So you start seeing me floating away with the fairies. Don't worry about it. It's just the pills kicking in.
Go to the dentist ASAP, my friend. That's my advice.
Yeah, I will do.
Just don't put it off.
Transfer show coming in.
Don't put it off.
No, I won't do, mate. I ain't going to do like one of my drivers did at the airport and actually pulled his own tooth out because he couldn't, with a pair of pliers because he couldn't get no appointments with the dentist. So I don't think I'll go that far.
Fuck, even if you have to fly over to Poland, man, whatever. You know what I mean? Get that tooth out. I was lucky when I was in South America. I had a problem with one at the back, and it had broken, and then it was like really hurting the gum because it was just like the fragment was left inside.
Oh, you're cutting in.
The bone almost, just the bone was almost left, and the tooth itself was gone. But luckily, my ex-wife, her brother was a dentist, so he just got me in private clinic. All I had to do was pay 20 quid for the X-ray, which I got done separately. Go there with the picture then for him so he could actually see what it looked like. And he just took the tooth out. Free of charge. Wow. I was lucky. Yeah, and it was painless, man. He's gentle as anything. Like, I mean, you wouldn't even feel it, but I was just like, that was it. And then he gave it to me, a souvenir there. I was like, oh, yeah. I was like, no, but anyone out there with any teeth problems, guys, trust me, I've had a few problems myself through the years. Don't put it off. Worst thing you could do, get in there. This is for everyone now. Guys, regardless of not fear of the dentist, don't let that stand in your way. Just going to get it dealt with, man. You'll feel so much better, and it's a weight off your mind. People are freaked about the dentist for some reason. I think it's because it's so close to their mouth and their face. I don't know. Just get in there, guys, and get it done. I'll go hold your hand if you want, guys. Don't worry. With the new kit, of course. I'll be wearing the new kit.
Yeah.
I won't be the one covered in blood afterwards. You know what I mean? So it's fine. Anyway, man, I'm sorry to hear you're in pain. Yeah, I hope it ease for you, man. Seriously, it's a terrible
Yeah,
thing.
hopefully as will do, mate. Thank you.
But don't worry about it. That's
Yeah,
what I don't worry about it, man.
Yeah, I'll be fine, man. You know, it's one of those, isn't it? Sometimes it can't be opted, but it's there.
Happens,
so yes, I'll be looking to do a transfer show, and I'll also be looking to try and do some content of how West Ham's going to perform this season. That would be interesting, you know, debate on that one. Yeah, and a few other things, and obviously we'll try and do another clap and be me and you again.
You could also do things like, obviously, if you invited people on, even an Arsenal fan, for example, like me, you could also do like top 10 greatest players to ever play for West Ham United. You know, you could do a bit of research. I could also do research, and I could come in with some of the players that I think are best to have played for the club. You could do the history of West Ham United, how it actually started, like a kind of a phone-in thing. Send out the link to the stream to a lot of people, and they'll come into the stream for you. You know, I mean, you know what I mean? Like the best players to ever play for the club, what the club has achieved through the history, and obviously then when you're alive like me, like we are now, we were talking about tennis a while ago. The conversation is just gonna, everything's just going to develop on its own. You just sit back and you just enjoy it. You know what I mean? Be a lot of fine players play for your club, man. So, look, if you want me to come around, and if you want me to knock the toot out, I can. There's no problem. Pleasure. Hitting a chance to hit a West Ham fan and he's not going to hit back. Oh, bother that. Just turn your face. Just, you know what I mean? Just line it up. And I'll help you. No problem. Sorry, bad joke. I know you're in pain, man. I know it's a balls. Sorry. Anyway. What is going on with this Rice signing? Why hasn't it been announced yet? Because West Ham don't want to let the player go. Cowards.
Oh, jeez.
Only joking, guys. It's Arsenal. It's Arsenal, guys, are the thing. We're like the lawyers, it's like Tony alluded to, they're going through the contract for the player with a fine-tooth comb. And they're picking apart the actual wording and everything to make sure that there's no kind of, you know, all the stipulations and the rules and regulations. The only thing Arsenal have to be aware of, guys, when they're paying for the player, like my man Stapes is going to say when he comes on, I'm sure he could sum it up better than me. It's like the financial fair play rules have to be adhered to. So it'll have to be over 3 separate payments over 2 years. Otherwise, you could find yourself in the same problems that Manchester City have. That is actually possible. Yeah. So that's what Stapes told me. The main man is coming on in a couple of minutes. 3 different payments over 2 years. And it needs to be at the actual financial fair play window, like they have designated times of the year for the money to be actually transferred. Otherwise, believe it or not, you're in a breach of the regulations, and you could really be you get yourself in a lot of hot water. That's what clubs have to face up to now. It's not as cut and dry as it was before, unfortunately. Of course, the sums of money that are being moved around are much, much bigger, and with that comes things get complicated. Feeling tired now, gentlemen. I'm going to sleep early night. Big up to you, David and Tony. Yeah, take care of yourself, Manny, man. And I'm glad you enjoyed watching tennis.
Take care, Manny. Good to see you coming on.
Take it easy, yeah.
Catch you another time.
Keep in touch, yeah. Catch you another time, man. Keep in touch. All the best.
Well.
He's meant to be coming back to the UK at some point, but I know he's over in India now. He's been saying to me at some point he plans to come back to the UK.
That'd be good.
There was a fella telling me the other day, get out of London. Well, he was being nice, yeah. He said,
the right situation. I mean, when you look at that, it's dragged on for a while now. We just want to get it over and done with. In certain respects, if you look at it, you're holding us back now for what we want to buy. So, you know.
That's fair, yeah.
Pull your finger out to get it done. Get it done.
1 second, I just gotta email the main man the link, or I gotta send it to him on WhatsApp. Just 1 second, man. I'm not ignoring you. Let me just put this in here. I sent it to him per email like I did with you, but for some reason he can't. He's not up on the old tech like us. You know what I mean? We are men of the world, of course. That's a joke. Where's the other? Just 1 second. There.
How you doing, Scott? Hope you're keeping well.
Scott's in, is he?
Yeah,
nice to see you, man. How are you getting on, Scott? Just 1 second, Stapes. I'm going to send this to you. VS8EE. The things I do by. The things I do to keep people happy. Oh man! All right, there we go. Streamer.com/VS8EE4ZAGE. All right, or not? Is that a G or a Q? Oh, for God's sake! My patience. All right. Q E. All right, that should be it. That should be it, man. I sent it to you. Check it out. Let me see is it working. Yeah. All right, man. You have it. Let's come on and let's scare Tony. Arsenal are hopeful that the Rice signing will be done before Sunday. What Sunday are we talking about? Arsenal forever? Which Sunday are you referring to? Next month or next year? Or is he going to line up on the first day of the season? Or, I mean, is he going to be sitting in the director's box for the first month? The way things are going, we need to get the man actually in training, in all fairness.
Well, he's apparently in Portugal at the moment, isn't he? Rice is in Portugal on holiday.
He's in Portugal with everyone. Portugal. Half of them are in Germany, the other half are in Portugal. I'll say he's doing something separately. Just been having family time as it's school holidays here. All right, Stapes is ready. He's ready and willing to come on. He loves Mikel Arteta, so watch out. No digs at Arteta, guys. Things will get really messy. He'll find out where you live. You know what I mean? All right, man. You got that, did you? Stapes, this is for you, man. Stapes, you like it? I did this for you, man.
Yeah. My poor brother from another mother. Oh, look, there's three of us, really.
You're my idol. You're my idol, Stapes. I did this. Nice view of London there behind you, man. What's that there? Bishopsgate. Yeah.
No, Canary Wharf and all that behind me.
Was that Canary Wharf? I said that last. It's Canary Wharf.
Yeah.
All right.
No West Ham talk.
I got a view of the bridge here.
I'm above a Millwall pub on Old Kent Road. That's where I live.
It's Old Kent Road, is it?
Yeah,
That's
we love Millwall.
Nice part of the
they're
city,
lovely
man.
people. They are so, really lovely people.
They're not too bad. They don't produce talent like Declan Rice, though, do they?
Declan Rice, sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was listening backstage, and I heard that good friend there say about Arteta tapping up Declan Rice.
Oh yeah, Tony, poor old Tony.
Yeah, but it wasn't that. If you actually see the document that I sent you, it was because we was trying to get Rice in January, but because of West Ham's struggle through the season, it was a absolute no from the board. They wasn't going to have it, was they? So we switched our attention to Taylor. But apparently, like, a bit of West Ham news, because if you read into the document I sent you, Dave, it actually said Sullivan and the board had given Rice permission to negotiate a move for the summer transfer window, because Sullivan's going to give up his shares this summer. He's meant to be selling his remaining stake in West Ham. So I don't know whether that he has any personal gain to any of that money coming in. You know what I mean? But I suppose it values the club more. Coming in.
Yeah, it does, Dave, because basically what it was, if they kind of tried to sell up before the 23-24 season, then we'd have to pay money towards, I think it was the ground and so forth. So they've held back. And then, of course, this year would be the year that he's going to part ways. And obviously with David Gold obviously passing away and the family not really wanting to have any kind of dealings with the club, they want to kind of get rid as quickly as possible. What you're just saying there, it kind of relates to it. It makes sense. It depends if Kretinsky's going to be the guy that's going to buy the remaining shares, or is it someone else that's going to come in and
well, he's really wealthy, isn't he? He's really wealthy, so it wouldn't surprise me if he was to take full control.
Yeah, well, it's actually his missus has actually got more money than him. Believe it or not, she's actually richer than him.
I think we got the same thing with Stan Kroenke and his missus. She ain't doing the move.
Jesus.
He's
My
supposed
buddy
to
Eddie.
have. He's supposed to. I think he's got like a fortune of about 7 billion, but she's got apparently 17 billion.
What?
So yeah,
Interesting
she's
comment.
supposed to be,
Interesting
she's
comment
right,
coming
the
up here,
actual-
guys. Interesting comment.
Here's the money.
Anyway, the sooner Declan Rice comes down, the better, guys. We can get him in training. Yeah, the sooner he comes. Stapes, let me ask you, man. Where do you think we're going to finish in the new season? Where do you think? Do you think we can honestly challenge for the title?
Do you know? It's hard. I don't think we can. I think we're going to be. We got to aim to so that we can fall back into the top four. But I think if the rumours are true that we're going to lose Partey on top of Xhaka, that midfield wins you 90% of games in the league. Yeah, and we've been crying out to have a solid midfield, and to take 2 out of the 3 of them completely out of the team and sell them off, you're back into a transition. You know what I mean? And that's not me defending Arteta. That's me actually criticising, because I don't think we should have sold Xhaka, and I don't think we should be entertaining the sale of Partey. You know what I mean? Is Rice an upgrade on any of them? I think long term, yes. But in the short term, you look at Granit Xhaka's numbers last season. Can Declan Rice come straight in and do that? I'm not so sure, you know what I mean? But in terms of turning possession over, Rice brings us on to another level. So, and then you look around you, and Tottenham and Chelsea playing 1 game a week. Don't be sleeping on Aston Villa neither. Newcastle have strengthened really well. It's no longer a top 6. You're looking at a top 7 or 8 sides, you know what I mean? So, yeah, that's life, yeah. But, yeah, I actually worry, because you've seen what we're like in the Europa League and then going straight back into the Premier League, you know what I mean? And last season we handled the turnaround pretty well in terms of the league results.
Yeah.
But we suffered in the cup competitions, you know what I mean? Being in the Champions League, the level is completely different.
Yeah.
So you're not going to be able to rotate the way you did, you know what I mean? And rotating last season cost us the Europa League, cost us the FA Cup and the Carabao Cup, you know what I mean? So it's a tough one for him. However, I don't see it as though he must win something or he must get the sack.
Yeah.
If you include the European trophy, there's 4 trophies available. One of them you're competing with the world's best from all around the world. And then if I asked you all here now, to be honest, do you think he's going to win the league? Everyone would say City. You know what I mean? So, and Liverpool are going to do well. All they need is a DM, really, in my book. They need a DM after what they've already done. And they're back to where they used to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Driving force, the driving force they had before the DM. That's all they need.
I listened to that. What's his name? Imposter Sniffs Glue, the new Spurs manager.
Oh.
I don't know how to say his name. Come up with a nickname. You know what I mean?
Postecoglou.
Yeah, Imposter Glue.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll.
And I think he's giving me the vibe when Arteta first walked in. You know what I mean? He's giving me that kind of vibe that he can do things with Spurs.
Well, he's got nothing to lose, is he? Really? You think from where he's come from, even before Celtic and that, he's got kind of rave reviews about him and that. And if he can turn Spurs around and that, then he's actually he can walk on water. If that's the case, Spurs fan will probably think, because I mean, to rebuild Spurs, Jesus. I mean, you got to think they've got to at least buy 8 or 9 players.
Well, I don't have Harry Kane. Are we going to have Harry Kane is the question as well, man. I don't know, is he going to Bayern or is he staying, or the chairman just won't let him leave, I think, is the main thing there. My opinion, the chairman doesn't want him to leave.
Look at it. It makes no sense, right, to sell him. Now, everyone's saying, all right, we're going to lose 80 mil. We come through the youth academy. They didn't spend any money on him anyway. You know what I mean? He got kicked out of Arsenal because he was overweight. So going through the season with him and losing him as a free agent at the end of next season that could put them in the top 4, which then gives them the money that they would have got in the sale anyway. So, but they stand no chance of top 4 or Europa League football unless they have him in their squad.
Mm.
Top sides are struggling to find out and out strikers now that are on the market and available.
A good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to stay.
Yeah.
Maybe he stays though.
It's
I mean,
not so easy to get a good striker.
What's he actually achieve? He's not going to achieve anything, is he? I mean, at the end of the day, I know he wants to
might get something with England, but club level.
Sorry, Dave.
He might win some. He might win something with. Sorry to cut across you, man. He might win something with England, is what I always thought, because they've been knocking at the door the last couple of years. But for Spurs, the Champions League final was the closest, really. I mean, and they came second in the league that year.
I don't think
I actually feel sorry for Kane. I actually feel sorry for him. I don't want to sound like a soft, but I actually feel sorry for him, man.
Why?
He's 29, isn't it? He's 29
yeah, well, like I said, he had the chance to go to City. If he signed for City, 2 seasons back, he would have 4 trophies to his name there, more than he would have ever had his whole career.
He's 29, lads.
He's now 29. He stays on because it's only going to be for the money. That's what it'll be for, because that's what that's what had Levy got him to stay on when City was interested. But goal scoring records are there to be broken. He wants to get up to Shearer's kind of, try and beat Shearer.
47 to equal it, 48 to beat it. So,
and I think if he does that, then he'll probably retire after that. But they can be easily broken. Rooney proved that. Ian Wright proved that with Arsenal. They can be broken, and he'll be then. Harry Kane. He's some bloke who banged some goals in, and that's what he's going to be remembered for.
Yeah, but there's always that. But then we've seen it at Arsenal, and even with Chelsea when they won the Champions League the first time round, there was a goalkeeper they had that now plays like non-league football. No one remembers him for his Champions League medal. You know what I mean? So, and everyone will remember Harry Kane for the consistent seasons of banging in goals in the Premier League. He'll go down as an all-time Premier League.
Great penalty taker, guys. Great penalty taker.
And this is what I agree. I agree with this. If he's as a free agent, we could bring him back to Arsenal. We could. Free agent, you can chuck the money at him. Now, if we're so-called such a nice, attractive project for Mbappe, not that we're linked with him, but he's saying the project, I like it, then it would be the same for Harry Kane. You know what I mean? But then his Spurs legacy is in the bin.
Yeah, well, Scott's put the more realistic. He's put the more realistic club where Kane's going to. He's going to Luton.
Luton Town FC, by the mighty Luton. Are they back in the Premier League or the First Division? Which one did they get back into?
They're back in the Premier League.
Premier, right?
It's their first time in there. They was in the old First Division.
Yeah.
Wow. Great achievement.
Fair play to them. They've done well to get back up to where they are. But the ground itself obviously isn't up to scratch. I think they've got to spend, was it £10 million first of all? Just to kind of bring it up to a certain standard.
Yeah. Safety,
and whatever is ongoing.
It's funny, I've got a mate called Charlie, who's a QPR fan. And he went there last season. And he sent me a video. He sent me a video of how you actually go into the stand, and like you're walking upstairs that go over people's backyard
houses, right? That was Luton. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
absolutely crazy. But
these old houses, on either side, and you're going up up through. You
take a corner kick in someone's back garden.
That's it. Bring back the Highbury days, lads. Bring back the days of Highbury in Upton Park. Huh? The good old days, lads.
I do miss that place.
Tight to the pitch. You know what I mean? Tight to the pitch, man. Righty's taking a corner. You could almost reach up and grab his shirt. You know what I mean? They were the good old days, lads. Cracking atmosphere as well. Cracking atmosphere. It was only 38,000, but cracking atmosphere.
But I have to I've got me and my Arteta. I have to
you
fight
love him, you love him. You love Arteta.
I have to fight off the agenda. Now, look, I see that top 10 you put up. And
And
I
the
am in
manager said,
agreement. Yeah, I am in agreement that Klopp should be above him. Let's have it right. Klopp's won all the
okay,
major trophies. You know what I mean? So he should be above
mm.
him. So I'm not fickle.
Here it
You
is.
know what I
Look, here it
mean?
is, man. There's the
Yeah,
list.
but it was number three, Spalletti. Like I don't even know the geezer.
Either.
Like
Who's that?
I'm sure he's the one that walked away from Napoli after winning the league with them. Perhaps, you know what I mean? That would be my
Mm.
guess. But Arteta would be in front of him. Ten Hag, I don't know. Probably in and around maybe the same number as Arteta. De Zerbi's done brilliant, but I didn't know of him until he joined Brighton.
Where's
You know
Unai
what I mean?
Emery?
Yeah.
Where is Unai Emery there?
Unai should be in there.
Unai should be there, man. Big time.
I suppose the reason why I bring it up is that because there's a lot of people with Arteta out agendas still. And I
Yeah.
just if you cast your mind back to when he took over and the state of the club, it was it the fans were fighting in the stands. I told you, Dave, like it was terrible.
Yeah.
Even under Wenger, like if you said something bad about Wenger, you get a right hook. Like
Yeah.
it was that
You
bad.
could get
And then
bottled that.
he took over from Unai, who had that squad. It was going down. Like people were
Mm.
walking through our midfield. I remember Watford, we were 2-0 up, and then they had 31 attempts on against us in the second half. Like our midfield was
I
non-existent.
remember
And
that.
then
I remember that game.
you,
Yeah.
you said earlier on, I was listening. You said earlier on, Arteta went and won the FA Cup with Unai Emery's squad. That just
Mm.
shows you what he's capable of doing. You know what I mean? But where he's turned the club from where
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
first was to where it is now. Now, if he actually has a reset and the ball back him like they're showing they are, then going from what he's done from when he walked in the doors to this day, another 3 or 4 years down the line, we could have so many major honours, and I would expect that. But that said, we've had like the business off the pitch as well. So the contracts that have been signed up, everyone's on new long-term deals. This is unheard of. It. We had the
Yeah.
underwent everyone down into their last years, and now everyone's signed up. What I will say though, and I do agree with, I think it's Dan Potts. I see him. The next 2 years is crucial because Saliba signed on a 4-year deal, and
Yeah.
so has Saka.
Mm.
But after 2 years, you then have to start negotiating again. So next season, we can't really, like I said earlier, we can't really just be trying to get in the top four. We have to challenge for both
Mm.
major trophies.
Mm. Mm.
The big ones that we haven't seen, one we ain't ever seen, and the other one has been 20 years in the waiting. So it's massive the next 2 years for Arsenal Football Club under Arteta's management. He has to bring home one of them.
Mm.
And we can't just write next season off. So it'd be
It's a
catastrophic.
training year. Yeah, that's true.
It's catastrophic to get rid of the likes of Xhaka and Partey in one window. But I can kind of get my head around it if the Tchouaméni links are real or a Camavinga comes in because it's you're investing in the future again. You know what I mean? Which a lot of our squad is. You know what I mean? I think Jorginho will be a pivotal part next season. Now
Mm.
Xhaka's gone because of the experience. You're now looking at him as probably one of the oldest players in the squad, along with El Neni. But El Neni, I don't expect to get much game time.
Can't
But
remember that as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah. I'd have to. Yeah, man. It's interesting what you said. Yeah, I like when you come on the show like that because you give a different point of view. Majority of the people I have coming on there, they look negatively upon Arteta, and I have to say my opinion has softened. Like, okay, when he took over, there wasn't much thought on it on my point of view because I knew the name Mikel Arteta, former player, but I always thought like along the line Patrick Vieira. You know, okay, now he's not the best manager in the world. I'm not pretending he is, but an Arsenal legend. One day I would like to see Patrick Vieira as manager. What you're saying about like, I love Patrick Vieira. I mean, he's the man. You know what I mean? For us as a player by, he was 110% committed right up until the final day. That game against United, the FA Cup final, the final kick. You know what I mean? Vieira he's Arsenal through and through. So I would like to see Patrick Vieira be given a chance, but that's a story. That's for another day, and that's a different discussion now. But Arteta, I have to say, what I saw last season, the way he was with the players and with the team when we were pushing for the league. Of course, I, like any real fan, I got behind the team and behind the manager all season. I never said one bad word about him because They were pushing for the league. He was doing his very best. Yeah, like, but it's like you say, man, it's a double-edged sword. I mean, he deserves, because of what happened last season, he deserves more time at the club, definitely. But it's like you said with those players, we need something to happen in the next 2 years. But he's done well the last 12 months. Yeah, he did well last season. I mean, and like I said, I was impressed the way we collapsed eventually, but I was impressed the way he got the team moving in the right direction, and he has improved things. I mean, let's be honest about it. We came second last season. Disappointing at the end, like I alluded to Tony on many occasions. It was disappointing what happened, but there were certain times in that season where I felt like I was 16 again. You know what I mean? Or I felt like I was 13 again when I first started to support the team. The excitement, the buzz before the games was coming back, and the atmosphere in the stadium was electrifying. And like I said, I pushed fully behind Arteta and the team last season. When they started to push for the league, I pushed fully behind them. You know what I mean? I wasn't sitting on the fence or I'm not sure, because it's a club I love. You know what I mean? More than Arteta, more than the players, it's a club I love. I pushed 110% behind the team, like you. You know what I mean? Like every Arsenal fan should. You put your differences to the side and you push behind the team, because they were making a real effort. It could have happened, man. We could have been champions on another day. Who knows? If Saliba didn't get injured, who knows? City were racking up the wins, but you never know, man. We never know. But we were close. We came close in the end.
I mean, that's what we want to aspire to. We want to be what City do. And you want to go through the season being and around. Okay, if you're clear at the top, wicked. But if you're not, stay in touching distance like they did. And then when it gets to the final third of the season, you go to another gear. You go to a next complete
business end. Yeah, the business end.
Yeah, what I see City do, that away game that they drew in Madrid 1-1, but the way they play football, was just the intelligence. Like, it was like every player was a Pep Guardiola. Like, they knew exactly what to do in every single moment, and it didn't faze them that it was a goal down. They switched on, and that's the level you want to go to. Then the way they dismantled Bayern as well, like, you want to be at them levels. You know what I mean? And continuity and consistency is a big part of it, and it includes the manager as well. You know what I mean? So seeing all the young stars sign up on long-term deals, I'd like to see Arteta commit to that length of deal as well. You know what I mean? And I honestly think, well, a lot of people will not agree with me. I've said this to you a few times as well, Dave. But Arteta will outlast Wenger. Now, I say it a bit tongue-in-cheek. It's my hope.
How many more years do we have? How many more years do we have?
It's my hope. The only way you get to do it is by winning the major honours.
I'm going to be dead. I'll be dead by then, man. I'll be dead by then. Stapes, I'll be dead by then, so it's fine. If it's like last season, seasons like last season, I'll be dead, man. I'll be dead.
I read feel like Arteta, man. They only took a 30 and back and got a mullet like Arteta.
My brother-in-law is very much Arteta like you stated. He's wanted Arteta since he knew he was going to be coming to the club, and he hasn't changed his mind. And fair play to him on that, because obviously most people want Arteta out, but he's always been, no, I'll stick with the man. And when he did say, like, if he doesn't do it within a couple of seasons, then he'll reconsider it. But at this moment, I think looking at last season, I mean, there's a lot that Dave said and what you've just alluded to. The problem was, when you think the season first started off, you hit the road running, and you got the first couple of 5 wins under your belt, and all of a sudden, like, it went on a bit longer. Then suddenly you think to yourself, could it be? Nah, I can't believe it in there. And then it went on the next month, and you're still winning, and it's like, wow. And then, of course, what happened at that point? Then you started to believe all the hype behind it, and then when it went negatively, it's how you handled that side of things. And of course, no doubt you used to, and no doubt all the Arsenal fans in this chat, you must have got bantered left, right, and centre, that kind of thing. But yeah, it's one of those. Going back to what you said about City, the difference, like you said, with having that kind of intelligence in them games, Pep's obviously learned, because you look at a couple of seasons beforehand in the Champions League, they've always fell at the last hurdle. So last season, he's obviously kind of picked up from that, and he's kind of realised that I need my players to be a little bit different. And Arteta did that with you guys as well. And it was, as much as I say it with gritted teeth, it was good to see you actually play some decent football for a change, because you've always kind of, you start off in a game well, but you can't maintain it. And that comes down to, and I think I've already spoke to Dave about this, your strength of your squad, it's just too weak. And like you said, now this season to kind of challenge for the cups, challenge for the league, challenge for the Champions League. All right, you've got you're going to get Rice, you've got Timber in, you've got Havertz in, but you still need a couple of things more. Because not being funny, when you looked at last season in some of the games and the camera pans around to the bench, you must think to yourself, "There's nothing to come on. There's no like for like. It's so much. That's a weak player. That's a weak player. He might do something." You need something where as you said, City's the benchmark. You've got a second team sitting on the bench there, ready to come on and actually do something more than what the actual first team are doing. So there's your difference straight away. So yeah, it should be interesting how your season carries on, especially with a couple more players in.
I totally agree, and I actually, there's a bit of criticism here for Arteta, because the signing of Vieira hasn't yet worked. And me and Dave are of the same opinion that we don't think it will ever work. We think he's too flimsy for this league.
Yeah.
Some leagues don't suit certain players, and I think this one doesn't suit him. However, his delivery is good, but it was lacking at times last season. But he has got a good delivery. I actually find him. We might find a better Vieira as a backup to Saka wide right. Now, he's not explosive in taking on the players, but he will find room to deliver a cross. Now, where we lack is that we've got no one to get on the end of a cross. You know what I mean? There's no one that's 6'2" plus that built like a brick shit ass.
I thought that's what Havertz was. Sorry to cut across you. I thought that's what Havertz was going to be doing, but everyone else was saying he's going to be in the Arsenal midfield. I don't know what you think of that, Stapes, but not to throw you off the point, man. But
I prefer him. I would prefer him in and around that area. And I look at it. I think there's going to be another change in the way Arteta plays his 11. So it's very much the way Man City do. I wouldn't be surprised if you see Zinchenko go into midfield as well, and also be part of that area to replace Xhaka. And Arteta might then play with a Kivior at left back and a KT. And we see him do it against Forest, I think it was, at the back end of the season where we lost. But we see Pep go to basically 4 centre-backs across his back 4. And so Arteta might go with that in mind, you know what I mean? And do something. Total domination of football and winning the ball back. When you've got centre-backs all across your back 4, you're winning the ball all the time. And if you've got a DM like Party or Rice, you're going to be turning possession over every time you lose it. But it's got to be high up the pitch. It can't be, you can't sit back too deep. But the thing is, if you do sit back, you've got centre backs that are used to being on their 6-yard box defending. You know what I mean? So there's the beneficial part of it, and it helped Man City get over the line and win the treble last season. So
and Stones. The way he brought Stones in, like you were saying, he brought Stones into the midfield. There's a guy that could win the ball and could also keep it tight. You know what I mean?
So that's what you see with maybe
massive guy.
Yeah, so you get that impression Saliba could do that. Ben White could come back into the middle and do that. And if not, Timber. We're led to believe Timber does the inverted role. I ain't going to praise the guy too much, because I'll be a liar if I say I've watched a lot of him. I haven't, you know what I mean? So from what we're hearing, Timber can play right back or right centre back and go into the DM role. So if he's that good on the ball, then it wouldn't surprise me if Arteta moves along that sort of system.
Yeah,
interesting,
man. But like I was going to say before you started off there, the one thing I'll say about me as an Arsenal fan, like when I was watching, like when City started to gain control against us, when City started to haul us back. I'm talking about what you were talking about before you started talking about all this. Like I wanted to say that, but I didn't want to interrupt you, man. I was actually happy that they beat Real Madrid the way they did and Bayern, because I don't think people were actually aware of the team that City had become. I mean, they looked at Arsenal bottle jobs. Jesus Christ, man, we were up against one hell of a team. You know what? When I saw what they did to Real, now I know some people, some family members that support Real. Yeah. My ex-wife's side of the family, I'm still in touch with them, and they're die-hard Real fans, yeah. So we're constantly on WhatsApp. They were like, oh man, you know what I mean? The beating they took at the Etihad. But it made people sit up and realize that City had actually become something else. The way they went past us for the title, it wasn't just a matter of us bottling it. They were on it. Like what was it? Like 11 or 12 wins in a row at one point, and they were balancing the Champions League. Like you said, man, they won the treble. Like look what they did to United in the FA Cup final. Like I mean, Gundogan 13 seconds in, was it 12 seconds in? I had barely sat down, and my mouth was just open, and the ball was in the back of the net. I don't know, man. I mean, it's true what you were saying anyway after that, though. And yeah, I agree with it, man.
But yeah, it just goes to show, even with Man City, you look at the final against Inter, the best of teams, and after Man City scored the goal, Inter they decided to go gun ho, and they had three good chances to equal.
Yeah, they did. They did.
How they didn't score is beggars belief. You know what I mean? But even the best of teams need a bit of luck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, even our invincible season. You look at Portsmouth away. A lot of people don't mention that, but Portsmouth away, there's no way we should have come out of that game with a point or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you need that bit of luck every now and again, yeah, to get over the line. Hey Tony, you look. Tony looks like Carl Pilkington. Let me bring up a picture. Let me have a look at Carl Pilkington there. Let's see. Tony, this is going to get uncomfortable for you for a while, okay? But it's going to pass. All right. Oh yeah.
I've got no worries.
Is it Carl Tony or Tony Carl? How do you like to be? Tony Carl Pilkington. Oh yeah. He's the head off, yeah. He's your twin.
I'll let you do whatever you want, Dave. It's your channel. I'm not, that's how gracious I am.
If you put on a Puma hoodie now, you'd look exactly like him. All right, that's enough of that. So does. Scott is a funny. Scott's down in New Zealand, guys. He's got a sense of humor on him anyway. Came through customs. All right, that was a good one. Yeah, but seriously, I mean, oh man, I think Timber. Stapes has mentioned Timber. I think he's going to be good for the club. Havertz. The biggest doubt for me is how Havertz is going to do for us of the three players that we have signed there. Almost signed, of course. We're still waiting for them to go through officially. The other two, Havertz has. I think Havertz is going to be the guy for me. I don't know, because he hasn't been setting the world on fire with Chelsea, to be honest. How good is he? I mean, I honestly don't know. I mean, he hasn't been scoring that many for them. Which role are we going to play him in? Like I said, I saw the footage of him playing. I don't know, have you seen it, guys? The training that he did in Germany, was it yesterday or today? I was saying to Tony, he's got very good first touch on the ball. He's very quick feet for a big man, actually. He's quite nimble, Havertz. He's good on the move.
The same reason Arteta signed Vieira. You know what I mean? So this is my criticism of Arteta, is if the Vieira deal doesn't work out, and neither does the Havertz deal, you're looking at over £100 million wasted on two players. And that's a lot of money.
It's a risk, like Pepe. I don't know what you think about Pepe, but he's a lot in the news at the moment because he was our highest paid player.
Yeah, but that was an Unai signing.
Yeah.
I don't know, recently, Pepe actually come out and spoke remarkably well about Arteta, how he improved his game and all of that. And to be fair, him saying that Arteta improved his game, I didn't fucking see it in his performance at Arsenal. You know what I mean? I didn't.
He must have been terrible before that.
And the thing is, I would want nothing more than Pepe to come back and be a world beater, yeah. And the reason why it's more self-indulgent is because I can get box tickets off of him, yeah. So I know he's auntie, so I could actually it's beneficial for me that way. But there's no chance. There's no chance of it working out for him. You know what I mean? And we actually looking for someone to back up Saka, and he's ideal really for it. But the way I look at Pepe, he's a brilliant freestyler football. You know, like you get these freestylers that can do kick-ups, flicks, and tricks.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Put them in an 11-a-side match, and they're absolutely crud. And that's how I see Pepe. He's just not a team player.
He's got the tricks and the flicks and the close control, and he can move. But when it comes in the actual playing in a team of 11 against 11, yeah, it's a different situation.
He's one of those, isn't he? Your typical park player. He's a park player, isn't he? That's what you look at. Someone in the park and kick and flick a ball up and that, and you look amazed. But put him on an actual 11-side pitch, then completely different.
And you need to be disciplined through.
Pepe just didn't get the chance, did he? Pepe just didn't give the chance, and I don't know. Maybe he couldn't live up to the price tag. That 72 million. Some people just can't handle that given against them. So that's the question they ask about Rice. 105 million. Is he going to be able to do it for you guys?
I think he will. I'm confident in Rice.
I think he will.
I'm just going to lay my hat on there because he is a very, very, very good player. He's a very good player.
You're talking to the converted there, David. You don't have to teach me.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, when you look at Havertz, he could be an ideal fit for you guys. You know, because you see certain players, they go to certain clubs, they can't do it, move on elsewhere, and then before you know it,
Dennis Bergkamp, guys, is I'm not comparing Havertz to Bergkamp, yeah. Just the situation. Bergkamp at Inter and Bergkamp at Arsenal. I mean, he had a nightmare at Inter. He couldn't wait to get out of there. He couldn't wait to get on the plane. I mean, he had a terrible time playing for Inter Milan in the Serie A. Came to Arsenal to get a fresh air.
That's wrong. Bergkamp don't do planes. He got back in his
Good one, man. You're right. After that accident, the non-flying Dutchman, he had to drive all the way from Italy, man, all the way to France, Channel Tunnel, and across. I'd say is how he did it, or the car ferry, one or the other. But yeah, good one, man. So he doesn't fly, the non-flying Dutchman. Think of all the games we missed him in Europe, man. He didn't make the trip because there was no point.
I think his first away game for Arsenal in Champions League was, remember when Chelsea knocked us out over 2 legs? He played the away leg down in West London, didn't it? And that was his first time. I think he had been at the club about 4 or 5 years before he even done that.
Yeah. Question to Stapes. What is your favourite Arsenal double winning team out of 71, 98 and 2002? Here we go now, Stapes. This is going to test you.
No. I see this. I see Arsenal forever. I'm sure he asked Dan Potts the same question the other night. I was watching the same show, and I'm sure I see him put this up as well. And I'm sure Pottsy said 2002, but for me it was 98 because just riding that wave of Anelka, Bergkamp putting the ball through to Anelka, it was just that season. And you know, funny enough, my mate had he has an apartment next to Angel Town Hall, and the parade that day as well. And when it actually gets to the town hall, his private property, all fenced off, right next to the town hall. And I was there, and there was like 250,000 people all amongst each other, and I had like space galore. Like I could sit down and sunbathe if I want. You know, brilliant. So yeah, and it's so close to the players when they get off the bus when they do the parade. You're right next to them. You're giving them little spuds and high fives, chucking them scarves and whatnot and hats. It was brilliant. Yeah. So for a personal reason, it was 98. 2002, I didn't actually go to the parade, so I wasn't in the country. So, but yeah, 98 was brilliant, magical.
When they went to Old Trafford, I remember we beat them 1-0. We went to Old Trafford and we beat United 1-0 with the goal from Overmars. There was a little flick on from Bergkamp, then from Anelka, and Overmars's pace. Of course, he left Gary Neville for dead and put the ball between Schmeichel's legs. I mean, that was a great, you know what I mean, placed the ball beyond Schmeichel. That was a great performance at Old Trafford. Great performance.
That day, I won £1,000 on that goal.
What?
11-1. 11-1.
I understand why you like 98. No, the truth's coming out.
11-1, Marco.
It was always going to be 98. It was always going to be 98. You were probably like, this is easy. You know what I mean? Is that the best you can come up with? £1,000. I'm sure what was it worth back then in 98? In 98, £1,000 today is like, what, like $3,000? I don't know.
I don't think so. I spent it all the same anyway.
That was 25 years ago, man. That was 25 years ago. That was a quarter of
Yeah,
a century ago. A quarter of a century, guys. Believe it or not.
I,
Yeah.
I was
I actually
scared,
feel
you
old,
know.
man. I actually feel old. I'm gonna start looking at those retirement home brochures for myself. That was a quarter of a century ago. I can't believe that. That seems like yesterday, man.
Yeah, but
Anyway,
like, yeah, I was young, like I was 18 years old. So like, I was
exact same
mad.
age as me, man. 18 now.
I was,
18.
yeah, I was mad on Oasis. I was just doing festivals galore, following Arsenal. You know what I mean? But I didn't go to many away games. But I did. I went to all home games that I could. You know what I mean? And that went back to school. When I was at school, I used to skip school to go and buy tickets from the Porter wagon at, at Arsenal all the time, all the time.
All the
And it
time.
wasn't restricted, and it weren't restricted. Then it was like £10 a ticket, £15 a ticket, and I could buy 20 of them if I wanted. You know what I mean? So all the boys at school would give me their lolly, and I'd run off down to North London. I'd have a change of clothes in my rucksack, and then bosh straight on the bus, tube there, get all the tickets.
Jeez, you've lived, man. In fairness, you have lived. Like you've had a good, yeah. Your story about the team winning in '98, though, and you were right next to the Angel Town Hall, man. They were the good days, though, right? That must have been times like
And
that.
they
Why
still
they'll
got
move
the
on.
apartment. They still got the apartment, but
Yeah, you're just waiting for the
yeah,
league win, is it? You were hoping
no.
last season, is it?
The thing is, like it's his sister's apartment now, and she's quite happy to let us go there. But now she's moved over to Spain, and she rents that out for a little income.
Okay,
So yeah, it's quite a nice little gold mine for her.
Andy,
Nice.
yeah, it's not too bad at all, man. She's over in Spain living a bit like Lee Gunner, huh? A bit like the main man. Scott Cork, 98. Arsenal forever. Arsenal 98 team only conceded. Wow, yeah, that is incredible. 17 Premier League goals. What would I do? Man, I tell you, the benefits of taking steroids, guys. You know what I mean? The benefits of taking steroids. No, but seriously, 17 Premier League goals. That is nothing. I mean, that is, as you say here, Arteta, master move. Cedric, 4-year contract, had been converted to DM. Here we go.
He's bantering. No way. If that's happened, I'm Arteta.
Oh man. But yeah, big up to the team last season anyway, man. For a while we had it going on there. For a while we had it going on. Tony, I'm going to ask you, man. We've been speaking about this a while now, but I'm going to bring you back in from a West Ham fan point of view. With the money that you get for the Declan Rice signing, when it does actually officially go through, of course, as a West Ham fan, you were sad to see Declan Rice go. But how do you, how do you feel now about the whole thing and the players that you would like to sign? I mean, you were going to have a lot of money coming into the club soon. Like I said, they are a team with a lot of potential. They can achieve a lot, in my opinion. You know, they could do better with the league, but I mean, they did win a trophy. I mean, and they won a good trophy. And on their day, they are a hard team to beat. Like Arsenal had the gussy up, as we say in Ireland. Arsenal had their tails up when they went to play West Ham. Is that Desperado? Is it, Stapes? Desperados.
Yeah, man.
Nice.
Yeah.
Tastes good, man. What do you think about Tony? I mean, first of all, your feeling on the whole Declan Rice thing, him leaving the club. Of course, it was inevitable. Of course, he had a gentleman's agreement with David Sullivan. Stapes told me in Boxing Day,
Yeah.
like I alluded to. What do you think about it? I mean, and which players would you like to sign now with the money that you're going to receive for that transfer?
I mean, there's one thing if you look at it, when you get a good player and it's how long can you keep hold of that player. That's the important factor because obviously he's going to be instrumental to what your club does. But for me as well, I always want players to move on and do well. Because at the end of the day, if it ain't going to be at West Ham, you'd rather see them do well elsewhere and win cups. That's what they're there for at the end of the day. They've only got a short career. So good money, 105 million. It's nothing to scoff at. But hopefully, with the new sporting director, by the accounts, he's a bit of an animal when it comes to buying things. If he wants something, he goes out of the way to make sure he gets it. So it's getting the right players in. And that's going to be the crucial part. I mean, Stapes alluded earlier on, when you think about it, it's all right buying players in, but they don't do a job for you, then it's money just thrown down the drain. Like you said, over 100 million Pepe and Vieira. That's money wasted. and we've done it. I don't know how many times, but we've also produced good players as well. So to come in and that, yeah, I wouldn't mind a Harvey Barnes. I think he's a young lad. He offers an attacking option for us. I wouldn't even mind James Ward-Prowse if we're going to go for him. I mean, obviously Paolino at Fulham. I like him. He's instrumental for Fulham, but I don't think. I mean, 90 million if the price tag they're talking about, that's just too much. And
whoa.
Now obviously teams know that West Ham are getting this money in. You're going to see clubs inflate their prices because at the end of the day, and that we'll have some of that. I mean, like for you guys, Balogun, is he worth 50 million? If the rumour's true, but I wouldn't mind him. He's Balogun won't be a good addition, a bad addition with us, but also like Smith Rowe, I'd like to have him at the club as well. But I don't think
he's not a bad player, Balogun. I mean, in my opinion, he's not a bad player. I mean, I have a lot of time for actually Eddie Nketiah. People absolutely rubbishing Nketiah from time to time. I think, look, Eddie gives 110%, and that's what I like about Eddie. Okay, look, phone me if you need a goal. He got us a couple of goals last season. The winner against United. I know it's only one goal, but you know what I mean? For me, Eddie, I have a lot of time for Nketiah, I'll be honest. And if he left the club, or if maybe there's something, I don't know, maybe he's gone already. I don't think so. But I think Nketiah is a player. Look, we have to be disciplined, and we have to weed out the players we want to go. We need to make a bit of money on them that we can put back into the squad. But I have a lot of time for Eddie Nketiah. I mean, I think Nketiah is a player that should be given a chance at Arsenal. I like him. I genuinely have a good feeling when Eddie plays. And like I said, he will run his socks off. He will give 110%. He leaves nothing out there. He covered every blade of grass in that game against United at the Emirates. I mean, he didn't stop trying to get past their back four all game. And he was putting them under all kinds of pressure. I mean, they were buckling. And he got the goal. It was quick reaction, stuck the leg out, deflected it past the keeper. That's another thing. Going slightly off point, guys. What do you think about the whole David De Gea situation? Him leaving United. I mean, that whole situation. Onana meant to come in. Okay, he didn't have the best of seasons last season. I'm going slightly off point now, but what do you think about the whole David De Gea? I mean, surely he still had something to offer United. He is a good goalkeeper, in my opinion. Last season wasn't the best, but it was a bit of a shock when he was on the way out. I mean, I was surprised.
I they're welcome. I think that was the case with De Gea. He's been there, 12 years? It's a long time. And like Evan Kelson, as you know full well, whatever team, you've still got to keep it improving, and you still got to keep on trying to win. But De Gea, I think it was just kind of, it was his time to go, and I can understand it. Obviously, Ten Hag wants to get Onana in, and it looks like it's near enough done. But yeah, looking at De Gea, yeah, I think it's just a case of he just got too comfortable. And we'll put it this way: what was the backup? There's no, I don't really remember seeing a backup. Oh no, he's a young lad, wasn't it? But no real competition. So yeah, he was just too comfortable. So it was a good time for moving on.
I think it personally 5 years too late. 5 years too late. Look, everyone says brilliant goalkeeper, and he is. He's a fantastic shot stopper. But at the very minimal, your goalkeeper has got to be a fantastic shot stopper. The other parts of a goalkeeper's game now is to play the ball out from the back and command of your area. And when there's crosses, come and grab them crosses and take the pressure off the defence and the team in them closing stages. He doesn't do that, and he doesn't play well out from the back. You see the shit show in Spain when they was in Europe. I can't remember, was it Villarreal or someone like that?
Yeah,
it's absolute dreadful from playing. It was his Rick, you know what I mean? And I think it's 5 years too late. What I do want to give Ten Hag credit for, other than his hairstyle, is
is it called a hairstyle? Is it? It's a hairstyle, is it?
Yeah, but he's not afraid to make. He's not afraid to make them big decisions. He made it with Ronaldo. He's making it with David De Gea. It seems like he's going to make it with Harry Maguire as well. And Arteta the same. You know what I mean? Top managers do the same. We've seen it with Pep. We've seen it with numerous top managers over the years. No one questions it. And Ten Hag going down the right road. I think Onana is such an upgrade. Such an
Yeah.
upgrade. We could have
Yeah.
him a couple of years ago when he was leaving Ajax, but he was suspended at the time for drug use. His wife had given him something to drink, and I don't know what it was, but
Mm.
it goes against the rules of football. You know what I mean? So, and that it wasn't like no heavy drugs. It was just a supplement and an enhancement of some sort. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Yeah,
ended it.
creatine, I
He's
think it
linked
was.
It
to
was on the
Arsenal.
banned
That
list.
stuff.
It must have been on the banned list, and he wasn't aware.
Mm.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, he was on the verge like of joining Arsenal at the time, and then we switched our attention and brought Ramsdale in.
Mm. But is he a better
So
goalkeeper than Ramsdale in your opinion? I mean, what do you think? I mean, do you think he's better than him? I mean, that was going to be my next question. Is he better than Ramsdale?
he's a better shot stopper, but Ramsdale ain't far behind him. Let's be honest. Ramsdale has been brilliant. I mean, just look at the performances
Yeah.
last season.
Mm.
Newcastle, that header, if you remember, just as the second half started, they had a free header, made a brilliant one-handed save.
Mm.
Everyone will talk about the heroics at the end when we threw away the 2-goal lead at Liverpool, but we should have lost the game if you
He was
go off that
brilliant.
second half. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Spurs away, you know what I mean? Ramsdale has had some phenomenal performances, you know what I mean? And Harry's back up to Pickford at England is beggars belief, you know what I mean? But that's another story. But in terms of all round, Ramsdale's better. He can play the ball out. He can come and command his area. I sit in the front row North Bank, as you know, Dave, and he's always talking. He's always talking to his defence. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And it's very rare he's actually inside his box. Hence why he got lobbed against Sporting in the Europa League.
Yeah.
It's very,
Yeah.
it's very rare for him to be inside the box. He's always on the D of the box. You know what I mean, or outside of that. So all round, he's a better goalkeeper. But in terms of shot stopping, David De Gea is something different. Everyone's saying keepers shouldn't really save with their legs, but when you're a tall goalkeeper and you try and get down by your foot with your right or left hand, you're better off just sticking your
In
foot
a
out.
split second as well, man. In like 100th of a second, you have to get down there. I mean, it's
And
fast.
David De Gea is the best at, with his feet at saving the ball. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So I don't want to shit on him like United did, but I do think it's 5 years too late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arteta demands a culture change. Arteta had to watch a training session on video because of COVID. He didn't like what he saw. The session on Sunday, if I was here, 4 players, they got out of the the session on Sunday, if I was here. 4
I
players.
think
they
what
got
he's
out of
saying
the
there, Dave, is
training.
some of the players just wasn't putting it in by the looks of it. Wasn't putting the
Oh,
training in.
okay.
Putting the effort in.
Yeah. They weren't jacking it up there. They weren't giving 110% maybe out there. But yeah, what you were saying there, Steve, about the goalkeepers, man. I mean, for me, I don't want to sound. I say this to everybody, but it's just my opinion. Definitely, look, each player is responsible for their own form, but it was difficult for De Gea as well, man, when Harry Maguire was in front of him a little bit. I don't know, man. Maguire was just, he make you nervous. But look, De Gea is responsible for himself, but Maguire was just colliding with him and taking the ball past him. And oh my
You know
God.
But that's a
what?
tradition of Man United. You know, Schmeichel and Steve
God,
Bruce used to do exactly the same.
Yeah.
It's a
They used to
tradition
kill
of
each
Man
other.
United. You know? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a hard one because that doesn't happen when he's in an England shirt. Doesn't happen when he's in an England shirt. He's like a complete different player and worth every penny of the 80 mil that Man U spent on him.
Mm.
And that's with a goalkeeper behind him, which has got fucking little arms, you know what I mean, in Pickford. And we don't have any of them problems. I honestly think, though, his days are numbered now. I don't think he's going to make the squad, possibly not make the squad for the tournament at the end of next season.
Yeah.
I think that Colwell, who's just won the tournament with England, he was phenomenal. I watched all the games. He was fantastic. Yeah, he was fantastic. And then,
Composure, yeah.
yeah, and to be fair, I didn't watch him a lot for Brighton, but to see how he's come on and he's a ball playing centre back and he doesn't hide. He's so young, brave on the ball. And for Chelsea, I hear a lot of bad vibes saying that they priced him out of a move to Liverpool because they've demanded 70 million. He's worth every penny of it. You got to pay for potential, as like we've done with Declan. There's no way Declan's worth 105 million. but you have to pay. You have to pay that extra because of what he's capable of doing. Look what he did with West Ham. You know what I mean? So there's not a lot of people that would have put their house on West Ham winning a European trophy. You know what I mean? And he was major in that, instrumental in that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was.
The biggest thing now, going back to West Ham, the biggest thing now for West Ham now is to make sure they keep hold of players like Bowen, because we were sniffing around him. I think a year ago. You know what I mean?
He's
And that's
brilliant. Brilliant player.
it, the hard thing for Gerard Bowen is I don't think he can ever bring himself to leave West Ham because of Danny Dyer. There's no chance. He's with Danny Dyer's daughter. There is no way that he's going to.
He's with Danny Dyer's daughter.
Yeah, so there's no. Yeah, there's no way that. Danny Dyer would give him the biggest clump he's ever had. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so there's no, especially Tottenham. There's no way you're going to play for Spurs.
Yeah, no. I never knew that, man. You're clued in, guys. You're clued in. You know what I mean? I didn't know that. You know people around. You know people around London Staves.
That's why they sing the song, Dave. Bowen's on fire, and he's shagging Danny Dyer. And even the West Ham players were singing that. With
makes sense.
the trophy at the parade as well.
Yeah. I know the song. I just thought it was because Dyer was, a fan or whatever. I thought, they're just having a banter. That's what it's about. He's giving it to his daughter. Right? Oh well. Might as well keep it almost. It's almost family. Might as well keep it in family. You know what I mean?
They say you learn a new thing every day, Dave.
Comments just after coming in from the old school gunner, West Ham to win the league.
What year is that?
Another comment coming in there from the old school gunner. Just 1 second. Arsenal for the treble, boy. That's what I'm saying in work at the moment. I'm like this. I'm working in front of the lads. I'm working with like a United fan and a couple of Spurs. We're going for the treble. I'll be winding them up now. They'll be freaking out like. Have a good laugh and work by with them. I'm working like very close to North London, so of course it's Spurs, Arsenal. Yeah, like I said, as a United fan, I don't know what happened there. He got mixed up. So there's a United fan as well in the mix. But I get a lot of Spurs fans coming into where I'm working, guys. Of course, it's a hotel. They go out to the Spurs game. They come back. But the worst, I don't know, did I say it to Tony the last time, but the worst was when these Irish fans came over. Father and son. And they spent so much money to go see Arsenal. And I think it was the Brighton game. They unfortunately went to see. And they got beaten 3-0. And when they came back to the hotel after the game, by their faces, I felt sorry for them. Seriously. I was waiting for them to come back in, yeah. And when they came back, they were completely deflated. I was like, oh man. Then they came back to their dinner and a couple of drinks. But yeah, man, I'm only winding about the West Ham thing, yeah. I wasn't taking the piss of you, Tony. Like Arsenal for the treble, you know what I mean? Just trying to oh wait, Arsenal forever's in by. We're going for the quadruple. It's the only way that we could match. It's the only way that we can actually match Manchester City is to win the quadruple. Let's go for the top 4 prediction. Man City, Liverpool, Arsenal, Man United. I honestly think Newcastle are going to be in there. I think Newcastle are going to go far. I think they'll have a real go. My opinion. If I got top 4, okay, I'm not saying I'd be happy. I want us to win the league. But if we got top 4, we went far in the Champions League. If we won the FA Cup, happy days, man.
It's going to be hard for Eddie Howe, though. It's to get the same level of performance out of players like Dan Burn and who's that other centre back? I know they got Botman, but they got Sheriff or someone like that.
It's a Swiss guy, isn't it? Yeah. Fabian Chair.
Yeah, that's the one. They got some mediocre players that he got top level performances out of over the season. So can he get that level of performance from them again? The Tonali signing is fantastic. You know what I mean? That would have been the player for me.
He's the main man. But they also have Isak. They have Maximin. They have, I'm looking at it here, like, you forget they have Joel Linton, Callum Wilson. They have Trippier. Trippier is Jacob Murphy. Murphy is what? And Willock. We all know Willock, guys. Cher is like...
The HLM boy, Willock.
Yeah, yeah. Thing is, though, I
But
used to like. Obviously, I've said this many times when I was living in Switzerland. Xhaka was the main man over in Switzerland, captain of the Swiss team. But Fabian Schär has been a first choice centre back for Switzerland since I don't know how long. You know what I mean? Him and Jan Sommer, right at the heart of it for Switzerland. He's a decent player, man. He's a decent player, Schär. Commenting here for Del Boy Gunner TV. Afternoon,
Big up,
gents.
Del Boy.
Evening.
Good
How are you
seeing you
getting
on here.
on? You all right? Where were you? Where were you, Del Boy? That it's afternoon. You on your travels again? Yeah. Where are you now? Yeah. He was in Spain. Was it? Or you were in the south of France there about a week ago? Where are you now? We're over in the US. Yeah, it's anyway. He's preparing for Arsenal to come over.
I was watching his show the
Happy
other
days,
night.
man.
I was watching his show the other
Yeah,
night.
the one with Warren, was it?
Oh,
Honest
the
to God,
next
man.
year.
Del Boy is a nice guy, man. Del Boy is a nice guy. I think he was
You
on the
know what?
platform.
I felt sorry for him because he was trying to, as a host, you've got to try and middle it and try and show the other
Yeah, a
side of
bit
the
of
coin.
yeah.
Yeah, and he was trying, but
Balanced.
everything was coming back as negative, and I was like, oh my God, he's got a struggle on it. And then no one mentioned the staff. No one mentioned the staff. Then the moment something happens with Steve Rand and he's gone, and just the fan base, or the people he had on, were just absolutely going for Arteta with it. You know what I mean? Why has it happened that? To me, it's not ideal. I do agree, it's not ideal. Why? Why would you have a shake up at this time? You would do it at the end of last season as opposed to now when pre-season's starting.
Mhm.
To me, it says he's either already got someone interested that is going to be an upgrade, or there's been some kind of fallout. You know what I mean? There's no smoke without fire. You would not make a decision like that at this time at this stage in pre-season. So there's either something that's really happened that's gone left, or he's found someone that he thinks is an upgrade on him. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah.
So there's talks of Cazorla, isn't it, coming to you guys? I don't know if that's
Wow.
true or
Certainly,
not.
because
Player,
see a lot of
player
us.
as a player, I'll take him.
No,
I don't know.
as well.
Even now,
But
I'll take him.
Well, we've done
he was.
we've done the
That's what
same
we.
as
That's our right now. We loved Carzola. His time ended in an injury. We didn't get a chance to say goodbye. To
Love
have
that
him
player,
back,
man. Love that
to
player.
have him back at Arsenal, I think the way he could coach the midfielders,
Yeah.
bringing Santi Carzola in
Big up
might
Santi,
make
man.
the Hazard deal work. You know what I mean? Might make the Vieira and Hazard deal work. It might make the money that was outlaid on these players work. So that might be Arteta's reasoning behind it. You got to try and look deeper and see a method to the madness. So if
Patrick
Santi comes,
Vieira.
he's already took a job, hasn't he? He's took a job.
Yeah.
He took a job.
That's a pity, though. For a while there, I was kind of holding out. He might come to the club in some capacity. You know what I mean?
It's difficult though. Don't you think it's difficult for when they took that step to be the number one and they are the manager to then go back and be a number two?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's not on the
I mean,
cards.
I was listening to an interview with Alan Pardew the other day, and he's been doing all different sorts of things. Like he's been a director of football. He's been doing all different things. I think he was at Sofia or somewhere like that.
Yeah.
But he's trying director of football role and try to mediate between the manager and the owners and see how that actually works. And it's a bit of an eye opener. I think Alan Pardew he could still get a job where teams would be struggling next season and come in and save them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, he loves
So
Wenger,
Steve's.
didn't he?
Oh, they had a real bromance going on, by they hated it. Like it's when Stapes mentioned his name there, yeah. Pardew. I actually got a shiver down my spine because of it, man. The animosity, I wouldn't say out and out hatred, but the animosity between the two of them, man, it was almost at the level of Mourinho and Wenger. You know what I mean? Wenger calling Mourinho
He'd
calling
become a West
Wenger
Ham
the
legend
boy.
overnight by doing that.
But Stapes, I have a question
But
for
funny
you, right? Go on, Tony. Do your thing, man.
I was going to say, going by what you've had obviously Steve Round go, and we've had two leave us. Warburton and Neil, I think it is. So when you look at it, we're down to the bare bones on the coaching, with coaching staff. So I don't know what's going on there. You know, and who are we going to bring in? Because if it's only going to be literally Moyes, Jesus Christ, what's his name again? My memory's getting bad these days. I'm getting old.
Nolan.
That's the one. Thank you very much, Dave. Yeah, Nolan. I mean, you know, when you look at them two, that's it. So I don't know, you know, because obviously you've got Noble in the background with probably learning his trade with this new Tim Steinman. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. So yeah, we were on the bare bones, but at least you guys have still got more of a coaching team than what we have at the moment. So I don't know what's going to go on there. But I think I agree with you, Stapes. I think Saint's gone on in the background to lose someone like him.
Yeah, and again, your guy that just walked out, was it Mark Waterburn? He was a manager.
Yeah,
he was a manager. I'm sure he was at Glasgow Rangers and even QPR most recently. You know what I mean? And then he's gone into like a number 2 role. And maybe that's where it clashed a bit because he's got their manager instincts that are saying, because he clashed with Moyes a lot, so you're doing it wrong. Like, this is what you're doing. So I think that was a right decision for him to walk away rather than because the only other situation for that scenario to play itself out would be Moyes walk and then him take over as the manager, and I don't think West Ham fans would have wanted that neither. So
no, I suppose it goes back to the day when I remember when we brought in Harry Redknapp, and this is when Bonzi was still the manager at the time, kind of thing. But you know, you could just see what was going on, and then before you know Bonzi.
He was a good wheeler dealer. Was Harry? Harry was a great wheeler dealer.
Yeah, he was, but he had.
I'm only joking, Tony. Only winding you up, man.
I think he's on your staff as well. Your old winger that you had in them days with Harry Redknapp when he took over from Billy Bonds, was it? Isn't Kevin Keane on your staff as well?
Yes, yeah, Kevin Keane. Yeah, you got Kenny Brown on there as well with the youth setup as well. Who else is there?
Yeah,
there's a few others.
I remember them. I remember them days when you had like Trevor Morley up front and Julian Dix at left back.
Julian Dix, man. Wow.
Breaker at right back, was it? Breaker as right back.
Yeah.
Potts at centre back. I remember all
the breaker. Julian Dix was the breaker.
Parish. Julian Dix was definitely a leg breaker, that's for sure.
My old man was a West Ham fan as well, so I thank God he gave me the chance to just pick who I wanted. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was nice to you, man. He wouldn't force it upon you, man. No point forcing it upon you if your heart's on it, I suppose. You know what I mean? It's fair either way. Let you pick your own.
I'll never forget Snipes because I actually kind of worked for West Ham for a couple of seasons, and I remember when we just got Dix back from Liverpool and he had the knee op.
Yeah.
And his first kind of game back, light training, and also he got involved in a couple of the youth games, the under-15s games. And the coaches surrounded him and said, like, take it easy, these under-15s, you know, make sure Dix, no problems at all. First challenge he did on this kid, he went fucking 360 up in the air, and all you heard from the sideline was, Dixie! Sorry, boss. When it's in your blood, it's in your blood.
Yeah. But players like that, you have to play like they play full or nothing. I mean, there's no break. You can't. They shouldn't have put him out there because you can't actually. The guy plays full or he doesn't play. It's like, you know what I mean. You can't just turn it on and turn it off. It's in the blood, like you said. He goes in fully committed, like a steam train. You know what I mean? The ball might go past him, or the man is going to go up in the air, but not both together.
Oh yeah, unfortunately, we don't get them kind of players anymore, really.
They stopped all that, man. Sure. The referees and everyone's UEFA stopped all that, but you know what I mean? They stopped all that. I mean, honestly, like.
Take care, Scott. Enjoy that food shop.
Good shop, chaps. Food shop for me and 2 days holiday left. Enjoy, man. Enjoy. He's all the way over in New Zealand, man.
He's on holiday already if he's in New Zealand.
He's on holiday already, man. That's it. It must be nice over there, though. I met a couple of people from there saying that they were visiting the hotel where I was, you know. They were actually going to Moorfields Eye Hospital. I won't say anyone that, but they were going to Moorfields Eye Hospital. They came all the way from New Zealand, man. They were
actually,
but they were.
Actually,
They
My
were
old man.
they were talking about their sheep at their sheep farm. Say no more. They were.
That's actually where my old man was from, New Zealand.
Oh, really?
Oh wow.
Mm.
Oh, that's far away, man. That's the other side of the planet. Like, I'd love to
New
go there
Zealand.
sometime.
He was a New Zealand hammer. Very few and far between, but I knew one.
Small world, man. Small world. That's interesting talking to the two of you though, because like I'm obviously not English, but you have more kind of like one of the guys in work the other day, for example, as well. He's from London, yeah. No, he is a Spurs fan, but he was telling me that actually his father-in-law actually used to be involved at Highbury, like at the ticket gates, you know, at the turnstiles. So it's interesting to hear these stories. Like he's Spurs, the guy's Arsenal, used to work at the ground, used to be at Highbury, just at the turnstiles, you know, controlling the tickets, whatever. That was an interesting story, though. You know, interesting story like that. He said to me though, he made the one point of view when he was telling me we don't exactly see eye to eye on a few things, but he's an alright guy. Arsenal and Spurs. I mean, obviously, when he said that, I was kind of like, yeah. He slates me a few times when we talk about football. He'd be destroying me, like, but he's alright. He's a nice enough fella. He's a Spurs fan. He's alright. He's a big fella anyway. I want to mess with him. You know, he's like a bodybuilder type. He's at the bodybuilding like almost professional level, so obviously I want to mess with him. He's just like one big muscle. That's all he is. I'm not joking. He's like one big muscle, guys. He's just like a muscle, man. Jesus, strongest guy ever known. Anyway, from Lincolnshire originally. Yeah, Scott's from Lincolnshire. I know he's all the way over in New Zealand, guys. And next year I'll be going to Switzerland. I hope you don't forget about me. Don't forget about your boy in Switzerland. If you ever want to holiday to Switzerland, me and you stay. We'll hit the clubs, man. We'll hit the clubs. You know what I mean? We'll hit the clubs. Bring a couple of London birds. Bring a couple of London birds with you.
No chance.
That's it, Chad. No chance. Good answer.
I'll come over, but without him. I was actually thinking that the other day. I was watching a show with you, and you had Manny on.
Yeah, Manny.
Yeah, I was thinking about coming over, but you were saying like it's so expensive over there, and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, you couldn't be like you couldn't be going out 5 nights a week into the clubs, you know what I mean? I mean, even when I was living there and working there, I was making decent money. I was making double what I'm making in London, for example. I was making double. And you obviously, but you come up with a lot more at the end of the month, even though it's expensive when you're working there, the wage is on a par. But it's when you go abroad is what I found was the biggest difference as a foreigner living in Switzerland. When you go abroad, when you leave Switzerland, you can afford that trip to Universal Studios in Florida. You come to London, you've got an extra 300-400 quid in your pocket. You know, the money goes further when you're abroad more than anything is what I saw. Like when you go to America, I was like living the lap of luxury, man. You know what I mean? You could easily put down almost 10 grand and it wouldn't take a serious dent out of your trip to Prague the same year or your trip to, you know, you would a lot going on, man. That's what it's like over there. But if you turn up, like when I was living there, a couple of girls from the north of Ireland turned up and they were up for a good time, if you know what I mean. So they turned up, a couple of birds from the north, but they were honestly interrailing. So I think they were in France or Italy, and for some reason they made the mistake of coming to Switzerland. Only that it was a mistake, guys, only because it was so expensive. That's why I'm saying it was a mistake. They got absolutely fleeced. I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, it would have been better going to Slovenia or Slovakia or to Poland, you know? Like, travel through Switzerland, but don't stop for a weekend because it's incredibly. You'll just be, like, I'm going over there next month, and my buddy is working there, yeah? The guy that was on the stream here, he's a FC Basel fan, diehard Granit Xhaka fan. He's constantly hitting me up on WhatsApp, slating me and slating Arsenal about Xhaka. And saying, we'll see, he's the best player that ever played for Arsenal. He is the greatest. He is much better than Declan Rice and Thomas Partey will ever be. He's bombarding me with messages, guys. He's bombarding me with messages. In the end, I had to ignore the poor guy. And I love him like a brother, but I just had to stop replying because he was just destroying me. Anyway, I couldn't relax.
Does that not worry you that he's not there next season? Does that not worry you that Granit Xhaka's not there next season?
No. I think if we hold up the party, it'll be okay. But look, okay, I think maybe Shaka did a lot of work that a lot of people maybe we didn't realize the difference he made. Maybe
We're gonna notice it. We're gonna notice it next year.
Declan Rice is a big name player, and I mean, like, could Shaka have stayed at the club? Seriously, like, what do you think, Stapes? I mean, was he going to be a first team player? Would he be happy getting played? Would he be happy getting played like maybe 15 games a season? Like, would he have started? I don't think so.
I think Arteta's intention would have probably not to have played Granit Xhaka so much, but the guy has got such a big engine. He hardly ever missed a game for Arsenal unless it was an absolutely serious injury, and even then he recovers quicker than most. The one thing that Granit Xhaka give us in that role that Arteta found for him was that he never hide from the ball. He hardly ever loses it, and he knows the integral part is when to slow the game down. Okay, boys, you've been going for 10 minutes, right? Slow it down. Now I look around the team. The only one that we need that we've got capable of doing that is Martin Odegaard, but he plays in the offensive area, not to cover the defensive area. So he plays a more attacking role in the midfield rather than a defensive role. So I'm worried for that because Granit Xhaka's some of them key passes. Like if you watch the Martinelli goal at Brighton last season, and Granit Xhaka, they actually Brighton almost scored. They played the ball across the 6-yard goal, and it's there for a tapping, but the only person there was Thomas Partey. And Granit Xhaka breaks out to left back. He gets the ball from Partey. He holds on to it, kept delaying. There was 2 passes on, kept delaying. Whips it into the midfield, or on the floor, drives it in. Odegaard, first touch, bosh. And Martinelli's one-on-one with the keeper. And it was like 30 yards.
I remember it.
And Granit Xhaka knew when and when not to play the ball. You know what I mean? What ball was on. But we're going to suffer with that. And then you go back to when, not last season, but the season before, we had that 4-2 win at Chelsea in a midweek, and Eddie Nketiah got a couple of goals. But there was a time when I think it was at 1-1, and then Xhaka nutmegged one of their attackers in his own 20-yard box, plays it out to Odegaard, and I think gives it to Saka, and then lays it off, and Emil Smith-Rowe calmly tucks it in. There's a lot of good things about Xhaka that we're going to miss that have gone unnoticed throughout the years, you know what I mean? Under Arteta. Xhaka under every other manager has been woeful, you know what I mean? Because he's been played in the wrong position. But Arteta found a position for him. I think this is one we're really going to struggle to replace, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think the fact that Mikel Arteta holds him in such high esteem, he was closer to their player than anyone else. He saw him week in, week out, day in, day out, you know. They were together in training, this, that, and the other. He obviously, there's a reason why Arteta holds him in such high regard. He was at the club and tried to hold on to him when maybe he would have left at the rocky time in his career when he had a bit of a falling out with the fans and stripped of the captaincy, and maybe he would have went to Jose Mourinho and AS Roma, which I don't think would have worked out for him anyway, but luckily he stayed. We had that good season with him last season. And definitely, maybe he is underestimated a bit, like what he did for the club. Like you said, knitting things together, holding things together. I mean, he does have a lot of experience. He's a fully fledged international. I mean, he captains the national side.
Them games I mentioned, like I failed to mention the cup final wins against Chelsea because he was brilliant in both cup finals against Chelsea. The only time in a big game that I noticed he didn't turn up in and kind of lost his head was that Europa League final against Chelsea. But other than that, like, and again, that wasn't under Arteta, but under Arteta, he's just been brilliant. You know what I mean? And I think we're going to struggle to replace Granit Xhaka.
Hopefully not. Hopefully it won't be as bad as you think. Just for not to prove you wrong, of course, Dave, but just for the club and next season.
No, I want to be proven wrong. Trust me, I want to be
proven wrong. Like, prove me wrong.
He cost you the Liverpool game, didn't he? That's for sure. You should have had 3 points out of that Liverpool game.
Yeah.
Because Anfield was quiet until obviously.
The man was terrible too, though, man. Zinchenko.
The bear.
Zinchenko, Zinchenko as well.
I get it, but I'm one of them. I was one of them type of players that played on the edge. You know what I mean? And there wouldn't be a game go past where I wouldn't be having it with someone. You know what I
You were
mean?
a
So,
cheeky chappy, was it? You were one of the like a naughty boy and
no,
a geezer.
more than a chappy, I was the most horrible person that you could play football with. You know what I mean?
I thought
I
that
was
right the first time we met. I remember thinking he's horrible. You know what I mean? I remember thinking that. All right, that's a joke, Steve. Me, you, and your son, because your son, remember, had the football and he was kicking it, and as soon as the ball came into play, you became a different person. I didn't recognize you anymore. You just had this like mean streak.
yeah.
Let's answer.
You were all arms and legs.
ask
You were
the
all
furthest
arms and
question.
legs.
Yeah, people used to say that. Very much put me like Martin Keown. You know, Martin Keown is really well spoken, and I'm not, but I'm more well spoken than I am nice on the pitch. You know what I mean? And Martin Keown was an horrible person when he crossed that white line. You know what I mean? And I was that. I crossed that white line. You're my enemy now. And a lot of times when I'd play Sunday League football, I'd be so horrible. And at the end of the game, I'd go to shake people's hand. No one would want to shake hands with me. They'd want to fight me. They wouldn't. It was still going off. You know what I mean? For me, the game's done. And that shake hands, move on. Win, lose or draw, shake hands, move on. I was never a sore loser, but once I crossed that line, we're enemies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you want to win like Roy
The
Keane,
type
man.
of player
You
I
wanna
would have
win.
signed in
You wanna win.
states. I like them players. I used to have a few of them in my team. I used to do.
Yeah, but it's changed now. You can't be like that now, can you? Like
I know
I'd
this is
have.
the problem. They're too pampered. Sorry, David. Have we
Yeah.
answered the first question about the Canary Islands?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go with it, man. I've never been to the Gran Canaria, but I have been to Tenerife and I have been to Lanzarote. But I have never been to well, no, sorry, I've been to the Gran Canaria and Tenerife. I've never been to Lanzarote. So I've been to 2 out of the 3, man. But which one are you going to, Arsenal, forever? Tenerife for me is
You like it in Arsenal
I mean,
forever. Nice people, nice place.
I think
Really
maybe you're
friendly.
going to the Gran Canaria, yeah. I was there, but I like Tenerife. Tenerife is happening. Banging spot. Depends, I suppose, what you're looking for. But yeah, as a 19-year-old over in Tenerife, good laugh.
When you live where I do, wherever you go, it's nice people. here, here in
Of course, if you're paying the money, yeah, of course, that's true.
Vieira and Petit were unbelievable for us in '98. All right, question for Tony from Delboy Gunner TV. Big up Delboy, man. Thanks for tuning in. Sorry we're a bit slow with the messages there. We were having an old chinwag. Do you take Eddie at Hammers? If yes, I'd walk him to the London Stadium myself. Poor Eddie, man. Poor Eddie in Ketia. Come on, lads. Poor Eddie.
Well, basically, Moyes is a fan of Nketiah. He does like the player.
Oh my! Big up Eddie, man.
You know, I think if you look at it, I mean, the kid tries a bit too hard for my liking. You know, he's got an injury on him. He tries his best. So yeah, Del. I mean, if you're if you're willing to walk in there, I'll meet you at the gates. Not a problem at all. How much we're gonna take for him? But yeah, I think he's not a bad player. He can do it. He just hasn't been given the chance at Arsenal, has he? Really?
Well, Del Boy needs to come from Dublin first to pick him up. So where are you going to pick him up, Del Boy?
Nearly signed for West Ham before he signed his new deal at Arsenal, didn't he? West Ham were one of the for him.
Yeah,
that's right.
He's a player.
Go on, Dave.
No, I was just going to say I don't want to talk down about him, but he is a player. Like, it sounds bad when I say, but he does have potential. I know every player you could say has potential, but I don't know why. But I have a little bit of time for Eddie. I don't know. Eddie's all right, man. In my book, he gives it all. He does his best. If he's not good enough, let the managers make their decision and the club move him on. But he's all right in my book. He'll always be a gunner. You know what I mean? He'll always be a gunner, man. Eddie's all right, man. He gives 110% out there. Fuck. He gives everything he has, man. You don't see him fixing his hair, lads. He goes in. He gets stuck in. He does his best. He misses, like a lot of the times. Reece Nelson is another one, man. They'll take the shot on. They have the courage to actually commit to it. And they're not afraid about skying it. You know what I mean? They'll actually, like I said, it was Eddie against United, man, at the Emirates. He was running them ragged. He was running all over the back four. I mean, he was stretching them with his movement. Okay, of course, he's no Thierry Henry, guys. But who is? You know what I mean? There's not many Henrys out there, guys. He is no Thierry Henry. Here we go. Eddie Nketiah is crap. He couldn't even do it in the championship with Leeds. Ah, poor Eddie, man. Big up, Eddie, man. I'm going to get my jersey. Nketiah. See, when I get like egged and everything, people throwing like rotten eggs at me, and they'll rip the jersey off me. I better make sure I have a T-shirt on underneath or something. Oh man, Eddie's alright, man. God, poor old Eddie.
I've got the opinion that what's happened with Eddie will be exactly the same for Balogun. And the only reason that is because we've got Gabby Jesus. Arsenal fans, we all going to be wanting that plan B. So there doesn't seem to be a room for Eddie or Balogun in my eyes, because Arsenal fans are always going to want someone who's going to give you 20 plus goals a season in that position. And if not, we're quite happy to settle for Gabby Jesus.
Mm.
Then you're looking at Eddie and Balogun just picking up the scrappings.
Mm. Yeah, and as well the squad size, man, we can only have a certain amount of players and we need to play. You know, we need certain players coming. We also need to offload some players and cut like the wage bill. We need to make some money back. You know what I mean? Maybe bring in other players. That is the main thing for me, that we actually need to sell some players just to recoup some of the money that we have spent on Declan Rice, for example. And maybe we can stretch for someone else. I don't know the news about Thomas Partey. I don't know, is he staying? Is he going? He's got stuff going on in his personal life. Like I say on my channel, guys, I'm not going to talk about what is rumored to be happening, but is he going to stay? Is he going to go? Because the whole thing with Declan Rice was in my mind he was going to partner Thomas Partey in our midfield. If Partey doesn't stay, then I mean we can't go straight for Caicedo. In my deal, he's not going to come to the club now. I mean, which way do you see that going? I mean, the ideal foil, like if Partey's not at the club, which way can we play Rice? I mean, does he need to actually have a midfield partner, or can he be like standalone in the centre himself, centre in the mid? And who's going to play around him? I mean, we don't have many big players in the team, is what I'm saying. Odegaard, Fabio Vieira. We need someone with a bit of strength like Partey to partner Rice. The two of them together in tandem, I think would be good for us, you know. But you can't expect Rice to do it on his own in that midfield, because we need another enforcer in there alongside him. Someone with a bit of strength. You know what I mean? We're very lightweight.
When it comes to the big games, you're going to probably want a Partey and a Declan Rice as a double pivot.
Mm.
And let Odegaard roam a bit more centrally to the left, more so to the left than he does normally. It's normally right side that he lingers around with Saka.
Yeah.
But if you lose, look, I think it's more about club-wise is the business level. I think it's more about recouping some of the money that we've outlaid. So that's probably why Partey's going and Xhaka is because they're the oldest in the team. Mm. But for me, I'd rather recruit the money through a Balogun than lose a Thomas Partey, because he's more influential right now to the team.
Mm.
So I mean, unless the guy said about Eddie Nketiah before not doing it at Leeds, well, he actually had quite a promising spell at Leeds, but he played off the left. But Balogun, he had a good season last year in France, but the year before he had a season at Middlesbrough in the Championship and scored 2 goals. Like, the geezer couldn't hit a barn door. So, and I keep mentioning Balogun's pressing stats are not what Arteta wants.
Mm.
Arteta wants your pressing stats like a Gabby Jesus to be pressing all the time.
Yeah.
And Balogun, he did it. Well, he did. He wasn't doing it last season. Now, maybe that might have been the system. He's young enough to have it coached into him.
Mm.
So maybe I'm going off it a bit too early on Balogun, but I'd rather cash in on Balogun than cash in on a Partey.
Yeah, of course. He plays in an area of the field that can dictate the play more. He's got more. What's the word I'm looking for? He can do more from a midfield position. And midfielders will always dictate the game a bit more easy from their position, and that's what Thomas Partey will do.
That's right.
It would be strange for him playing alongside Declan Rice, though, especially after that game at West Ham, where Rice got the upper hand on him. Yeah, that was a bit of an interesting one there. But,
with who is it? Mason Mount and Lisandro Martinez, and now they're best buddies. All that is on the pitch. That's what I was saying earlier about me. All that's on the pitch. You leave it on the pitch. Once you're off the pitch, that's it. You know what I mean? You move on.
Move on past it. Yeah, like the England players, for example. This is just an example. The England players now play for high-profile clubs in the Premier League, the majority of them, like Grealish and Saka. The Manchester City Arsenal thing there for a while. There was a bit of bad blood in a few of the games, but when they're all at the England training camp, they just get on. There's no, a bit of banter, I'd say, but there's no malice. You know what I mean? It's done. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's like that. You have to kind of leave it behind and just get on with things. Poor old Vieira's getting it by. Pablo Vieira needs more than just a sandwich to bulk him up. What's his actual name? It's not Pablo. It's Pablo's not his name, right? No.
Fabio.
Yeah, Fabio. Yeah. Fabio Vieira needs more than just a sandwich to bulk him up. Yeah, he does.
I'll tell you what. Pablo Vieira might be better than Fabio.
Pablo Vieira, can't wait to see this player. When's he turning up? This is a new signing, Pablo Vieira. Let's get him in there, guys. Let's get him kitted out. Let's get him on the training ground to see what he's got.
Like I said earlier, if Santi comes in, you might get a better Vieira, and you might get the best out of a Havertz. So let's just see what's in space, really.
Which team was it that George Weah's cousin was reportedly at the training ground, and he just turned up with a pair of boots and they put him on for like a half an hour, and then they took him off straight away and he was never heard of again. A guy was like lying that he was George Weah's cousin. He played for some team in the Premier League for a while. Was it Harry Redknapp put him on? No, not Harry Redknapp. Somebody put him out there for like 30 minutes. Then it soon became evident that the guy never kicked the ball in his life. And he was immediately taken off.
Derby or Bolton, one of them two. I think it was one of them, Derby or Bolton,
Yeah,
I believe it was.
Some fella turned up saying he was the cousin of George Weah. He couldn't cross his legs. The ball.
I mean, funny if you saw Harry Redknapp.
Yeah, maybe. I think it was when they soon realised that guy's crap.
Funny what you said there, that old school was basically when you look at Harry Redknapp. I remember when we played Southend at their ground, and there was some fan was giving Harry Redknapp big time in his ear hole kind of thing because we wasn't doing well at all. And then Redknapp turned around and said to him, "Okay, then come on at half time." He actually kind of kicked him out, actually got him onto the pitch.
I love that story.
Didn't do much, but he appreciated the effort for doing it.
There's one here for you, Tony, from Del Boy. Tony, I'm at the bleeding gates here. Where are you? I think he's bringing you Eddie and Ketia, is it? He's bringing you Eddie and Ketia. We're all Eddie, bye. Eddie.
Love that.
It looks like I was going to get, if I get the jersey in December for my birthday, which I might, I was actually going to get like, my memories now, like yours, Tony, has gone west. Our player of the season, man. Our centre back. Saliba. I was going to get Saliba. I think I'll get Nketiah.
I thought you were going to say Holding.
And the number one, of course. Now you're gone inside the estate. It's getting a bit fresh outside, is it? It's getting a bit chilly.
Yeah. I'm trying to bring more light on the situation, but it's not quite working.
There's a mad shadow there. It's just all I can see is shadow. There we go. Now I can see the splendor of Peckham. I can see the Peckham Springs in the distance. You see, I'm not a top gooner because I don't say Fabio exactly, man. I'm not a top gooner either. In fairness, to be honest, I just have a very successful YouTube channel, guys. You know. Tony, how's your tooth, man? You all right?
Yeah, it's still there, mate. It's unfortunate, it's still there.
The offer is still open anyway. If you need any help, let me know.
Better this year.
Odegaard being better. Improving.
Considering he went hiding a little bit, especially near the end.
Yeah. That's a very hard question to answer, man. I'll be honest with you. Like, I'm not sitting on the fence here. Yeah, I honestly, that is a very hard question to answer. I mean, look, look, he's a better football player than me. Obviously, I don't play football, but I don't think he's of the caliber of Declan Rice, for example, as a leader, as a warrior. I really rate Declan Rice. This is not me kissing ass to West Ham and you, Tony. You understand? All I can do is compare him with Declan Rice. Now, I know they have different roles in the team, even though they might play both around the midfield. he's not like Declan Rice, man, where he could get a hold of the game like Roy Keane and drag the team kicking and screaming into the next round of a cup competition. He's not that type of player, Odegaard. Technically, on the ball, ability, he's got it in spades. I mean, as a football player, he's very good technically, gifted. He can score. He's very good passing in midfield, but like when the chips are down, when the shit's hitting the fan, pardon my bad language, guys, I honestly, but that's why we bought Declan Rice, because we don't have a player like that, in my opinion. Like, Rice for me is the finished article in that sense. He's a warrior out there. I mean, that's what we needed. So could Odegaard be better? I think he can, but that is going to come down to as well Declan Rice doing his job, if you know what I mean. Because Rice will have to get into the nitty gritty with the other midfielders. Like, he's going to have to do it against Liverpool, United. He needs to get on top of against them and have an impact for Odegaard to be able to work his magic. Odegaard can't compete physically, in my opinion. I mean, I'm not saying the guy's a weakling, but when the going gets tough, like, I mean, when Brighton, the worst of me was that Brighton lost before they came to the Emirates. I think they lost to Leicester. I knew when Brighton came to the Emirates that they were going to absolutely do everything within their power. That game suddenly became, I mean, Brighton came out and they just, and Odegaard wasn't the only one that got left by the wayside. I mean, in games like that, it's when you need Declan Rice. In those really tough games, and we didn't have anyone that could kind of pull us through. That was 3-0. So games like that, I don't know, man.
I would go as far as saying he's probably the closest thing we've had in terms of a leader. The closest thing to Tony Adams.
Who?
Declan.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say Odegaard.
So I thought
no.
I was going to say.
I thought you were going to compare Odegaard to Dennis Bergkamp. I swear to God.
No. All this comparing is each to their own. It's just opinions,
Yeah.
But I think honestly, leadership skill wise, Declan Rice is probably the closest thing we've ever had to a Tony Adams. And funny enough, if we get a player sent off, one of our centre backs, say a Saliba goes missing like he did last season with injury. If the chips are down, we could actually play Dex as a right-sided centre back because he can play them, and it wouldn't alter his performance whatsoever. You know what I mean? He could probably play that role better than the Saliba, than a Ben White. You know what I mean?
I mean, he's got more maturity, Rice, that's for sure, compared to Odegaard. He'll give you that option, and plus the fact, he can be box to box. He can be there, lay the ball off to attack, and before you know it, he's there helping out the back four. So it's going to be a great thing for you. I mean, especially as you said, when you look at Saliba getting injured, Ramsdale and your back four just didn't communicate, and you could see that it was just too evident. Whereas before you'd have Gabriel, lay the ball off Saliba will play the ball out. Once he was injured, there was no option. And I know Dave's mentioned it a few times, Holding trying to do a job. We know he's not the article, but at least the kid tried. He did try to do something. But he'll give you something. Rice will give you a completely different dimension that you have been lacking.
He's versatile, man. He's versatile and he's a leader. He'll have a direct impact. He'll have a direct effect on the team, a direct impact. I mean, it's going to be seen. It's going to be felt. There's going to be a good impact on the team when he comes in. He's going to... Yeah, I look forward to seeing how he plays in the team. It is exciting times for us. I mean, there's no doubt about that. And to be honest, if you come second like we did last season to a team of the ability, they're like Manchester City, if you come second to a team like that, now this season we're going to see how we fare, also with the Champions League. I'm delighted we're back in the Champions League. I have to be honest. Win, lose, or draw, no matter what happens. And that doesn't mean that I think we're going to get stuffed. If we make it out of the group stage, I'll be happy. But like Stapes alluded to at the start when he came on, it's different level. You know what I mean? Like the CRA here in London, man, it's different gravy. Champions League is Champions League, man. I mean, seriously, it's going to be... But you know what? The team are going to get stronger for it. And that higher level of competition is only going to improve the team. I mean, because we are going to face games where we have to go to the Etihad again, where we have to go to Anfield, where we have to go to Old Trafford. Those games in the Champions League, I mean, the team will develop. They will have been in a lot of battles in the Champions League, and they will be battle hardened when they go to these places. I mean, they will have been in real matches. That can only stand to us. You know what I mean? We have missed that level of competition. It has impacted the team overall. Let's be honest. That high level of competition in the Champions League is going to stand to us eventually. You know what I mean? It will. It will develop the team. We will get better for it. You know what I mean? 5-0 against West Ham, both games, no problem. 10-0 against Spurs, no problem. 5-0 against Liverpool, can't see that being a problem. I'm messing with you, Tony. Yeah? Spurs are going to put manners on us, I think.
Just like deluded. Now I know
deluded,
why.
Man. Up here, man, there's nothing going on. Up here, we're still bottling it. We'll be bottling it for another 20 seasons. No, but the thing is, I'm so deluded. You know what I mean? That's why I shaved out my hair, actually, so I can point at my head like that and freak people out. No, but it's all up here in my mind games. You know what I mean? You're here like that. No, but I think in the long run, man, being back in the Champions League is going to benefit the club. Because, like I said, that higher level of competition. Look, we're going to lose a couple of games, let's be honest, and we're not going to lift the trophy come May. The Champions League I'm talking about. Obviously, we're going to win the league next season, let's be honest. But your faces, guys. Obviously, we're going to imagine me with a cup. Imagine me, guys. Steve saw me with a couple of pints in me. I'm actually placid. Would you ever see me with a load of drinking, guys? I'm actually fun. I'm actually funnier than I know. I'm actually quite a funny guy. I'll probably get beaten up in a couple of bars, but look, my opinion is my opinion. League next season, not a problem. Champions League, out of our reach. You know what I mean? Once we beat Spurs, anyway, it's all that matters, right? Let's be honest. Once we beat them.
Yeah, true. That's true for both teams.
Let's go with the comments. Tony Adams is the Arsenal's greatest ever captain. I'd agree with that. And he had his problems, guys. Like, he had his demons. Huh? He came back from the dead, you know what I mean, so to speak. And Arsene Wenger as well. Credit to Arsene Wenger because he played a big role in that. In prolonging the careers of a lot of the back four, yeah. They were, you know what I mean? They weren't the youngest.
That made him the character he was, though, Tony. You know what I mean? Having gone through all the hardships, you know, that made him the leader he was.
Yeah.
So, and Dex, we see it all the time. Dex is just a bubbly character in and around the dressing room, and you're going to have that in our dressing room now. You know what I mean? And I think it could bring other players onto another level, just having him in and around their space. I expect Saka to go on leaps and bounds. You see how well they get on at England in the England camps. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Saka goes on another level. What you're expecting from Saka next season is to hit the level he did last year, and more. You know what I mean? Because I hear a lot of people comparing him to Mo Salah. And Salah's numbers were still better than Saka's last season, and everyone thinks Salah had a bad year. So let's get him pushing on. You know what I mean? Let's get him going on to those levels where if you're scoring 20 goals and getting 15 assists, and everyone thinks you've had a bad season, I'll take that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was incredible. Yeah, at times I was surprised at how well he played. Like, remember, it wasn't just like I said in Ketia and United. He scored one. He hit the foot of the post with another exact same move. He got the ball out wide. He was rampaging in, curled a shot. One of them went in, the other one hit the foot of the post. I mean, he was really, at that point, he was a different level. Yeah, United didn't know what to do against him. They couldn't try to hold him on the outside. He was cutting inside. They couldn't try to push him to the outside. He was just finding a way through each time. He definitely became, I'm a big fan of Martinelli, though. Yeah. Saka, great player. But Martinelli, man, I'm seriously, look, they all struggled at the end of the season, yeah. The pressure that City put on us, but not just that. Everybody was struggling at the end, yeah. The whole team situation changed. The whole dynamic changed when Saliba got injured. I'm not making excuses, but for me, Martinelli as well, man. I mean, I hold this player in high esteem. I have a lot of time for Martinelli. I think he's a wonderful, wonderful player. Saka too. Saliba, absolute beast at the back for us last season. I mean, my God, man. I mean, Stapes, how many times did you see him play last season? I mean, seriously, it's worth the entrance fee alone. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like you said to me, why he's a big lad. Yeah, he's a big, strong.
I did notice some weaknesses in this game, though, and it was actually the first game back from the World Cup that highlighted it the most for me, and it was actually Tony's Hammond. We dominated the first half, we're doing really well, and then West Ham were holding us off, and then they played this ball, little flick on, and Antonio got to the ball. Saliba could have got there, but he allowed it to bounce. And Antonio, Saliba don't like that physical challenge of a big presence up front. And
Yeah,
Antonio played a little ball inside to Gerard Bowen, took it in his stride, and he won the penalty. Saliba was late in the tackle. He
Yeah.
won the penalty. It was right in
Yeah.
front of me. And then we go to the very next game, which was Brighton away, and we're cruising. I think we're 4-1 up at the time. And then Saliba makes an awful error and lets in that Irish guy, Ferguson. And he nutmegged Ramsdale. And again, Ferguson, for being a young lad, he's not his physical presence is big, you know what I mean? And Saliba, I think,
Yeah.
struggles to deal with that. While Gabriel complements Saliba so well. They complement each other.
Yeah.
Saliba's kind of that calming influence, good on the ball, can play the ball out from the back, and Gabriel will be that menace that will just go in and take no prisoners.
I was going to say that. Yeah, he's more the strength, isn't he? He has that. You know, I suppose the best way to kind of class it is the old brains and brawn. Saliba with the kind of style, and Gabriel coming in with the muscle basically, and that. And yeah, I mean, I think he's got to learn. I mean, going back on Martinelli, I see him as a good player, but again, I think this is where, and I don't know if you agree on this stage, when it comes down to Arteta and his man management, he needs to improve on that, because that's, I think, for me, that's something he struggles with. I mean, look at you as a player. Your manager is the one that sometimes influence what you do on the pitch. And Martinelli, he's had, I know he had a couple of rough patches with Arteta a couple of seasons back. He's got himself as a first team regular, but every now and then, players need to be brought down to earth, if you understand what I mean, because sometimes Martinelli just tries to do a little bit too much when he can lay a ball off, or he can look for a better option sometimes. So he needs to bring that into his game.
Yeah, I agree with you, because I've always been of the opinion that you can't play Martinelli and Eddie Nketiah in the same lineup, for the reason that the holding of the ball up in the final third is not there. Eddie Nketiah is one of them ones that looks for the ball in behind or neat little flicks, and Martinelli's very much the same. And when you ask for a player to hold the ball up and lay it off, keep possession, these two players lack in that area. You know what I mean? So that's why when you're playing, especially against for us, is your big six rivals, and you need to get a result in them games.
Yeah.
Your hold up play is giving your defense a breath. You know what I mean? Taking the pressure off the back line.
Cool.
And these two players in the same lineup, you're not going to give the ball to them and ask them to give your defense a breather. What they can do is win your free kicks, but it's very different. Like, if you can just dribble around a couple and lay it off, and then your team can push up the pitch a bit, it's a lot better than just obviously going for goal all the time and losing possession, which these two do. So I think Martinelli's game can come on a lot more, and then with Arteta's man management, I think he's brilliant. But where I will agree with
I'm
you,
back.
where I'll agree with you is that his game management has to improve more, not his man management. I think his man management is exceptional, but I think his game management in game, making subs at crucial times, getting. I like the fact that when Ramsdale goes down, everyone knows he ain't got an injury. He's going down, so everyone can go over and talk to Arteta. You know what I mean?
Of course.
So
it's tactics, isn't it?
yeah. So, and Ramsdale does it a lot, especially in the second half. And if you don't believe me, just watch it next season, because it'll happen again and again and again. Everyone thought Ramsdale had this major thigh injury, and he would go down, and then 2 minutes later, he's kicking the ball 70 yards up the pitch, full lace, with the same leg you thought. You know what I mean? So, but I do think in terms of subs, we go back to the Liverpool game last year. Zinchenko shouldn't have been on the pitch when he got nutmegged by Trent. It should have been KT. You're in a defensive mode.
Yeah.
His game management can improve. His man management has brought on players exceptional. I hear I'm going to call Dave out a bit here. Dave's mate Warren, yeah, he's critical of Arteta when it comes to game management and things like that. And
Mm.
there's really no basis to Warren. He just has an agenda, doesn't he? He just Arteta out. You know what I mean? He
Yeah, and
was the one that what was it? He done it. He done it. It was just hilarious. That I found it 10 minutes of it, 10 minutes of the show that he did. Not last season. I think it was the season before. Arteta got a 2-year extension, and why the rumours? Well, we missed out on top four. Why the rumours he was getting a contract on a 2-year contract, 2-year extension? He had a petition up and a link to sign the petition. He was foaming at the mouth. He was doing it. He was doing too
I
much.
didn't sign it.
He was doing too much. He was doing too much. And I just thought, fair dues, if he's not your guy, brilliant. But don't go OTT with it. You know what I mean? Don't go over the top with it. Bless Warren, like him. And I like some of the shows he's done, some of the content, the history behind Arsenal. Brilliant.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, good.
About
He is good at that.
yeah, he's brilliant.
Statistics and everything. Yeah, he's good at the stats and he's good at the organising.
He takes it to heart too much. When the club's not going in the same direction as him himself, then he goes. You lose him completely. He goes too left, and
he
it's
did.
Comical.
You know, guys, I've told you that before, Stapes. Maybe I have also told Tony. I'm not sure, but he did actually make a. He told me before when we were still talking. We don't talk anymore, but he told me before that he actually made an official application for the vacant Nottingham Forest job back in the day, and he got an official reply from the club that they had actually found a different manager. So there you go. Warren actually made an official application to be the Nottingham Forest manager.
Yeah, but my mate does that every time they change manager, and he gets an official reply and posted it on WhatsApp.
So yeah,
they're obligated to respond to.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
they didn't know who they were dealing with, is it?
Yeah.
But seriously, I mean, he's what I don't like though the last time. Look, I don't want to. I mean, I will talk face to face to that man anytime, respectfully about my opinions. But there was like T.J. Warren, the young American gooner, was on Del Boys, and he's entitled to his opinion, yeah. And Warren was shouting him down. I mean, don't shout over somebody like that, man, when they're just trying to make a point. I mean, seriously, guys. I mean, we can all act the hard man if we want to start showing the hands. Warren wouldn't want it to go there, you know what I mean? Because he's not able for it. Don't be shouting over someone. You know what I mean? It just wasn't, come on, like the guy's got entitled to his opinion. Raising your voice and shouting over him. I mean, that is just the ultimate. Oh, come on. And look, I'm going to keep this positive. Respects to Warren, man, and all the best for his channel. He does have a good channel, man, and he is good at the stats and stuff. I mean, he is good at that.
And he bleeds Arsenal. That's where it comes from.
He does, man. Respects to Warren and all the best to his channel. Yeah, it's just,
And I'll be honest. I was with him when we first appointed Arteta. He was not the guy for me. And then I listened to him in his very first interview, and I was sold. And from that day onwards, I've backed him.
Yeah, he's got a vendetta against Arteta, though. There's no doubt. You know what I mean? Straight up.
Yeah,
Stapes, Arteta needs to know and understand how to utilise players for their strengths and how to switch up the style of play. Also learn more about man management to players and game management. Well, last year's experience is going to stay with us anyway. I agree with that comment, by the way, from Arsenal for every year. But last year's experience will stay with us. Obviously, Tony's probably laughing now. Last year's experience will stay with us, but I mean in a positive light. In a positive light, it's going to stay with us.
The best way to answer something like that is Arteta himself said at the end of the season, going into this year, I need to get more out of my players. I need to look at myself and see why I didn't get the more out of the likes of Fabio Vieira and Emil Smith-Rowe. So he's critical of himself. He looks at himself before he looks at all the other players. So that's what leads me to believe we're on to something good under Arteta. You know what I mean? What worries me is if we ain't got Arteta, who can come in and carry on his good work? and finish it off, because there's a lot of people out there that I can kind of agree with. Is Arteta's took us so far, now we need someone to finish it off.
Mm.
But who is that someone to come in and finish off his good work? The only one I see is Pep.
Yeah, it's true. It's true, man. But
I wouldn't have Ancelotti, and I wouldn't, and I wouldn't have Klopp just because it's a different style of play.
and what about
They would've-
Xavi?
But then Xavi's of the same mold of Arteta. He's been in the job probably the same a bit less time. I think he had a little spell. He might have had a spell out in Qatar, didn't he? Or was
Yeah,
he
that's right.
playing there? But
I think he was player, then he became like he was doing a coaching badge out there.
yeah, I mean, what if a lot of people get their wish and Arteta goes, he's going to go on to great things somewhere else,
Mm.
and then we're going to say, "Oh, we missed the boat." You know what I mean? We should have stayed with him.
Yeah. At the
Yeah.
start, I had the belief that actually, now I don't see it like that anymore. But at the start, I had a belief that Arteta was really. I know this sounds terrible, but he was using Arsenal as a stepping stone. I thought, just to kind of get that little bit of training experience before he would leave us and go on to another role. I thought he was just kind of using Arsenal as a because he just come from Man City. It was his first full manager's role. I thought he was honestly just gaining that experience as a football manager before he would actually leave again. Now I know, of course, he's in for the long term. That's not going to be the case. He will be there longer than Arsene Wenger. I agree with Stapes on that. He's going to be there. I'll be long gone. Yeah, I'll be pushing up daisies, guys, and Arteta will still be there. But all going well. Only joking, lads. No, but but seriously, I mean, I want to ask you. This is a little bit off point. It's come as a bit of a surprise, I'm sure, to a lot of people. What is actually going on over in Saudi, in the Saudi Arabian League? All of these players that they're buying, the coaches that they are bringing, the money that is being floated around, the money that is going around now, guys, it's like they're making an offer for everybody. I mean, I don't know, can I bring up a list here of the managers and the players they have got? But they have gotten everyone almost. Like, seriously, anyone that was available, Karim Benzema, I think Kante, I think Steven Gerrard has been lured over there. They tried to get David Beckham. He wasn't up for it. They're constantly putting out feelers. I'm sure they have contacted Arsenal at some degree, to some level. All of the clubs, I mean, they have more money. Like, is their league really going to just explode? Are they going to be? I mean, it came out of nowhere. Honestly, what's your thoughts on it?
I think there's only a couple of teams that kind of stand out from the actual the whole league itself. But as you said, money speaks at the end of the day. And
Al Ittihad is one of them.
Al
Ittihad.
Yeah, and that's what, with Gerrard, when you think about it, he wasn't interested first of all. Then some further talks, and then before you know it, he's now one of the managers. And if you look at majority of the Chelsea team have virtually ended up there. We obviously know they like money because obviously now Abramovich is left. Where can they go to now? Oh, there's a Saudi league. There's money there. We'll go play there, etc.
Go on, Chelsea. That's it. Let's have a go at Chelsea, lads. Yeah, get out there.
The big thing, I mean, Stapes made a point about Arteta. If Arteta goes, who comes in? Well, you've got to think with a Saudi league, with the money available, and then what happened, a couple of seasons back. Is this where they're heading for a Super League? You never know. The money's there, and they've got probably more influence than a lot of the other clubs because of the amount of money they can pump into these teams.
Yeah, so going on to that, it brings it on nicely, is what they ain't got, what their money can't buy, is the history of our clubs. You know what I mean? So it goes back to the lights. I remember the old First Division. You know what I mean? I remember the teams that used to play in it. I remember when the Premier League first broke out. You know what I mean? And then how we come on from there. The historic clubs that we've got: Liverpool, Man United, Arsenal, and even Villa and Forest. You got your sleeping giants in the low divisions in Sheffield Wednesday. Leeds United have gone back down again. Like
Sunderland, Sunderland.
And then, like, the list is endless. Like, it's absolutely. And you see last season's story with Wrexham and Ben Foster being back there. Like, it that is what their money cannot buy. You know what I mean? So for players, I would say that like what surprised me is maybe the Milinkovic-Savic deal. Apparently,
Yes.
they've agreed £40 million for him. And Ruben Neves that left Wolves at like mid-20s in his prime.
Oh, yeah. Brilliant player, man. Ruben Neves. Yeah.
He's gone over there as well. That surprised me. I expected your Kantes, your Benzemas to get a final paycheck, your Ronaldos. I expect that kind of move, but I didn't expect them to be taking people in their prime and going over there. You know what I mean? That's the problem.
Yeah. Koulibaly was the other one, wasn't he?
Yeah, Koulibaly, but then that didn't
Koulibaly.
work. Yeah, that didn't work out, did it? So for Chelsea,
of course not. Of course.
But yeah, I don't
True.
see
Yeah, it's a good point, Steve. I mean, like, you know, as you said, they've got to create their own history. You know, it's not there. They can't fall back on any history, basically. But I think unfortunately, this day and age, with certain players, it's all about making as much money as they can in the short period of time that they're a footballer, and you can't blame them for that these days.
It's a short career, or it can be.
They say your career is what?
Their league has actually been going on for 47 years.
Yeah, well, see, that's news to everyone because I didn't know that. You know what I mean?
Their league has been going on since 1976. Yeah, I'm just looking at the stats here now, guys. I'm not an expert there, but their league has been going on since 1976. The most expensive player they have is Ruben Neves, which Stapes was just talking about, 40 million. Foreign players take up a quarter, 25% of the total. They have 18 teams. Yeah, the biggest clubs: Al Hilal, Al Nassr, and Al Ittihad. But their value is not like the English clubs, of course.
Yeah.
But I think they just want more experienced players, more experienced managers to build them up. You know,
it's not even that, Dave. Like they're looking to
bring their level up, where it should belong.
No. They're looking to take over. Like, let's be honest, this country hardly owns any of the buildings in this country. They're all foreign owned. Yeah, all these nice buildings that you see in the city, they're not owned by England. They're owned by investment from abroad. And then we see with the boxing. It started with the boxing, and we started having AJ fights out in Saudi. You know what I mean? They're looking to take over. You had this whole heave ho with the PGA Tour golf. They're looking to take over every single sport with their investment. It's not just about property for them no longer. It's about sport as well now, and they're looking to brand everything that they own. So I don't see it being a problem because eventually you'll see that the biggest Premier League clubs will be owned by foreign investment, which we've already seen. Even Arsenal are foreign investment now. You know what I mean? It's going to be, and they just caught on to it late. It started with the Russian investment from Roman Abramovich, and now it's branching out to Qatar and Saudi. And you're just going to get influx of investment. There's a bottomless pit of money.
Well, always not going to last forever, is it? So they've got to do other things. So obviously, sport's probably the way.
I would have went, to be honest, if I was like, sorry to cross the Tony, man, but if I was Ruben Neves or anyone, I mean, I know the American Liga is not exactly the MLS, is it, or whatever, the MSL or whatever. It's not the American Soccer League. It's not exactly, but for me, I've been to Miami. I've been to Florida once in my life. I had the pleasure. I mean, Inter Miami, is that such a bad thing after you kind of, like for Benzema to wind down? Inter Miami, I would love to be in the United States. I mean, seriously, man. Okay, I love the country. I think it's a great spot to be in. I like America. But Inter Miami, David Beckham, you know, and you're in the United States, man. You're in Miami. From there, maybe you can go play for New York. Who knows? I don't know, man. I mean, people are looking like over to Saudi and they're looking that direction. But I mean, what about the teams in the United States? I mean, their league is not exactly in its infancy. Inter Miami is a new team on the block. David Beckham is knocking about. I mean, I don't know, right? That's an attractive thing to me, to be honest, to be in Miami, to be playing for Inter Miami. I mean, they're not going to expect too much when you're in the twilight years of your career. Okay, Neves and these guys are young, yeah. Like Stape said, he went over there, I think, at 24, was it, or what? But I don't know, Inter Miami, what's so wrong with them? Like, I mean, seriously. If I had my option, that's where I would go. LA Galaxy, what's wrong with it? You know what I mean?
That's the thing. If you want to live in America, I would never live there because of the guns. Like,
oh yeah, I'd be coming for you, Stapes. I'd be coming for you, man, with my assault rifle. I'd get you. I'd get you. You have a full bulletproof vest on, flak jacket, a whole lot, bunker. You could make a bunker. You know what I mean?
I'd have to live in a bunker.
That's a pillbox. You can walk out like with your, you know what I mean, your vest on. No, but I know what you mean, man. Yeah, the guns are.
What I was saying about the foreign investment doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. It's just things always progress. You always go to another level. You know what I mean? And it's how we govern it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's how we govern in terms of spend and things like that. Because everyone has to abide by FFP rules unless you're Man City. So it's how we govern these things. You know what I mean?
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, it's becoming a bit. I don't know. They're taking so many players over there now, though, over the Saudi, man. It's becoming a bit like. It's like the place to go now when players actually, maybe not just when they come to the end of their careers, like in general. I mean, I imagine the life over there must be absolutely, it must be fantastic. I mean, the players that are over there, they were drawn over there for a reason, you know?
China tried it, didn't they? But the thing is, China, remember like the old rule that was back here? You could only have three foreign players in your team.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, yeah.
We got rid of that rule. And then China come in with all their money and they could only have three foreign players in any of their sides. But Saudi don't seem to have that problem. Like, it's a influx straight away. You know what I mean? Spend, have whoever you want. You know what I mean? So,
yeah,
it's just how you govern it. Like, I was listening to Simon Jordan on TalkSport saying about this actual problem, and it was like, let them do what they want to do for 2 or 3 years to bring their level of their league up. Let them get in one of the best leagues in the world. Let them make it the best league in the world, and then bring in some governance to say, right, you can't spend this, you can't spend X, Y, Z. You have to all go on like we govern our football clubs over here. So I think that's fair. Give them 3 to 5 years to promote their league and then after that, govern it. But one thing they can't do is join the Champions League because it's the European Champions League.
Yeah.
They're not European, so you cannot come into that. But it wouldn't surprise me if you end up having a Super League.
They could set something like that.
Just had some news come through. Edwin van der Sar remains in intensive care, but is communicating and not in a life-threatening danger. That's good to hear.
Poor Edwin, man. Jeez, he got a bit of a land, man. He got a pure out of nowhere, guys. You know, just out of nowhere, man. He got lucky, though. He's lucky, you know what I mean? I mean, you may seem that weird, me saying it, but he's lucky to be alive. He had a touch. Seriously, man. Big up Edwin, man. Great goalkeeper. Giant, as I remember. But what Stapes was saying about, all the best to Edwin van der Sar, man, and hopefully his recovery will go speedily. But yeah, how good is he gonna? But look, like Stapes was saying anyway about that league. I mean, what they don't want to get into the trap is like, I mean, when they have a lot of foreign players, and of course it's going to make the league better. But what about the national side? What about the homegrown players that are going to come through? I mean, for a while in England, it was a little bit like that when the influx of all the players at Chelsea, and not just Chelsea, but you know, all the influx of these foreign players, the national team maybe suffered a bit. Now the national team is doing well, but you look at all the big clubs in England, West Ham, Arsenal, Liverpool, United, City, of course. England players are to the fore also. Yeah, the national team is doing well, but there's a lot of good players at all the clubs in the Premier League. A lot of good English players, homegrown. That's what the Saudis have just got to be careful of, because you don't want it affecting their national team. The influx of foreigners, maybe some of the younger players coming through grassroots are going to get pushed to one side. Because I remember back in the day with Chelsea, they had like Dan Petrescu, and people were saying, what a brilliant player, and he was incredible. But I remember they always made a reference to some of the youth team players at Chelsea that couldn't get a look in because Petrescu came in. But there they had a finished article straight into the team. Incredible player. A lot of the youth team players, they got actually shafted. Players that could have went on and maybe played for. Now Arsenal have done it too. Yeah, I'm not saying it's just Chelsea. Arsenal have done that too. Of course, with the amount of foreigners that we brought in when we were rather more successful as well, half the team. But you know what I mean? That's one thing that leagues have got to watch because it will affect the quality of your national team. Of course, the Irish League, it doesn't affect it because we are consistently crap, our national team. So it's it's not going to affect us, yeah. It's not going to affect the Irish because we are consistently crap. And we can play rugby, but football, oh my God. That's why we need Declan Rice. Declan Rice is Judas. Declan Rice. I'm joking, man. No, but seriously, you know, they just got to watch the level of their league. I'm expecting Luke at AFC come into the stream in a while. Anytime you want to head off now, Tony, man. I'm not pushing you out, yeah, but anytime you need to take a break, do, man, no problem. You know that, at any time.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
You got a bit of tooth pain, yeah. The offer is still open about the tooth anyway, if you need that. Yeah. I'll make it as painless as possible, yeah. I'll make it as painless as possible. Just have a couple of beers and I'll just crack it. I'll make sure you're not expecting it. I won't let you know it's coming because then it's going to be, you know, painless. You just look off and then I'll strike.
Of course, exactly, yeah.
I just hope I get the. I just hope I get the right one. I hope I knock out the right one. You know what I mean?
Look at free teeth.
I'm not that accurate. I wouldn't be as accurate as Stapes. You know, Stapes is very accurate.
I'm bloody not. Not after
I wouldn't be as accurate as you, Stapes, and knock out that bad tooth. You know what I mean? Like, geez, you really did me a favor. You know what I mean? That's the wrong tooth. You know what I mean? Anyway, guys, yeah, we were saying there about the Saudi league, man. Like, it should, it might affect the quality of the national side, and they have a lot of foreign players coming in. Certain players might get overlooked. You know what I mean? That might. Yeah, there is a bit of truth in that.
He's saying that. I watched some of the Gold Cup. I don't know if you've not been watching that, but I watched. Remember, we had the Qatar World Cup, and they weren't so great in the group stages, if you remember.
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah.
Saudi Arabia weren't too bad, were they? They beat Argentina, and then I watched Qatar in the Gold Cup the other day, and they beat Mexico. I couldn't believe it. Like, and the game was so one-sided, but they managed to nick a goal on the break and then defend for their lives. And their goalkeeper was immense as well. Like, brilliant.
Mexico, of course, are a well-established team and always have been a good team. They would definitely beat Ireland, so they would definitely beat the Irish team. I'd say 5 now.
Nah, no.
Ireland are rubbish, man.
No, I think you're a little harsh.
Ireland are brutal, man. Brutal. It's because of Declan Rice. You know what I mean? It's all down to Declan Rice.
But don't just read as well, yeah?
All down to them, boy. You know what I mean? If that wasn't the case, we'd be and the North. If we combined, if we were one country again, and the Republic and the North, I think we'd win the World Cup. But you know what the funny thing has been? Like at least the last 5 or 6 years, the North a much better team. The North have had a much better team than the Republic. Much better. Yeah, definitely the last 5 or 6 years, man. The North have been on it. A much, much better team than the Republic. So you gotta say that, man. You gotta give them their dues. I mean, it's only a country of 1.5 million people, man. Big up them, man. They've had some good years, yeah. Some good performances in the Euros, the World Cup, whereas Ireland we didn't even qualify. You know what I mean? It just goes to show you what can be achieved. You know what I mean? When a group of players, they set their mind on it.
Starts from the grassroots. You have to plunge money into it. And I remember listening to Roy Keane's story, how he went to Forest, you know what I mean? And the trials that he had, you know what I mean?
Cold Ramblers.
Yeah. I mean, it starts by putting money into your grassroots levels and then plunging them over to whether it be England, whether it be Scotland, you know what I mean? Just influx all your youngsters into them leagues, and then your national team will benefit from it.
Yeah, it's true. Absolutely true.
Into a top league.
It's funny because you think when we had the Olympics here, there's all that kind of spiel that we're going to invest into the sports. We're going to do this with our youngsters.
Yeah.
Never happened. But that's like I think with most countries that have had the World Cup, all this talk we're going to invest, and the money's obviously gone somewhere.
I think it's PR, isn't it? It's just PR to get it.
It is definitely. It's definitely that in it. That's for sure. What do you think about Casado? Where do you think he's going to be ending up?
I'll see.
Because obviously there's talks, you might have got hold of him. Do you think it's Chelsea, Dave? You think it's Chelsea? Yeah.
I think he'll go to Chelsea. Yeah, but I mean, they're taking forever and a day about things. I mean, it's like Arsenal with Declan Rice at this point. I mean, what are they actually? Are they looking at financial
fair play, the same laws as you guys?
Money, or I think with Chelsea, it's the money. It's the money. I don't think they can actually. They lost a lot of money last season.
Yeah, Brighton are now basing
only for you, isn't it?
They're basing their price off of West Ham's good negotiation skills with Arsenal in getting the 105 for them. So now Brighton are saying Casado's worth every penny as much as Declan Rice. And you can't, long gone are the times where the big clubs can go up to these clubs that are, they're not small clubs, I won't say that. I'll say that they're of the level below, just below. And you can't penny pinch from them. If they want, if Declan Rice is not £100 million player, but he's worth £100 million to West Ham.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's what they want, you pay it. And the same with Chelsea. If you want Casado, Brighton have put a price tag of 100 mil on it. That's what's going to get it over.
You meet their valuation. You meet their valuation.
Their valuation, and you get it.
Yeah.
I don't. If you're 21, 22 years old, I don't care. You have to pay for the potential now. Before, the bigger clubs didn't have to pay for the potential, but now you have to pay for the potential, and that's what we did with Dex. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'm totally going to have to do that with, and they've already been doing it as well. Look what they did with Mudryk. I'm so glad that you paid 100 mil for him, but you have to pay for the potential now. You have to pay for the ceiling, and they might not reach it, so it's a big gamble.
Yeah, exactly. And look at West Ham's point of view. Their best player, their talisman, their captain, a youth team player, 14 years at the club, of course. And to West Ham, this is a massive deal. They get as much as they can for the player. They're resigned to letting him go. Yeah, they're resigned to him moving on to another club. Of course, they want to get as much as they can for him because they're going to put that back into their own club. Like off this sale for Declan Rice, they can do a lot of good for their own club. You know what I mean? So of course they want to get, and to be honest, people may say that he's not worth that money, but he is a fantastic, fantastic player, and you have to meet the valuation, like you're saying, Saves, and you have to respect it. Arsenal were a little bit lowballing at the start. Okay, they're feeling around to see what's going on. Yeah, they put out the feelers, maybe see can they do a deal, but West Ham, Declan Rice, maybe you can do that with Havertz or Timber, but with Declan Rice, you have to pay the money. You know what I mean? It's different situation, different caliber of player, in my opinion. A better player. You can't be kind of lowballing Declan Rice.
Yeah, of course. I'll give David Sullivan his dues because
Staves, you there?
As Staves mentioned, he's back. When you look at what Staves said there and that, I mean, we're a big club, but we're also a small club at the same time, and we've sold players on and made nothing out of it. So to actually turn and say, no, this player is valued at this is what we want, and we're not budging. Yeah, fair play. It's about time because, not being funny, we have produced players that have gone on to play international football, gone on for multi-million pound deals, and we've lost that big time. So yeah, as you said, Arsenal going in with the cheeky bids, thinking that we're just going to say, yeah, no problems at all, we'll take that. They stuck with a fee, and they weren't going to budge on that. So yeah, I think in both respects for both parties, it's the right deal.
Yeah, they stuck to their guns, man. They stuck to their guns, and like when the offers went through the first and the second, they were dismissed out of hand. I mean, there was no messing about. They weren't taking prisoners. They were serious. But in fairness, my thoughts on it, and I let you in, guys. My thoughts on it. If it wasn't for the fact that Declan Rice actually wanted to go to Arsenal, his first choice was Arsenal, I think maybe City could have stolen in. I think maybe his head could have been turned because it is, of course, flattering when Pep Guardiola comes into you. I mean, who would not be flattered as a player when a manager like Pep and a team like City wants it? But he wanted to go to Arsenal. I think that saved us. Otherwise, he might be a City player. It's like that.
I honestly think it's the work done beforehand. Remember, I said to you,
Yeah.
it was basically a yes from Boxing Day.
Mm.
And I think it was because Dex was given the permission to find a move from that moment onwards for the summer. And we got in before City, and we had done a lot of our homework with him around from basically January onto the summer. And that's what got it over the line, because why else would you go to Arsenal over Man City? You know what I mean? You're looking at everything. Man City can practically, although no one has any God-given right to win a trophy, Man City practically guaranteed silverware. So, and then Pep, you're playing for probably the best manager in the world, or that has ever been. And everyone says Arteta's Pep's understudy. So why would you go to someone that can't guarantee you trophies and then there is a manager's understudy? Why would you do it? But Dex has got ambition in terms of, I can make my name. I can go down in history on a complete different level, like he's done at West Ham. You know what I mean? He's now up there with Billy Bonds and Bobby Moore. So Bobby Moore. So now come in and be put in the same bracket as a Tony Adams or a Patrick Vieira. Declan Rice he could leave football as a footballing legend, not just an Arsenal and West Ham legend. He could leave football as a legend to play the game. You know what I mean? Without the silky skills, he's very like, let's win the ball back and drop it off to players that do the skills. You know what I mean? But his leadership qualities can give him legendary status.
No,
He can have it.
I mean, I go back to what Dave said about City. If you look at it, if you think if this was a couple of years back, City would have upped their price, and you probably wouldn't get a look in. But give their dues, because they knew the money they've already spent over the years, it had to come to a stop somewhere. They stuck to their guns, and they weren't willing to go above. So, as you know, Stapes, they could have outbid you, no problems whatsoever.
Yeah.
But give City their dues. They stuck with their transfer policy. It wasn't going to change, and it left the doorway open for you guys. So it's it's a win-win for you in that respect. And when you think everyone was kind of panicking and this and the other, it comes down to that same thing, isn't it? It's if he goes to Arsenal, is he going to improve as a player? City would improve, but I'll make you up what you just said there with your comment. Him coming to Arsenal, he can now carve a new chapter in his career and become an Arsenal legend, and as you said, a football legend. City would have done exactly the same with silverware, but as we know with Pep and that, the problem with players there, they are literally a commodity. They're used for so long, and then they're shipped off, and someone else comes in. I mean, who would have thought someone like Gundogan, who was instrumental last season for City, would leave?
Yeah.
Such an influence,
just like
character. And
I mean, the major difference between the two clubs, is it's expected that you win them sort of top trophies at Man City, but it's not expected at Arsenal. It's wanted, it's not expected. And if he goes and achieves that at Arsenal, that's what gives him the legendary status. It was never expected. It was never expected that under Declan Rice's time at West Ham that he would win a European trophy. But he's done that. And then if he comes and does that with Arsenal, it's next level for him. Him alone, stand alone, he could leave football being at a legendary status without being of the skills of a Neymar or whoever you want to mention, you know what I mean? A Ronaldinho or a Rivaldo, but he could leave as a higher bracket than them.
All right, Luca.
You got, man. Sorry, I was.
All right, Luca.
No, it's fine. Sorry to interrupt you, Steps, man. You all right? You good?
I'm good, mate. I'm good.
All right, welcome along. You know the lads, do you? You met them before. You've heard of them, huh?
I've seen Early Doors, but I don't know if I've met Stapes before.
No, first time, Luca. Nice to meet you, mate.
you, mate. Nice to meet you, mate.
Welcome to the stream, man. I like your top.
Thank you very much. Mate, it's an old one.
The sporting, you're the only one of us by sporting the colours. Well, I've got all the gear behind me. I'm wearing the blue. I'm wearing the blue of Manchester City. I've got an announcement to make. I'm only joking, guys. So what's going on, man? What do you think about the whole Declan Rice situation, the signings? I mean, we're just letting it all fly off now, man. Speak your mind.
For me, right, I think personally, I think it's been really good because I was one of those fans where I said, look, I wasn't confident of getting Declan Rice, right? And I'm happy. And yes, it's taken a little while, which can be annoying. It's typical Arsenal slow FC, but we've got our man, and it's fantastic. And Edu has proved me wrong. And it's about time we start acting like a big football club. And for me, right, I've been moaning and bitching about this guy since I started this channel, or my channel, by the way. And for me, he's proved me wrong, and that is what I've been asking for. That's what I've been telling the fan base. That's what I've been telling people, right? And he's proved me wrong, and that is what I want to see. I like to be proved wrong because it's a learning curve for me, right? Yes, people want me to be positive in that. But sometimes I can't help it being positive because I want what's best for this football club. I'm passionate enough, right? But for me, he's proved me wrong. We've got Declan Rice. We've got Timber. Kai Havertz, yes, it's not the signing what I wanted. But people are starting to sound like it's a decent sign. Do I think Arteta will get the best out of him? I don't. But I'm going to calm on that and I'm going to lay myself back and just give Havertz a chance because I just want to see what happens. I still think we need another midfielder, and this Thomas Partey situation is getting a bit worrying a little bit. I think he's gone. I really do. I don't know why. Something tells me I think he's gone. Yes, I was wrong about the Rice saga, but hopefully I'm not wrong about this one as well. But Partey, for me, I can't see him staying at the football club. Because I think the Saudi Arabian team, apparently Fabrizio put a tweet out tweet yesterday about in a few days' time, which is probably going to hear around Thursday-ish, that Partey could be going to Saudi. I don't think he doesn't go to the Saudi. I think he goes to Italy if he leaves. But why is it? Yes, we've got Declan Rice, but why would you get rid of Thomas Partey and you're going to make the midfield weak? I thought we were supposed to be competing with Man City.
Yeah, that was the reason for getting Declan Rice in the first place. I mean, it was always going to be himself and Partey. Stapes alluded to a double pivot. Yeah, interesting, man. Interesting. I mean, it's going to be, like we were talking earlier, it's going to be a really, really, really important season for Arsenal, especially what happened last season with the players we're bringing in, with the contracts. We've given players new contracts. We need to see some kind of result. Not that Arteta's job is on the line or anything, but we need to see some kind of, we need a trophy. We need to win something. Also with the players we have, like I said, the new contracts we have signed. Myself, personally, I hope Thomas Partey stays because we need him. I believe that. Yeah. Stapes was also saying earlier, which I agree with, that maybe we didn't realise fully the positive impact that Granit Xhaka, who of course has departed from Bayer Leverkusen, the effect that he actually had on the team and what he did for us, you know. And we might have maybe underestimated the impact he has had. We'll have to see how that works out. But I definitely think that Declan Rice is a fantastic, fantastic player. He could take us to the next level. He can push us forward. He is a leader. He's a warrior, in my opinion. A very, very good player. We'll have to see the way it works out. But, I mean, let's just get the deals over the line anyway. There's like we're dragging our heels a little bit. You know what I mean? These deals being done, actually getting the players in. It's been a while. But anyway, Luca, may I say, man, it's great to see you back on, yeah? It's great to see you back on, man. People's channels and making your own content.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to get to...
Yeah, it's good to see you back, man. Good to see you back.
Yeah, it's fantastic to have me back. I'm trying to get to 3.6k. It's taken me forever to get to 3.6. But
it's taken me forever just to get to 1.8.
It is. It is.
You need to...
What's Luca's channel? Let me know so I can sub.
Luca AFC.
Luca AFC.
Hello, Luca AFC.
In the title, yeah?
Wicked. What you do is unsubscribe to mine and subscribe to Luca's.
Don't tempt me.
That's it, you can do it. You can make it be like that. Yeah, that's funny, guys. Yeah, but Luca, what do you think?
I make
of,
Luca right though.
what
I
do you
think when you look at your midfield, you do need another player in the midfield area. Maybe someone with a little experience, because I think what Stave said earlier, you need that balance. Some youth, some young players, and to experience. The party situation, what certain clubs are like when there's some kind of allegations going on. Sometimes it's best to cut ties, because all it's going to do is drag the club's name down. So I can understand why the rumour's quite rife that Partey's going to go. I mean, the rumour of him going to Man United, I just don't see it. Why? Why would you want to go to Man United and that when you've kind of made your name really at Arsenal? It doesn't seem to fit for me. But no, I agree with what Lucas said. I think you need another midfielder. I mean, your left back situation, what's going on with that? I mean, is Tierney staying? Is he going to be moving on?
Hopefully. I think he's going to stay.
That's
I'm
the
Yeah,
confident
it
he's
seems
gonna
like
stay.
staying.
to be seen. That's the thing.
All going well.
Especially, as I said, with Rodgers now back at Celtic kind of thing. He was his player, wasn't he, at one point?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I think he's.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Zinchenko, as you said, he can play in the midfield area. What's happening with Tommy Yasu? What's happening with
Zinchenko's
that?
a terrible defender, man. He's not a good defender, man. Really.
Not good.
No, I
He's a better
just like to pick
inspirational
up.
leader than Xhaka, isn't he?
I just want to pick up on something Lucas said before about
Yeah.
Edu, and this is really the first time the club have delivered on getting Arteta's A target, as opposed to always picking up his B targets. We went in for Vlahovic, ended up with Jesus. We went in for Mudryk and ended up with Trossard. You know what I mean? And it's been a common theme throughout the Arsenal era under the Kroenke ownership, with Edu at the helm, getting the business done. And for once now they've done it. But I agree, if we get rid of Partey and we've already got rid of Xhaka, we've only brought in Rice, we still need two more, because I thought we needed two more with them there. You know what I mean? And you get rid of them. The only thing that gives me hope is if you're going to get rid of a Partey, I don't mind on one condition: you're bringing in a Tchouaméni or a Camavinga. Now, unless any of them moves have got any legs on them, I would not be losing Thomas Partey. You've got to bring in another like 80 to 100 million pound player, which I think makes no fucking sense at all. Because you then have to bed them in, you have to get them used to the style of play, which puts us 2 steps back before we've even kicked the season off.
Premier League experience, you need that too. Yeah, Rice has that at least, but if we get another replacement then for Partey, we need to build them up. I prefer to go for players with Premier League experience because it's just easier to.
Yeah, I don't underestimate Jorginho. I actually think he's going to be pivotal in this season coming with Granit Xhaka gone, because he is one that's very much like a Granit Xhaka that won't hide. He will get on. He will get on the ball in big games, and he will dedicate the tempo of play. But there's no one else now in the team that will do that. You know what I mean? In that kind of area of the pitch, and that's what worries me. You know what I mean? You're now going to have to play Jorginho not as a DM. You're going to have to put him in the Xhaka role, and I'm not quite so sure that would work out going in the long run. You know what I mean? So I do feel if you get rid of a Thomas Partey, we're now this Lucas, no, not Lucas, is it Lavia at Southampton?
Yeah, Lavia.
Look, I'm not quite so sure about him. Yeah, he's had one season, brought out the Man City Youth Academy, had one season with Southampton, had an exceptional performance on the carpet at our place. But he played for a team that ultimately got relegated, and he's a DM that we're looking at. I don't think so. I don't think he's the answer. And if you're then going to spend £50 million on him, you have to go and spend the extra 30 on a Caicedo or a Tchouaméni or a Camavinga. You cannot be going too young. You have to have that experience.
But the thing is, something tells me, like, if we get rid of Thomas Partey, the Moises Caicedo situation, Chelsea still haven't officially put a bid in. Like, terms don't have to be agreed. right? But a bid has not been replaced. Nobody hasn't really came in for him.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's like 4 weeks into the start of the season, right? And for me, it's why can't we just not go in and go and get Calcedo right now?
Yeah.
Then our midfield is sorted,
Yeah.
pretty sorted. Then if
And
Partey left,
yeah.
if Partey left and we had Calcedo, I'm cool with it. I couldn't care less if Partey goes.
Mhm.
Right? Yes, it would have been nice to have Partey and someone else, and Partey becomes the backup. Because why is it that we're the only football club? It doesn't seem, and this is the problem with our fan base, right? People don't understand, right, and estimate why they're willing, that they're okay to get rid of Thomas Partey, right? Yes, I can understand about the whole court case with Thomas Partey. Cool, fair enough. I totally respect that. But for me, what's buffering and established is that why can't we not keep Thomas Partey? And this is what people don't get until we find a replacement that's good enough to compete, like a Tuchemeni, like a Calcedo. Why can't Arsenal not go in and go and get that? Yes, these type of deals are very difficult. I get that. It's not easy to get these type of deals done. The Tuchemeni situation, I think something tells me, right, it might not happen, but I have a bit of hope, right, that something tells me that we got a good chance of getting Tuchemeni, because PSG are willing to sell Mbappe this summer.
Mhm.
There's no way he's going to see out his contract.
Mhm.
I cannot see that happening. I cannot see why would PSG allow Mbappe to go on a free? I think he's a Real Madrid player in the next few weeks. I really do. I think give it a few weeks, give it around August, Mbappe is going to become a Real Madrid player, which means Arsenal want to sign 2 more signings. According to Darmesh, said today on Sky that he wants to sign 2 more signings. One's going to be a midfielder and one's going to be a wide player. Well, one of them could be Musa Diaby and the other one potentially Tuchemeni. Like, here's a question to ask you guys. Say if we got those 2 players, would that be enough? Would that be a good transfer window?
Yeah.
It'd be a good one. It's not the one for me.
It'd be a good one,
I
but
don't think we need another wide player. In all fairness, I don't think we do. I honestly think a Trossard, a Reece Nelson, an Emil Smith Rowe, they could all back Saka or Martinelli up. So I don't honestly think we need another wide player. What we need is a big, strong powerhouse in the middle to take over from Gabby Jesus. You know what I mean? Yes, I do agree we need another midfielder as it stands with Thomas Partey and Rice in that team. I still think we need one more. But if you lose one, that says to me you need 2.
Yeah. We need one and then a backup as well. Yeah, like a third.
But like I said earlier, I wouldn't be surprised if Fabio Vieira, because he's so flimsy, would be pushed out to wide right, or even a Havertz would be pushed
But
out
why
to
is it
wide
that
right.
we've got people, Stapes, right? People like Fabio Vieira, right? We should be sending these players on, like the Vieiras, like Sammy Lokonga. There's rumours going around that he could be sent out on loan again. So technically, he could be still an Arsenal player.
Oh my god,
going out
again.
on season.
Oh,
Why
no.
to get rid of people like Sammy Lokonga?
I don't argue this point. I totally agree with you. Now, the only reason I would loan Sambi Lokonga out is if there's an obligation to buy once you make 5 appearances. I don't care if they're 90 minutes or substitutes. You obligated to pay the transfer fee after 5 appearances because that geezer is not going to make the cut. Now, Vieira, I always give new signings 1 season to integrate into the team, you know what I mean, and start to find your feet. But with Vieira, I hold back judgment a bit because he missed the pre-season. That good pre-season that we had last year, he wasn't a part of because he come in injured. And to me, he looks too flimsy to play central midfield in the English game. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm saying he may be suited to play wide right. You know what I mean? But like I said, he's quite handy to find pockets of space on that wing and deliver crosses. But there's no one to get on the end of them. There isn't anybody to get on the end of them. So it's wasting Vieira and his final delivery, putting him out there because there's no one to get on the end of it. There's no way he's as good as Saka. There's no way he can go past players like Saka. There's no way he can score like Saka. So we're looking at a different type of right-sided player. So I don't understand how the Vieira or the Kai Havertz deal is going to work for us. And you're talking like £100 million worth of talent here. So in total, so this is my thoughts around the Steve Round sacking. If Santi Cazorla comes in, it's the only way we make these two players work in an Arsenal shirt is having Santi coach them, get close to them. This is what you do in these areas. This is what you do with the ball. You know what I mean? And to be honest, both of them are on the flimsy side. They need to be in the gym for the whole of next season rather than make them run. Yeah, rather than make them run and keep running around the pitch or doing runs. I'd rather them push weights because that's what they need to do. They need to bulk up.
100%.
We see it with Eddie. Arteta did it with Eddie. He went from a flimsy guy to Eddie really bulked up.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Need a bit
Just
of
going back to
strength.
Luca's point on Partey and why would they kind of, get rid of him kind of thing. You've got to think at the end of the day, all football clubs now are basically businesses. And when you look at the Cronkies and that, they're all about the pound and pence. So really, for image and credibility, if you've got a player that's kind of could drag your name into the mud, cut your losses. And that could be the reason why he may be offloaded because of that reason alone. And it doesn't. And you got a question at that point. Then how much the likes of Edu and Arteta have got to back up, with the Cronkies. This is the reason why I want to keep this player. They're just going to look at it as a business sense. It's going to be damaging to the reputation of the club, regardless of what the players' capabilities are. I don't know what your views on that are.
Yeah.
You asking me or
all of you guys? All of you. You're all Arsenal.
You can take it at the start, Luca. You can take it at the start.
You want to go first, Dave?
No, go on, Luca, mate.
Well, Luca, work away.
What was the question again?
So basically, you got to look at it. Like I said to you, football clubs these days are businesses, and definitely the Cronkies. So when you think about, the image of the football club, it's all about the merchandise. It's all about the actual stakeholders, get the sponsors and stuff like this. The situation, allegedly what is going on, is damaging to the credibility of the club. So it's best to get rid of that.
Yeah, but do you honestly think
some merch there, guys?
He's watching me. But no, do you honestly? No, I sort of understand your question, right? And the thing is, like, over the years, we wanted the Cronkies out because they weren't doing their work, and now they're starting to actually have trust in Mikel Arteta, and a lot of people were doing the Cronky out protests, and it never worked out. And I think, of course, you're going to get people buying the merchandise because they love the football club, and now this time we're starting to act like a big club. Yes, we might make the odd mistakes, like sometimes we run, I wouldn't say we look. The things what we're positive is that we don't seem to run down people's contracts. But the thing is, I still think we make these silly errors like the Pepe situation, the Vieiras, we send all these deadwood players out on loan. I think that needs to cut a little bit. We have a little bit of obsession of doing that. And I think with the Cronkies, look, Cronky's proving me wrong. Like so far, it's going all right. And I can understand where you're coming from with the question about the merchandise. Look, a lot of people over the years when we were doing so bad, when we finished eighth, but now we've really improved quite a lot. And let's hope we've got our football club back now. And let's hope we can continue like this, whether we don't win the league or not, just win trophies regardless and keep challenging every year. Then we've got our football club back, what we've been crying out for 20 years. But yes, we should have won the league last year. But unfortunately, this manager bottled it. But getting back to the Cronky situation, look, I think fans did get a little bit frustrated the last few years because they wanted, like with me, I was going to stop buying merchandise, but I haven't got this season's kit yet because I'm waiting for Declan Rice to be announced because I want Declan Rice on the back of my top.
I want Nketiah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, man. Luca, we won't fall out over it, We'll remain friends.
I want El Neni.
Let me ask you. Let me ask the Arsenal fans in this. Would you stand beside me, guys, if I had the jersey on me in public with Nketiah on the back? Would you stand beside me as my brother and my friend? Let me ask you that question.
I'd be your friend, and
Or would you run away,
I
screaming?
always support you. I'd always support you, and always
If
back
I was
you.
standing there with Arsenal Nketiah on the back,
But it can't be his worst compared to
in
Bob
front of
Holding.
the world, guys.
Nketiah is better than Bob Holding. I'll give you that one.
Rob Holding, he's
I'll,
another.
I'll go one better. I'll put my arm around you and cover his surname.
That's such a sticker on my back. Is it kick me? You put a sticker on my back. Kick me. Put rice, is it? Put rice across it. Yeah, Muller rice, baby. You know what I mean? Muller rice. I got my Muller rice. Anyway, yeah, I like the top you're wearing, Luca. Man, what top is that?
It was in the lockdown season.
The lockdown season. Okay.
It was the 2021 season.
That was the last Kroenke out protest, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's the one that Arsene Alex was at. Arsene Alex went to that, and I think drawn by
about 2.5 years ago. But I've got the Jamaican one from last season.
Okay.
Same here.
But the thing is, I just think with like people like they were moaning about the Cronkies about our season tickets are we are the most expensive season ticket. I think now we're in the Champions League. Now money prices are going to be going up because last season tickets were so difficult to get.
Impossible for me anyway.
Impossible. Like I'm trying to get a ticket for the Charity Shield, and I got people going, and I'm like, where's my like I want to get an Arsenal end, right? I got offered to sit in the Man City end, but I don't want to sit in the Man City end. I do not want to.
You know what, Dave? You got Luca's contact details, yeah?
I do.
Yeah. Send them over to me. I might be able to help you out with that, Luca.
You sure, mate?
Yeah, I might be able to get you one, man. You'd literally like. When was it? They went on. Was it Thursday?
Thursday last week.
Yeah, I managed to help someone get 6 of them, so I might be able to help you out.
But I'm looking like between
6.
40. I'm looking for like between 40 and 80.
Yeah, no, don't worry. They go for price. I don't. They go for price.
I couldn't care less where I sit as long as it's in the Arsenal end. I couldn't care less if it's upper tier. I couldn't care less as long as it's cheap.
Yeah. Don't worry. Pass the details on Dave, and then I'll try and help him out.
I will.
Yeah.
I'll do that, Joe. No problem. And nice of you, Stapes, to help him out, man. Because the last time I went to see a game, Stapes hooked me up.
Because to me, I've never been. I've been to Wembley before, but I've been to Wembley before for international football, but I've never been to Wembley to watch Arsenal.
I did. I went to the dreaded Arsenal-Barcelona game where we got stuffed.
Champions League, when we were playing at Wembley in the Champions League.
Yeah, home games were at the old Wembley. It was at the old Wembley. Yeah. So yeah, that was the last time I see Arsenal play a Champions League game.
The only Barcelona one I've seen the one. It was the 2009. Was it 08-09 season or was it 09-10? No, 09-10.
When Messi was in the team, yeah, and we got
when Fabregas broke his leg. It was when Fabregas broke his leg, and it was a 2-2 draw.
Oh no!
Zlatan, before he retired this year, he's gone. Zlatan retired before this year. Scored 2 goals.
No, I took my son. He can barely remember it because I think he was about 6 at the time, and that was when they had Neymar, Messi, and Suarez up front, and they beat us 2-0.
Yeah.
We had Alexis and Giroud and Ozil, I think it was, and they stuffed us.
Really?
I think that was the last time we played in it. But yeah, I took my son to that. So my son is actually, because my son's like Messi, Ronaldo mad. He's just turned 12 last month, and he's actually seen them both in the flesh. So he's glad for
lovely.
that, because now, yeah, now you never get to see them again. You know what I mean? I took him not last season, the year before, when Ronaldo had one of his twins pass away, and I told him a month. I told him a month before the game he's coming to the game against Man United, and then all that happened, and we weren't sure if Ronaldo was going to play because he had given extra time off. And then he played at Anfield, and he got that round of applause just before he come to the Emirates. After 7 minutes, everyone applauded him.
Oh, really?
And yeah, he did. Yeah, he did the same when he come to the Emirates. I think I can't remember. I think we was 2-0 up. Tavares scored early, and then we got a penalty from Saka, and then Ronaldo scored. I don't know if he equalised or he pulled them back into the game, but he scored right in front of us at the North Bank.
Oh,
And
really? What season was this?
not last year, the year before.
Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, and he peeled off of Gabriel and then tucked it in at the back stick. And
Was that
he
when Granit
celebrated.
Xhaka scored?
No. Oh yes. No. Yes, that was 3-1 win, weren't it? Xhaka scored second half. Yeah.
Yes.
To win it, but at the time it was like 2-0, I think, and he pulled them back into the game, or he might have made it 1-0.
And
I can't remember.
Penalty, didn't they?
Fernandez hit the post, didn't he?
Yeah, man. And they had that.
And
They had that little good spell, and then from there we killed the game off.
yeah, they also had a goal disallowed at 2-1 to make it 2-2, didn't they? VAR got involved.
Yeah, it did.
But yeah, I remember Ronaldo celebrating in front of us, and my son was Ronaldo mad. And as soon as he scored, then he started celebrating in front of us, and he pointed up to the upper tier. So I think he had some friends in the upper tier, maybe, or family, like in the boxes there. And my son, like, he doesn't do anything. He doesn't normally do anything, and he's 11, and he's jumped out of his seat. He's like, "Don't you fucking celebrate!" No. He never says a bad word to Ronaldo, and then he scores past us. He's like, "Don't you fucking celebrate!"
Oh, man.
Right, Dave, and guys, I'm going to shoot off now. Thanks
All right,
for your
sweet,
time,
Dave.
Dave. Luca,
No problem.
good seeing you, States.
Thanks for coming
Been
on.
a pleasure.
And I hope you'll be feeling
Nice one,
better.
Sam.
You know. Yeah, you're
Take care,
welcome,
man.
guys. And Luca, keep smashing it like you keep doing, son. It's good. It's good what you
Yeah,
do.
well, man, we're very close to 3.6, man. So if anyone
That's good,
hasn't
mate.
gone
That's
subscribed,
good.
then feel free to, man.
I'm close to 1.8.
You'll get there.
I'm proud of my 1.8.
1.8.
See you later, Tony, man. Peace.
All right.
Take
Yeah,
it easy,
look after
Tony.
yourself, guys. Thanks again for the
Adios.
time, yeah? Take care.
See you later, mate.
Yeah, he's a good guy, Tony, man. He's a good guy. I only got to know him recently, yeah. He's a good guy, man. Good guy. He's got a budding channel, you know, but he's got good football knowledge. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's supported the Hammers a long time. Yeah, I saw his channel one day, and I saw him like doing his thing, you know, and I was like, geez, this guy here have to start on a YouTube channel. And of course, I was bigging it up. You know what I mean? And of course, I was kind of like, yeah, the guy knows what he's talking about. And he's pleasant. The main thing is, he's friendly. That's all that matters to me anyway, to be honest. He's a friendly guy. I was like, you know what, I'm going to do a bit of collabing with Tony, because he's a friendly guy. Simple as.
Yeah.
They had a good season last year, guys. Seriously, West Ham had that win they had, man, in the Conference League final. Their performance and the guts at the end to go for it, you know, to go for the win. They caught Fiorentina on their heels, man, and they nailed them. You know what I mean? Big up, man.
Yeah, I mean,
seriously.
Say what you want about the Conference League. They won it. You know what I mean? If you're going to be in it, go and win it. And
they won it, man.
All right,
exactly.
They basically played no one up until the semi-final, and then in the final they had Fiorentina. And fair dues to them. It wasn't their best performance, but they stuck at it. They grinded it out, and they got the win. You know what I mean? And that's all you can do.
Yeah.
There's no shame losing
exactly.
to Fiorentina.
And they had the courage. They had the courage at the end to actually go for the winner. You know, like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? had the
There would have
courage
been
at
no
the end
shame
actually
losing to
coming through.
Fiorentina, but if they would have lost to, I don't know, an AZ Alkmaar, I think that's who they played in the semi-final. If they had
Mm,
lost to them in the final, then that would have been catastrophic. But to lose to
mm,
Fiorentina, no, but they didn't. They went beyond and they turned in a good result. And
mm.
now they're the only London club with a European trophy from last season.
That's right, man, and a good one, and a good one. You know what I mean? Like I pass the bridge every day on the way to work. I don't know what the story is with them around there. Look, big up themselves, man. But I pass them every day, Chelsea. All I see is Aubameyang, poor fella. You know what I mean? And like hanging off each light post is like the banner, you know, the Chelsea banners and the players, and it's
Yeah.
Pride of London. I mean, look, they've won a lot, yeah, in the last couple of years. But I mean, or ever since Abramovich took over, more than the last couple of years. But I mean, Pride of London last year, they weren't the ones that won a trophy, and Arsenal outdid them in the league. I mean, you can't say, I don't know, man. I'll be getting on with them sometimes, but look, there's always going to be rivalry, I suppose. Yeah? I don't know. Luca, there you are, man. There you are, man. I tried to bring you back in earlier, but I couldn't.
Internet problems.
Don't fall asleep, Luca. Don't fall asleep. You got connection problems, huh?
Yeah.
What you need is a Monster energy drink.
I do.
A bit of something that's stable smoking there.
Yeah. Caffeine. Coffee.
Coffee, but that's what you need. What do you
Desperados.
need? You need a crisp. You need a tato sandwich. A tato sandwich. You ever have a
Why
tato
not?
sandwich? Very healthy, actually. Very healthy. Great health benefits. It's an Irish thing. A tato sandwich. Packet of tato. Bread and butter. It has to be cheese and onion taters, though. You know taters? Go up
I
to
had
the
one
Camden Irish
today.
Centre, get
I had
yourself a
one
packet.
today. I
A
had it
packet of
today.
tato.
Cheese and onion in my bread. Bosh.
Yeah,
Lovely.
nice. Very
All the
healthy, yeah.
time.
Or a
My
Twix
son
or a
likes
Mars
them as
bar.
well, but he started having them with smoky bacon as well. So, but I normally just cheese and onion. He's started having them with smoky bacon.
Cheese and onion. There's something about the taste of it, the cheese and onion with the butter and the bread. I know it's very good.
It
Mhm.
is.
It's quite tasty. You know what I mean? Yeah. I was at a wedding like last year in Ireland, last May, like May of last year in Ireland, and that's what they actually had for us. You know, after the meal, after everything, they actually had like pre-packed potato sandwiches. So it was good fun. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Let me
good.
they had pre-packed potato sandwiches. Let me just do this. What's going on with you anyway, man? Are you good? Thanks for joining the stream, yeah. I appreciate it. And it's good to hear your point of view, yeah. It's good to hear your point of view.
Thank you very much, man. You're more welcome to come on the
You're
channel,
welcome.
man.
I will, absolutely. You invite me, I'll be there. No problem.
Yeah, no what? Where's Arsenal Alex?
That was a very good question. I think he's going into the coffee business. I think he's all
Oh, is he? Is that what you do? You ever meet up with him?
I think he's cycling around on a bike, like he's in the coffee business.
You ever meet up? You ever meet
I
up
met
with
up with him about a month ago. I'd say maybe 6 weeks ago. Normally we meet up out by we meet up by the O2 the last 2 times, but this is like there was like 7 months in between those meetups. Yeah, like there was last October, I think, or maybe September, and then like I think last month. So that was like 7 months. Yeah, but we met up at the O2 the last 2 times. Yeah, he's a friendly guy, man. I know you know him a bit better than me. Yeah,
no,
he's
I've
a cool
known
guy,
him.
man.
I've known him.
But he's getting into the coffee business.
Yeah, he's a good lad, man.
Luca, do me a favor. Tell everybody that you're on my channel. Tell them come.
Yes, everyone on the
Pay
channel.
respects to the old school gunner.
Everyone on the channel, the greatest old school gooner, right? Been going live for
tell everyone you know
hours,
that I'm
4
we're
hours.
live.
And we are live, everyone. And get Old School Gooner to 1,800 subscribers tonight. And get me.
Go on your Instagram and tell all your followers that you're live on my channel right now.
All right, okay. All right.
That's what you do. I want to be 4,000 subscribers by the end of this video.
All right, let's do that now.
I want to gain 2,500 subscribers.
I want 3.6k by the end of this video.
Just tell them on Instagram that you're live on my channel. Maybe some people might come on because you have a lot of followers, man. You have double what I have. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
No worries, mate.
What's Stapes up there?
I'm writing it now. We're writing it now.
Okay, Stapes is back. we can't talk about him anymore now. We were just talking about you. Yesterday.
I had to go. I had to feed me cat. She was
Oh,
meowing.
I thought the police were at the door. Noise complaint.
I've done it.
No. I didn't want to do
Oh,
a
you did
Kurt
it. Thanks,
Zuma
Luke.
and kick her. Yeah, I didn't want to do a Kurt Zuma and kick her across the room, so I had to go and
Oh,
feed
yeah.
her.
He got slaughtered. He got slaughtered about that though.
Did he?
He did, and too
Zuma,
right.
he got absolutely mangled about that. Jeez, they go nuts about that kind of thing, man. Animal welfare. Him kicking some cat. Jesus, when I saw it, I was like, oh no, man. Luca, let me ask you, man, where do you think we're going to finish in the new season? What do you think our league position is going to be?
I think we'll finish
Treble?
third.
Quadruple?
Third.
And you think, and how many, like, when we get to the Champions League final, how many goals do you think we're going to win by?
Well, he ain't getting into the final.
5-1.
What? 5-1.
Champions League final. I'm not saying what season now. How many goals did I didn't say what.
In 2030.
Okay, so I will be, Jesus, I'll be over the hill by then. But hopefully I'll still be alive.
So would I.
2030, we're going to win the Champions League. Us against Spurs, 7-1. Nice. Love it.
Can you imagine the final against Tottenham? So nervous, but I'll be so
It's good you got a sense of humour. It's good you got a sense of humour, guys.
Yes.
But I take it you're absolutely over the moon about the Declan Rice signing, yeah? I mean, I don't
Oh
want to
yeah,
go on things. You must be. I mean, guys, we were lucky to get him. Either way you want to look at it, yeah, we can consider ourselves. I mean, it's like you said, Staves, the first choice player that Arteta actually wanted, he's come. You know what I mean?
Yes.
The first time we got actually
why can't we not do that
top tier player that we wanted?
Why can't we not do that for the next signing and the next signing and the next signing? Then we can start challenging again.
Yeah.
Well, I secretly, I still have hopes for Mudryk because I think he's going to be different level, but I'm not so sure. He might go on leaps and bounds under Poch because Poch is good with young players, but I think under Arteta he would have been a decent signing for us. You know what I mean? But I don't think we've got an uncanny tradition of signing ex-Chelsea players. Yeah, so I wouldn't give up hope on Mudryk wearing an Arsenal shirt yet.
We'll accept him. We'll take him.
I hope not.
Maybe it will happen, but I'm not so sure it'll happen in the too distant future. It'll be
If I see Mudryk at Arsenal Football Club, I will go ballistic on my channel.
But I don't listen.
I'll be there to watch
it. So will I, but it won't be for like the kind of money that they bought him for. It will be because his contract's run down, and that I think that's a life sentence.
He signed an 8-year deal, though. He signed an 8-year deal.
That's a life sentence contract anyway. But it wouldn't surprise me that because of our history signing ex-Chelsea players, it wouldn't surprise me that he might fall out of favour at Chelsea and then be up on the market. We might be able to pinch him for anywhere between 50 and 70. You know what I mean? They'll look to recoup some of their money. But it won't be.
How good a player do you think he is, Staves? I mean, how good is Mudryk, actually? I mean, how good is he?
To be fair,
at Chelsea, of course, they didn't do well last season, but how good has he been? I mean, how good is he?
Yeah.
He's been rubbish. He's been rubbish at Chelsea. What's he done at Chelsea?
Yeah. He's been totally rubbish. And to be fair, he's missed a couple of sitters as well. He's missed a couple of sitters that you expect £100 million signing to do. To be fair, if I'm spending £100 million on a player, you've got to be a game changer and a match winner.
Yeah.
And he doesn't seem to be any of those at the minute. But maybe it's because he's got a move that he didn't desire. You know what I mean? Arsenal didn't do what they did with Dex. When Chelsea went in with the £100 million bid, Arsenal didn't match it. When when Man City come in with their offer, it was similar to ours, but it was structured differently. They had to get their money more quicker. And I think Arteta knocked on the door and said, no, I missed out on Mudryk. I'm not missing out on this one. You either get him or I'm walking. So, and I think the club fronted the money for that reason. And they did. They didn't.
They had to, and especially what he did last season.
Yeah, they didn't
Especially
just
what the
restructure
player in his own career. Yeah.
They went £15 million above. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So they didn't just restructure the deal. They went £15 million above. So it obviously the deal, like I said to you before, Dave, the deal is now. Yes, it's in 24 months, but it's over 3 FFP windows, which is the crucial part of the finances for a club like us. That it's not state owned, it's not run by a country. You know what I mean? And we have to remember what kind of market we're shopping in. If we're going to go for these big signings, they have to be structured deals. It's not. We get a lot of stick. I hear a lot of people saying that we're doing Kalana, we're doing Littlewood's catalogue. We're not the only club that structure deals. Arsenal and Liverpool are run in a very similar way. You know what I mean? And in order for us to have the success that Liverpool have had over the past 6 years, last year being a season off, we have to follow a structure. You know what I mean? That stays within the laws of the game. Unlike Man City, you know what I mean? We have to stay within the laws of the game, and we don't have owners that are just willing to break rules or find other ways of putting money into the club. You know what I mean?
100%.
Illegal into the club, and that is where we shop at. And it's hard for other fans to understand it all sometimes. You know what I mean? But that is where we're at.
Yeah, I'll agree with you, man. We're not into the old financial doping, in fairness. We've kept it clean and clear. You know what I mean? I mean, the club have not really broken any rules of any... Because Manchester City, I think, how many did they break? Over 300?
300.
They're still waiting to kind of find out about the financial fair play, like what's going to be the whole penalty there. How's it going to look for them? I mean, but look, they won the treble. I'm not saying that they, but at the end of the day, there has to be a bit of fairness in it. I mean,
yeah, but
they assembled, they have a great manager too, though.
Yeah, when we're talking about Man City, we're not talking about Man City of last season. We're talking about what they did in the build-up to get their club to what they was at last season.
Yeah.
So in that build-up, if there are financial doping, there's this big thing about the Premier League.
How did they get to that point? Yeah, how did they get to that point?
Yeah, I think it's like 14 clubs have to vote. When it comes to out of the 20, 14 have to vote in favour, yeah? Well, for me, if they're found guilty and they're not thrown out of the league, because that's what they should be. I know it's not quite of the extreme as match fixing like Juventus when they got relegated down. But for me, I'd throw them out of the league until their ownership changed, because it's their ownership that's at fault. Now, it's not the Man City fans or players, it's the ownership. So you can't dig the fans out, you can't dig the players out, it's the ownership. So you have to ban them from the Premier League until their ownership is changed. Because we see the same with Juventus. They relegated them, let them come back up, and guess what? They're in the same shit pit that they were 4 or 5 years ago.
Nothing changed, nothing changed.
So you change the ownership model, the club has to be sold, and then we will allow you back in to the Premier League from the Championship. If you win the Championship and your ownership hasn't changed, you're not allowed back in. You stay back down.
No, of course not.
That's how the 14 clubs should vote. And I'm sure they will do if that was put to them. But that's just my personal opinion. That's no one else's. Nothing else has been put out there like that. But that's just how I view it.
If you want to keep it fair, if you want to keep it fair and you want to see change, I mean, it's not. You can't just kind of, I know what you mean, you can't just kind of punish the offender and there not be any change. There has to be change, otherwise it's just going to happen again.
Yeah,
it's futile. It's futile.
I'm all for putting your own money into the club, but it's got to be within the rules. It cannot be without the rules, you know what I mean? Because Stan Kroenke could do it. He's a wealthy billionaire. He could do that. But we choose not to, you know what I mean? The same with Liverpool. They could do that as well. The same with Villa. They've got a wealthy owner. They could do that.
Newcastle.
I think off of last season's league teams, only 2 of them don't have billionaire owners. Only 2 of last season's teams didn't have billionaire owners. So you've got to look at that and say, right, if they've got the financial power is one thing, but it's how you flex your financial power. Now, if you're willing to flex it to break rules in order to make your club successful, then we don't want you part of our league. And that's how I get my opinion of saying you need to sell the club before we let you back.
100%.
Yeah, and they can put that money also into, like, I don't think there's any problem with them pumping that money into the training ground, facilities, the youth teams, the youth setup, the scouts, the coaching. I mean, that is also going to play a role. It's not just about putting 200 million on an Mbappe or a Grealish or whoever, or a Paul Pogba. You know what I mean? You can actually invest the money into the community, into the club, and grassroots players come through. I mean,
I went to Man City away when we still had Wenger in charge, and I think it was Giroud's first season, the season just as we sold Van Persie. And Shelly got a late equaliser for us. And I come out that stadium at the end of the game. It was a 1-1 draw. I come out that stadium at the end of the game, and as I'm walking along to where we parked the car outside some pub, probably about a 20-minute walk up the road, on the right-hand side, it's just training pitches for Man City, like all different types of training pitches for all weathers, and it's fantastic though, the investment that they put in. You know what I mean? But if it's all illegal, it shouldn't count. You know what I mean? There should be something that they have to. There should be some consequence to it all. You know what I mean? If they've done it, there's got to be a consequence.
Not that they can just pay it off and move on. Pay the fine and move on.
And it's not a dig at the fans or at their treble win. And like I say, it's credit to Pep. If they don't have Pep, they don't do that. You know what I mean? Them players that they got don't come. It's all to do with Pep. You know what I mean? He's the be all and end all. And when he does go, they're going to struggle. I even think they might have a fall off next season. If you're talking about all the players that they're rumoured to be losing, you know what I mean? There's going to be some sort of fall off. But apparently they have like a £300 million war chest to go at the transfer market. So they could have blew us out of the water for Declan Rice.
Yeah, they could have.
But under Pep's management, they've set targets. Like they're like, right, this is the amount we're willing to spend on him. If it goes over that, we're not doing it. And they've done it with numerous targets. Cucurella, they lost out to Chelsea because they're not willing to spend 60 plus on him.
Yeah, their valuation of the player. Yeah.
But they've only been doing that since Pep's been there. You know what I mean? Not before. They would have just bidded and kept bidding.
Yeah, they were actually. You came across a couple of good points there, man. But they were actually like with Pep, for example. He was saying at the time that all these rumors came out about financial fair play. He said that if a lot of them were found out to actually be proven true, he would wash his hands of the club. He would walk away. It was as simple as that. His exact words, he would actually walk away, especially when it came to his contract, because he was being paid a certain amount of money. And then there was meant to be this like secret contract to the side where he would be paid a little bit extra. He was saying if that actually had not been declared, if that had been under the carpet, he was unaware of it. He said he was actually willing to walk away from the club. Man's got his principles. I mean, he's not going to stand for that either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You made a lot of good points, man. I mean, it has to be fair at some point. I mean, this is not hating on City. Question is, though, guys, do you think they're going to do the treble next season? I mean, honestly, no. Hit me with it.
Man City
dramatic, yeah? You think they can do the treble? I mean, they did it the season just
I don't think Man City will do the treble next season, but I reckon they'll win the league and next season and will become the first team ever in history to win it 4 times in a row. And no one's ever done that before. Champions League, I think Real Madrid will win it if they get Mbappe. The FA Cup is a possibility. I reckon Arsenal got a good chance of winning it on that one. And the Carabao Cup, well, it's Man City's cup, but they haven't won it for the last year or so. So therefore, I think Man City can win the double next season. I don't think Man City will win the treble next season. I think that's just a one-off.
I think priority for them anyway would be the Premier League to actually remain champions of England. You know,
City
they're going to
will-
always look at that.
People think that we're going to win it next season. I don't think they will. I think we get top 3 next season. I think Man City are going to win the league next season. City, and this is the thing: if they win it next season, the Premier League is going to start becoming a Bundesliga league.
Yeah. You mean like Dortmund, yeah, or
Yeah.
Bayern? The way Bayern dominate, yeah.
French league, PSG.
Yeah. Like one team at the top, yeah.
Of course.
Question to Stapes. I can see he's winding up to it. I see you noticed it. All right.
Like I said earlier on, you may not have been on the plan because it's been going a little while now, this stream, but
It's only been going 4 hours. That's nothing.
4 hours is nothing.
Once I did one for like 10 hours, I think.
Yeah, but for
on
Eddie Howe,
on my own, it was.
for Eddie Howe, it's I give him this much. I think he's the next England manager. What he can do with Newcastle next year, I don't know. Like, it's going to be. We look at it from our point of view. Like I said, going from Europa League to Champions League and playing them games thick and fast when they come, we can't rotate like we did for the Europa League. We're going to have to play our
There
full
he is,
strength.
guys. Eddie Howe.
Yeah.
So I think for Eddie Howe, he got such good levels of performance from the likes of Joe Willock, Dan Burn, like Shaw that you were saying earlier, Dave. Like all these average players he's got performing above their level. And that's the key thing for a good season for Newcastle next year is if these players can come back and perform at the same level. They don't have to improve, but they've got to perform at the same level, show the consistency. And then Newcastle will be back in and around the top 4 again. If they get top 4 again next season, what a season it's been for them. That's my season.
Yeah.
Anything they do in Champions League, like if they get out of the group stage, that's a massive success. You know what I mean? Because they've strengthened really well so far. So for me, Eddie Howe, the biggest compliment I can give him is that he will be the next England manager. I already think he's better than Gareth Southgate. So the biggest compliment I can give him is he'll be the next England manager. And if that job did come calling, because this time a year from now is the tournament, and if England perform woefully in it and Southgate gets the bullet, the first name in that list will be Eddie Howe. You know what I mean?
He's that good, Steps.
Yeah. You see
good,
what he did with Bournemouth, where he brought Bournemouth from. They was leagues down, brought them into the Premier League, and they were established Premier League side at one stage, and then obviously it went a bit south. You know what I mean? It went a bit south. But what he did, what I liked about him, is that he took a year off to reflect. And he went around the world looking at different coaching courses and setups and the way different managers set up.
He did his groundwork. He didn't rush things. He did his groundwork.
So he didn't think, right, I took Bournemouth from here to here and I know it all.
I know it all.
Yeah, when he went south, he was like, you know what, let me give a year to reflect. Let me go and do a little bit more homework. He's come back again and done phenomenal things with Newcastle. They were fighting relegation when he took over.
Yeah.
And look where they are now, you know what I mean? And that's massive club, big fan base, massive.
That's it. It's one city, man, and it's one team, and they're all pushing for Newcastle. That's the thing, yeah.
And them fans, they deserve it more than most, you know what I mean? They do deserve it. But we can't rest on this. They got more financial power than us. So you've got to be ready.
We were talking about the wrong guy, but it doesn't matter anyway.
Oh, who is he talking about?
He was talking about Don Howie passed away. Like, he's been gone a couple of years. He's been dead a while. Howe from Arsenal.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, that's going back a bit, isn't it?
Don Howe,
yeah,
he passed away like like almost 10 years ago now.
Yeah, that's going back a bit, but
But the thing what you were
yeah,
saying anyway, man, about Eddie is interesting.
yeah.
It's interesting,
But
man.
Don Howe was really good. It's because he said Howie as well. So, but yeah, Don Howe was brilliant. But then you're going back to old school kind of management ways,
Mm.
and the way people used to manage back then in his era was a lot different to. You couldn't get away with some of the stuff the way the managers used to manage back then. You know what I mean? Even some of the Fergie stuff. You know what I mean? Even some of the
Yeah,
Fergie stuff. You couldn't do that now.
yeah, that's true. Yeah. That was old school, man. They were a different generation, and the players as well were a bit more robust. I mean, let's be honest
Yeah,
about it.
I wasn't expecting him to go that far back, which is why I linked it to Eddie Howe. I didn't expect him to
Yeah,
go.
that was, yeah,
He must be an experienced guy as well, huh?
70 caps for Arsenal, 1 goal. 23 caps for England. He managed
Yeah,
Galatasaray, Arsenal, QPR, Coventry, and West Brom. I only know that now, guys, because I'm reading it here. I don't know that off the top of my head. Poor guy.
yeah. I knew you was
But yeah,
reading. I knew you was reading.
yeah. At least he had some kind of career when he did something with his life and he had a nice career. He moved around different clubs and he had management experience as well in Turkey with Galatasaray. I mean, the guy did a little bit of something. I mean, and he played for his country, which is, of course, a proud moment for any player, right? I mean, whether it's 1 cap or whether it's 100 caps, he had 23.
Yeah.
I mean, to play for your country is the greatest honor. You know what I mean? Forget money, forget this, forget that. Play for your
Remember
country is
when
the greatest honor.
we was talking about the old Saudi investment and all of that,
Oh,
and
yeah.
you go back to Don Howe. Like this is why they can't beat our historic clubs because of people like him. You know, what I mean, even Ron Atkinson and managers like that.
Mm.
They took. There was a foundation that has been able to build our Premier League to what it is now. You know what I mean? So there's so many old guys like Brian Clough, brilliant man. You know what I mean?
Fluffy, yeah. God rest his soul.
Yeah, man.
And then his brother, didn't he? Oh, no, his son, didn't Nigel? Was Nigel a Liverpool player, but did he go into management as well? Wasn't Nigel playing for Liverpool at one point, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah. Nigel Clough played for Liverpool. He
He
left
didn't
Forest
he?
to go.
Clough's son, yeah. And didn't Brian Clough as well? Didn't he actually bring Roy Keane over? Yeah, he did.
Yeah. He did. Yeah.
Forest, he did, didn't he? Yeah.
I don't
Roy
know
Keane
if
had an
you
interesting career, yeah, not just because he's Irish.
I don't know if you watch it, right? But there's a YouTube channel that's called Under the Cosh, and
Okay.
they interview ex-football players, and they interview. There's a two-part series with Arsenal legend Kevin Campbell, and
Oh yeah, Kevin Campbell.
Kevin Campbell tells a story that Clough wanted to sign him, and he played in the game. And at the end of the game, Clough actually went onto the pitch, dragged Kevin Campbell into his office and put a contract in front of him and told him to sign it. He's like, I can't sign that. He said, you will, son, or you're not leaving the office.
Jeez, he was a man, yeah. He's a man who got things done, yeah. He was
But you
uncompromising,
can
yeah?
imagine,
Unflinching.
could you imagine like Arteta walking on the pitch, walking up to Haaland, little Arteta to Haaland, dragging him and saying, look, get in my office. You're signing for the Arsenal.
Jeez. That would be in front of the whole world, is it? That'd be how things are done, man. Yeah. They were
Clough was different, man.
yeah, he was uncompromising, yeah. Fearless.
I actually see Forest play in his last season in charge. They got relegated. I see him play. I see his team play, and Roy Keane played in that team as well.
A young Roy Keane, yeah.
Yeah, they played away at QPR. I see a 4-2 win, and QPR at the time had Les Ferdinand up front,
Yeah.
and Les Ferdinand. In 3 games. He scored 7 goals. He scored 2 hat tricks. He scored a hat trick that day against Forest. He scored a hat-trick away at Everton in a 5-3 win for QPR. And he scored one at Leeds in a 1-1 draw. He scored 7 goals in 3 games. And back then, I think that was a Premier League record, like 7 goals in 3 games.
He was a goal machine, though.
Yeah, but that Cloughie side, like it had Ian Wone in the midfield,
Decent player.
Peyton Blackmore. Yeah, it was that season when Janar Gefurtov played up front for Swindon Town, and he was just scoring his goals. You remember?
Yeah. Didn't he go to Chelsea then, wasn't it? Janar Gefurtov, or wrong? Or no? Torandre Flo. These triple barrel, these double barrel surname Scandinavian guys, get them mixed up. Yeah, Torandre Flo, Flo, and what was that brilliant Italian that played for Chelsea? Zola. There was more than one. Yeah, there was also Gianluca Vialli, and there was, but
they had. Do you remember when they signed? I laugh, but I shouldn't. They had Pierluigi Casaraghi. They signed him from Lazio, and he broke his leg after 5 games.
I remember.
Retired from. I was like, hey. I wound up the Chelsea fans with that.
All right, I'm just going to get Luca's number for you, because he's gone off the chat, but I'm going to have to send me his number, so maybe about those tickets.
Yeah, try and sort him out, say.
That was nice of you to offer, if you can help out.
Do you know what, David?
Nice of you to offer, man, you know what I mean?
If we'd have done this a week ago, I'd have been able to give him a ticket straight away, you know what I mean? But like that, because I don't normally Charity Shield that time of year. I'm normally away, and I'm coming back to the cut. So I'll be traveling anyway. I'll be away on holiday. So that time of year, I'm not sort of in and around. So I'll give up my season ticket in order for him to go, but I actually give it to someone else.
Okay. And nice of you to offer for him anyway. Yeah? Like, even though, you know what I mean, you barely know the guy. I mean, it's nice of it. He had a bit of a. I hope he doesn't mind me saying this. I'm not going to go too much up, but he had a bit of a rough ride recently, because I don't know, did you hear him mention that he voiced his opinions about Declan Rice? Not that he's a crap player, but that what he wasn't sure was he going to come to the club. He got vilified on social media about that. A certain YouTuber, a certain YouTuber, not Warren, not Warren, by the way, put him on blast on, I think, Instagram, you know, and like named him, shamed him in front of everybody on social media. Then Luca was actually thinking of like packing up YouTube and this and that, because he was being badgered by people. You know, they were like hitting him up, DMing him. You know what I mean? And like, I hope that Luca doesn't mind me saying this, but he's not Conor McGregor. You know what I mean? Conor McGregor wouldn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Luca's a quiet enough guy. He's unassuming. I mean, and it was a woman that did it. A bloody woman, Arsenal fan, that put him on blast on social media. Like, he's entitled to his opinion. If he thought at that certain point, like 2 weeks ago, that maybe the Declan Rice deal was not going to go through, he's entitled to his opinion. And the content he creates on his channel, that's his business. You can agree with him, but I mean, respectfully, I mean, you see my channel, man, the way things are. You know what I mean?
Listen, you can
people
agree
have
in
reviews, but everyone is like, we can all act a hard man when we want, but people be nice to each other. It's cool. You know what I mean? The way he was treated was just, and like I said, he's not exactly Conor McGregor, man. He's a quiet, unassuming guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The thing is, it's
not fair to treat people like that, man. Seriously, if that was me.
That is the world. That is the world of social media. So if you're going to put yourself out there, you're an easy target. But what I would say, he's got the bollocks to put his opinion out there. Whether you like it or not, he's got the bollocks to do it. You know what I mean? So, and it's very fickle.
And so do you, Stapes, and so do you. Sorry to go across it, but you have a big pair, man. Because like last season, the season before, how many times have you been on my channel? You always kind of stuck to your beliefs about Arteta, regardless whether the team were 18th in the relegation zone, which we were at one point, like 2 seasons ago, or whether we were challenging for the league. But you stuck by your principles. You know what I mean? You stuck by your beliefs. You didn't kind of waver. You know what I mean?
Mate, I'll tell you a story about that, right? We were bottom of the Premier League after 3 games. hadn't
Yeah, I
scored a
remember.
goal. Hadn't
I
scored a
remember.
goal. The ironic thing was Tottenham were top of the league. Yeah. Right? And in 3 games' time, we were due to play them. Right? And I put £100 bet on that we'd be above them in 3 games' time.
Yeah.
Because I knew we would beat them at the Emirates. I think we beat Norwich at home 1-0. Then we beat Burnley away 1-0. And then if we beat Tottenham at home by a 2-goal margin, we went above them. I got my money. I got my money. So within 3 games, we'd gone from bottom of the league to being above who was top of the league
Turn
within 3
around there.
games.
Yeah.
Yeah, just turned it around. Like, and I backed it because I just looked at the fixture list. Like, fixture list is what done the damage to us. We started the season with, I think it was Chelsea at home, Man City away. And we lost at Brentford at home on the Friday night, and we had Man City at home. No, Chelsea at home, Man City away, and we lost all 3 of them. And then, but the next 3 games, we won them all. So you just have to look at the fixture list because it's easy. Like last season, you go at Christmas, we're top of the league and we're got 50 points, and if we stay on that margin, we're going to win the league. But we haven't played Man City once. And in the second half of the season, we played them twice in the league and once in the FA Cup and lost all of them. So it's easy. It's the way fixtures are laid out. You just have to look at them. If you're playing Brentford on a midweek game rather than on a Saturday afternoon, makes a big difference. You know what I mean? Big difference.
Staves, do you have Instagram? I don't. Do you have Instagram? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Do you have your own?
Yeah. I've got Instagram.
Because Luca is asking. Luca's asking about it.
Yeah, States 22.
That's right, isn't it? You actually do, yeah. States 22. All right. Arsenal Forever is saying here that it's still going on between Luca and this other person on Twitter. They're still kind of clashing about things. Jesus. I never had that. I never had that kind of thing going on. You know, I had people kind of mouth off at me in DMs and private stuff when I was live. I mean, but they were kind of like trolls. They were trolling me a little bit, yeah. But then they wouldn't let themselves be known, and they just disappeared. You know what I mean?
My biggest advice to him is not to entertain them. Let them have the last word and be the biggest man and walk away from him. Just least you've put a face to it. At least you're out there giving your opinion. You know what I mean? And that's all you can do. If people want to agree and disagree, that's it. I mean, look at Lee Gunner. Look at Lee Gunner for the bit. His channel is built off of negativity. You know what I mean? But when I first met Lee Gunner, and I went up and asked for a picture with him, such a nice guy, really welcoming. You know what I mean? Stood there and had a chat with me. You know what I mean?
Pleasant.
Really nice. And then the years after, it went toxic. But I think it's everything around him. It's not just him, it's the way everyone else's view is. So it makes him more toxic, you know what I mean? So everyone gets this opinion. His channel is just for negativity when he actually makes some really valid points. But and you like people to hold your club in such high regard, but at the same time, you've got to have a lot more context to it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he's not the worst though, man. Lee is not the worst, in fairness. Like what is it? I tag him in some of my Instagram posts, and I do it honestly. Just I never get a reply of anyone or anything. He comes back immediately, and he puts that on his. He puts it on his Instagram. Yeah? He reposts it on his Instagram about my channel. Every single time Lee does this. And he's not getting anything out of that. My channel then is on his Insta, and it's getting maybe a little bit of attention. He's all right. I mean, he's got his opinions on the club and Arteta and this and that. He is a little bit, but I think he gets dogs abuse too. And I'm not gonna get into naming names about different YouTubers and this and that because but Lee is, It is what it is. Man's entitled to his
Okay,
opinion. They should leave him.
You got to remember, like what I said about Warren, he's got this Arteta agenda, but he bleeds Arsenal. He does actually want the best, but he doesn't believe Arteta can deliver what he wants for the club. You know what I mean? But you kind of just have to take yourself. You know, sometimes when I look at other clubs, like when I look at Spurs, I take my Arsenal out of. I forget the hatred, and they're actually building blocks. They're going in a positive direction, and that's what a lot of people have to do with their Arteta agenda. Look where he started, look what the squad was, and look where it is now. We got players that are renewing contracts, wanting to play for him, big players signing, and now this season we're actually delivering him his plan A targets. So let's see where we go now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I see that question there. The best looking Spaniard. That's like is Spaniard. Is Spaniard just down to a man, or can I say a female? Because I've got to give it that.
Exactly.
Everyone would say Shakira, but I would say there's a new Shakira on the block in Carol G. If you don't know, look up her music.
Carol G. Yeah.
But then, yeah, outside of them two, Mikel Arteta.
Anyway, tell Stapes about my Arsenal opinions. Do I get negative? Laugh out loud. I don't know, to be honest. Do you, Luca? Best looking Spaniard? Let me think. Yeah, I'm not exactly up on the Spaniards, to be honest. Any good looking Spanish women up there? I don't know any actually, like you said, Karl G, a couple of the singers are Shakira, but apart from that, I'm not familiar with many of them now. Let me see. See, I've been married, guys. You know what I mean? I have been able to look. I wasn't allowed to look. You know what I mean? At other women. No, I can again. So I'm going to have to.
No, I like my Spanish music, so I'll just crack on with all of that.
You know what I mean?
Good.
I'll start with the Spaniards anyway, and try to go from there. I'll do my groundwork, guys. On my next video, I'll come back with you the 5 hottest Spanish women. In my opinion. I'll do my groundwork, yeah? Straight after this. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to go through any more than that. All right, leave it at that. Let's see. Anyway, tell Stapes. What the hell is he? About his negativity. Maybe I get negative. I don't think he gets negative at all, to be honest. He wasn't negative tonight, anyway.
Well, I'm gonna sub, and I'm gonna watch a few of his old videos, and you know what I mean. Yeah. But again, you know me, Dave. Like, if you're with Arteta or you're against him, like I offer criticism to Arteta, like I said about Vieira and Havertz. That's over £100 million spent on players that I don't think will make it at Arsenal, and that is a huge amount. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're not just looking one way. Yeah, you're not just looking one way regarding Arteta. You're looking at it, open-mindedly.
Yeah, it's a balanced view, but
whether it's good or bad. I get you. That's the way it came across.
I don't think anyone could take over Arteta other than Pep and do better with this team and the budget we're on. I miss Mustafi.
What a terrible player, man. Oh my God. Those nights at the Allianz Arena, the defending. Oh, God, man. Lewandowski. He made Lewandowski look like. Lewandowski's a good player, but he made him look like the greatest player that ever lived.
He made him look like Pele.
Yeah, seriously. Remember, I was in Poland before, yeah? I was dating a girl from Poland in Warsaw. So I literally got the flight after work. I was living in Switzerland in Zurich. Yeah? Finished work, got the flight, straight out to Warsaw. New Year's Eve, 31st of December. There I was. She picked me up at the airport. Direct train straight away. I remember we passed the National Football Stadium in Warsaw. Yeah? So we were heading up to like north of the city. Next minute I was at the apartment. New Year's Eve party was kicking off. What was in the kitchen, by? A 6-foot-tall cardboard cutout of Lewandowski. I went in the Polish strip, yeah. And when everybody was coming in, they were bowing. You know, oh, Marius. Is it Marius Lewandowski? I was like that. Oh, he's God, man. If you touch that cardboard cutout, by you were a dead man. You'd be hanging off the balcony by your ankles. You know what I mean? They have you like that. Oh,
I told you, my neighbours are Polish, and
yeah,
he absolutely idolizes Lewandowski.
yeah. Polish
He's
people are
probably
very,
probably one of the best sporting people to come out of that country. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. They haven't had, yeah. And he's a world star. I mean, let's be honest about it. He should have got the Ballon d'Or. Did he actually win that in the end? But he should have got it long before he did. I mean, his goals to games ratio, man, was just.
It's rigged. I just think FIFA like to give it to Spanish La Liga based players. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't look at many other leagues.
Yeah, Modric, and I remember back in the day they had like a Mendieta. You remember Mendieta at Valencia, I think. Mendieta was a very good player. Yeah. And Modric, of course, Spanish based. Yeah, they tend to look at La Liga as in.
I actually heard that this is not true. Apparently, it's in the hands of the West Ham lawyers, and they need to sign it off.
It's which?
So apparently, Arsenal lawyers are the delay with the Rice deal. Apparently, it's the other way around. Apparently, they just have to sign it off now, West Ham.
Yeah. You got that back to front there, Scott. Upside down, if you will, in New Zealand. Upside down. Yeah, easy, man.
Yeah.
Stapes, I sent you Instagram. Stapes has Luca has sent you a message on Instagram, Stapes.
I saw it all out once.
He says, "Nice to meet you."
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'll try and meet up with him as well at some stage. Do you know what? It'd be nice if I can get you both a pair of tickets next season, and we all meet up together.
That would be nice. I'm up for it anyway, man. I'm up for it. You know what I mean? It would be nice actually if we could get everyone together at one point and we all just go to the pub anywhere or something. I don't know, at some point. I always thought that would be hard, but the match anyway first, that would be cool to get us together.
We've got some nice games in pre-season with like Man U, Barca. We've got a few nice ones. We've got the MLS All Stars game coming up soon as well. So
is that at the Emirates?
No, that's out in America. We've got
they're heading out on Sunday, right? They're heading out on Sunday. Yeah.
Nuremberg game.
So lucky, by honestly, I don't know about you, Stapes, man, but maybe I'm small-minded there. But whenever I hear like now they're in Germany, and then on Sunday they're flying out to the United States. I mean, honestly, I know they don't have a perfect life. Yeah, I know they had to work hard to become where they are as footballers, but I mean that's not a bad life to have, man. I mean, seriously, on Sunday then they're jetting off to the US. I know it's work as well. Yeah, they're not relaxing by the pool all the time, but come on, man, it's cool, right? Imagine you and me, right? Imagine you and me now. You know what I mean? Footballers up out of that in the club. You know what I mean? Come on, right?
Imagine the shape we'll be in as well. I tell you now, it's not one.
Ripped.
I'm not one. If you're a footballer, do not get married while you're having your football career. It's a loss. It's a big L.
It's actually true. Yeah. That's actually true. I mean, I've been married, of course, so I know myself. But yeah, you're going to miss out. You know, you're going to miss out. You know what I mean? Definitely, yeah, they're going to miss out because, like, do it when you're young, experience a bit of life. I call it experience life. Life in general, not just with the ladies, in general, yeah, as a single man, experience the whole, you know, as a single man. And then later on, settle down with someone you love and, you know, have that part of your life. There are different times in your life. Different times in your life.
Yeah, the only responsibility you have then is your bills and then yourself. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And how you represent your club. That is it.
And enjoy the opportunities that are open to you. You know what I mean? You can go anywhere, you can do anything.
You don't have to answer to anyone but yourself. And that's the best way to be.
Exactly, man. Exactly. You know what I mean? When you look back in hindsight, man, hindsight is 2020. And the footballer's career is short, the fame is short. Later on, you can move to different areas of your life. Life is in stages. Yeah, you learn what you can and you crack on. That's life. What movie was that? What's that movie? Rise of the Foot Soldier. You learn what you can and you crack on.
Yeah.
Good movie. You know that movie, right? The first one, yeah? The original one, the good one.
Yeah. Once your football career ends,
good
you
movie,
then you can settle down and get married, but make sure you got the prenup. and then you're all right.
Jesus. Now you tell me. Nah, I'm only joking. Things aren't too bad for me because I didn't, you know what I mean? It was just me and her, so things aren't too bad. All right. I think I'm going to wrap it up there. That's 4.5 hours. Thanks for coming on, Stapes, man. Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right, mate. I've been with
What's
you
Scott
for
Kirk saying? ID, good film. ID is a good
Yeah.
film. Man. Thank you for giving your time, anyway. Always a pleasure. And I like, as soon as you came on, the same with Tony. Your football knowledge is, I mean, the conversation was, you know, the whole stream was just productive, constructive, with insight. Because the both of you, yourself and Tony, I don't know if you realize it, but you were, you know, it was good stuff, man. Thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. Yeah.
not
It
a
made a
problem,
difference to
David.
the stream, man. That's so did Luca. That's so did Tony. I appreciate it, yeah. And yeah, if we can arrange to go to a game sometime, it would be cool. But no
I'll sort
pressure.
something.
I know you're busy.
Yeah, I'll sort something out for us. You know what I mean? Even if it's
Yeah, no problem,
Carabao,
man.
I'll sort something out for us.
Yeah, once we're there at the Emirates, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what game it is. It doesn't have to be Arsenal City. It doesn't have to be the Champions League final. You know what I mean? Thanks anyway, man. Yeah, I appreciate you coming on, yeah. And I'll be in touch.
Anytime.
Yeah? Take care, man. Sleep well, yeah?
I will do.
Take care of yourself, yeah. Thanks for coming on, man. I appreciate it. All right, guys. Thank you, man. I'm going to hit the road, guys. I want to thank everybody for coming onto my stream. I want to thank the main man, Stapes. I want to thank Scott Kirk in his comments. I want to thank Luca for coming on. Of course, I want to thank Early Doors Football TV. If you haven't already, guys, subscribe to his channel. He's a hammer. He's an iron. But look, we all have our crosses to bear. You know what I mean? Well, they did win a trophy last season, in fairness. So he's sitting pretty right now. And they've got 105 million in the bank. But look, it is what it is. I could go through all the comments then, but there's way too many. Thank you to Chris Lee. Thank you to Arsenal Alex. Thank you to Mani. Thank you to Aragon Gunnar. All the comments, man. All right, I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you to Arsenal Forever. Scott Kirk, thank you. Thank you, of course, to myself for being the inspiration and the driving force. Only joking, guys. Oh no, listen, I couldn't have my channel without my guests, yeah? So I want to thank everybody that guested, yeah. I appreciate it, guys. What's Stapes into Instagram? His Instagram is Stapes22. Let me put it back up there. Scott Kirk is asking what your Instagram is, yeah? Stapes22?
Yeah. I post on there. I post stuff from the game when I'm with my son. So yeah.
There it is, lad. It's up on the screen there for you, Scott, yeah? Stapes22 is his Instagram. At some point, I think he might jump back into the YouTube game and start up his own channel, but we'll see. The man has got a wealth of knowledge regarding football. It's only a matter of time if he can fit it in. But the man has got it. As you saw, guys, on my stream tonight, he knows football inside out. You know what I mean? After 5 minutes listening to him, it's you notice that.
To be fair, I like making little appearances like this. I'm not so sure on the YouTube, but then you have that niggly little thing where you're pushing me, Dave. You're pushing me to get on it, but
you've just got the skills. That's all. I just see raw potential. You know what I mean? Unwavering. Yeah, but your knowledge, man, your knowledge when you talk football is like you're in touch. You got your finger on the pulse. More than me. I think that's fair to say. All right. See you later, man. Good night, guys. Yeah. Sleep well, yeah? And take it easy. And big up to Peckham, man. Big up to Peckham. Peace out, guys. Adios. See you later, Stapes.
Bye, mate.
All the best, man.